This pipe, D12 a demon, I'm running these lights. I can't believe that she fit in them tights. Buying it once, so buying it twice. Swiping this card, don't ask for the price. Texting and red, she say I'm uptight. I got a check, but I'm earning my stripes. Cheating no pussy like that shit advice. Baby, you know I'm not good at advice. Why would I go if I don't get advice? Taking these chances, rolling the dice. Started from nothing, I'm hitting these heights. All because what I be spit on these bikes. Keep a few things inside of my Sprite. Better to sleep, you in my device. Thought I could trust you with my life. Can't even trust you in the night. If you talk to me, baby, then talk to me nice. You talk to me, baby, then talk to me. Talk to me, baby, then talk to me. Talk to me, baby, then talk to me nice. You talk to me, baby. You talk to me, baby. You talk to me, baby, then talk to me nice. You talk to me, baby, talk to me, baby. You talk to me, baby, then talk to me nice. If you talk to me, baby, then come where I stay. Be in the dolls, we back in LA. Making this money and stay out the way. Take when you text me saying okay. Taking this shit out day by day. Nobody dunk it, I'm shooting a J. Backing up all the days that you say. You on your knees for me, yeah. Funny because I know you don't pray. Said that you down, it's up for the bake. Said I'm on one, so you making me wait. Baby, you know that's that shit that I hate. Pull up on you, I'm in a CA. Holding my own, I'm making shit shake. Shit on my shoulders, I'm lifting this weight. I wanna come on, I grip on your cake. Loading, I'm down, I do what it takes. Bitch on that nigga, I'm not my mistakes. I'm in the cut and I'm slipping away. Niggas I know, they moving real fake. Funny how love can turn into hate. Funny how love can turn you away. Funny how love can turn you away. Funny how love can turn into hate. Funny how love. Funny how love can turn you away. Funny how love can turn you into hate. Funny how love. Funny how love can turn you away. Funny how love. They talk to me, baby, they didn't talk to me nice. You talk to me, baby. Talk to me, baby. If you talk to me, baby, then talk to me nice. Talk to me, baby, then talk to me nice. Talk to me, baby. Talk to me, baby. Get talk to me, baby, then talk to me nice. Talk to me, baby. Talk to me, baby. If you talk to me, baby, then talk to me nice. Talk to me, baby. Talk to me, baby. Get talk to me, baby, then talk to me nice. Talk to me. Talk to me. I can't change the car, was it first? Still got.
Yeah, we done came from the bottom. Mad that we up, but I don't hear him talking. Started with knowledge inside of my noggin. We took a dream and then we started vlogging. Put my city on the map now. I'ma say how it is and now I'm back down. On the road to 100K, we finna act out. We gon' show them that we not just in the background. We the main event, we the main show. We the one that people always gonna pay for. FYF, we the best, no debate though. Number one sports channel, every angle. I'ma show them all how we ride. Best sports talk show, we not like them guys. We playing it safe while they feather the lines. We switching the narrative all of the time. Like who to go in the game is not MJ. Kobe Bryant top 10, not what we say. I keep Elijah one is very overrated. Keep it real, if it ain't fact, we don't say it. Now it's stable, we won't be ignored.
It's facts over feelings, you talk about history. Boys, you Scooby-Doo talking in mysteries. You is a puppet to ticket, that's misery. Said that you body bang, boy, know your history. It's facts over feelings, you talk about history. Boys, you Scooby-Doo talking in mysteries. You is a puppet to ticket, that's misery. Said that you body bang, boy, know your history. All in your feelings, you gotta be kidding me. Beg for respect, but you only show jealousy. Wanted some status, but you make it enemies. Talk about brown workout like you burn calories. Calling a bait cause he come with the cavalry. Caught another L, rated, took another casualty. Now you on the 2, talking like you had a strategy.
Nah, that's just passion. We love the game. You already know what it is. FYF. You don't got tough skin. Might as well not even come on in. Talk to 'em. FYF, blow the whistle, man, we too official. Better check the film, we not one of them. The greatest to ever ball above the rim. They wasn't with me shooting in the gym. Cut the small conversation, debate on major levels. This the playoffs, baby, bring that pressure, we never settle. Cross and spin, getting it in, I wanna win. That teamwork got us headed to the ship again. LeBron better than MJ, cut it out. Half these fans in the stands don't know what they talking about. Half-court jumpers, crowd going wild. FYF ranked #1, you better say it loud. Intellectual talk, but fuck your feelings. Elijah 1 too overrated, Kobe still a realist. Top 10 all time, now how they cut the line. Magic Johnson, Draymond Green, one in the same kind. Fuck your feelings, fast break, stop and pull a J. He got how many rings, nothing else to say. With the team, live streaming, play by play. This the dream, full steam on the road to 100K. FYF, blow the whistle, man, we too official. Better check the film, we not one of them. The greatest to ever ball above the rim. They wasn't with me shooting in the gym. Cut the small conversation, debate on major levels. This the playoffs, baby, bring that pressure, we never settle. Cross and spin, getting it in, I wanna win. That teamwork got us headed to the ship again. Started small, then turned into big dogs. They treat me like the GM, I just make the call. No matter who my op is, I'ma stand tall. Then pull up to the game, fresh like I just left the mall. 100K, 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 check the score. We gon' bust the shot clock, fans running to the floor. All I hear is go this and go that. Man, your team suck, hang it up like a coke rack. I love the game, I admit it, I can't quit it. Step in front of me, man, your ankles gon' get the business. Been a legend like Moses Malone, way ahead of my time. This the greatest sports show ever, I just had to remind. FYF, blow the whistle, man, we too official. Better check the film, we not one of them. The greatest to ever ball above the rim. They wasn't with me shooting in the gym. Cut the small conversation, debate on major levels. This the playoffs, baby, bring that pressure, we never settle. Cross and spin, getting it in, I wanna win. That teamwork got us headed to the ship again.
FYF Sports, man. Man, I salute to everybody for being here today, man. Y'all already know this is going to be a stream for the people. We're going to be dropping the link, man. And then obviously with the topic that we got on hand, we're going to be bringing a lot of people up and down. Like I said, try to get some variation on the panel just because I know a lot of people are going to want to chime in on these things, man. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Tackable Pond, man. Salute, man. We finally, man, y'all. We finally hit the threshold, right? The 100K barometer, man. And that's, for whatever reason, that's been a barometer on YouTube that a lot of people try to hit, man. And, you know, obviously with regards to marketing and sponsorships, that's the number that a lot of people want to see before they want to really start doing real business with you. But yeah, it crept up on us, man. It's been an up and down pace, with sports, with sports content, man, you guys, sports content is odd because, obviously you start to see a ton of growth in the beginning, and that's what we saw here at FYF Sports, and it started growing, right? Viewership was up, and then, obviously, when life kicks in and, I get to coach and I get to go on my 1 to 2 week hiatus from YouTube, right? So we see the algorithm punishing me because, I step away. I'm not live streaming as much. Views go down. It could be discouraging at times, man. It's hard. But then, the one thing that keeps me motivated is sometimes I'll tune into ESPN. I'll see ESPN has 8 million subscribers. They'll do a video on a very similar topic that I do. ESPN will mess around and get 5,000 viewers on a video, 8,000 viewers. So, the one thing I learned just with sports content is very finicky. You got a lot of different fans of different narratives, fans of teams, and people are really, truly going to watch when they want to watch. And the one thing that I've noticed over time is that ultimately because we have a variety of topics, you know, people tend to come back around at one point in time, whether it's a LeBron topic, a Jordan topic, a current NBA topic, like we were talking about Victor Wembanyama the other day, you know. So that's the beauty of this, man. So again, salute to everybody for being here, man. Salute, you know, all the names in the chat, man. Like I said, you know, it's crazy how I can almost remember each name, and then when I see a name that's not familiar, I almost know for certain it's a new subscriber. And we got Bryant Rab, salute. He says salute from Hungary. Kudos to FYF Sports, man. Salute, man, all the way from another country, man. Salute to you for pulling up for this stream, FYF Sports, man. We got a great conversation for you guys today. He says 1K, yeah, the next stop is 1 million, man. And it's crazy that that's the next goal, but that's ultimately is the next goal. Is it going to be easy to get there? No. But the expectations are there. Salute to Joe, man. She said officially mainstream platform. You know, I don't know if it's mainstream. I don't know if 100K makes you mainstream. You know, if for the optics, it looks good. But I don't know if it makes you mainstream for sure. You know, I think there's a lot of platforms out there. There's a lot of channels out there that have kind of forced themselves into the mainstream conversation. They forced themselves in the mainstream conversation because, you know, YouTube will give certain channels a boost. If you're willing to go into your YouTube studio and you click that button and you're paying for YouTube marketing, if you pay YouTube, they'll make you mainstream. And so what we see is we see a lot of people who come into this sector as of I mean, you guys see all the NBA players that just stepped into the sports scenes and blow up. And a lot of these sports channels don't just blow up because there's an NBA player attached to it. A lot of them, they have big budgets behind those channels. So when they hit that YouTube marketing button in their YouTube studio, as opposed to smaller YouTubers that might put $50, $100 in, you got NBA players just clicking that 10,000, 50,000 button, putting $50,000 behind the marketing at each channel. And then it becomes a different type of battle, because now you're battling the YouTube algorithm, because they're going to prioritize people that pay for more significant marketing. No shade to those. I mean, again, it's just a different strategy to take, but those are the things you have to really deal with here. So it's not like all content creators are sitting here playing on a equal playing field. It's definitely not equal. It's definitely pay to play here on YouTube. And you know, if you're willing to click that YouTube marketing button, you usurp to the top. Before we get started with the stream today, I definitely want to give a shout out to some other platforms, obviously, that paved the way for us to be here, man. First up, I got to give a salute to Gils Arena, no Chil Gil platform, man. The man, you know, one of the few NBA players that's came over here, you know, multiple times. Never asked for a dime, never asked for a shout out, never asked for nothing, man. But he just came over here to strictly talk basketball. But, you know, the man came over, he takes time. He has a lot going on with his show as we see it blowing up. And, man, when you see people like that, man, taking time away just to pull up on your platform, and you have to give a little bit of appreciation. I want to give a shout out to one of the first big creators to pull up to FYF Sports, man. Legend of Winning pulled up, man. Like I said, Legend of Winning pulled up when we were maybe at 10,000 subscribers, probably less. I can't even remember. So it wasn't even about the size of the channel. It was just about pure basketball talk, right? Give a shout out to tickettv, right? As crazy as his takes are, as odd as he is, there's still a shout out that needs to be given there, because we all know that we all started getting on these panels during the pandemic. And it all started in one place, over on tickettv. What we think of his basketball takes, that really has no place here. But this all started over there, and we used to be cooking over there for hours and hours and hours, man. So again, salute to Player's Choice, man, having me on over there multiple times, man. Multiple times, growing platform. Salute to Shaq, man, just doing this thing over there. Shaq is again, he's a professional player. Right, he's built up a platform. He's doing it in a unique way, man. So salute to them over there. Aweezy Bang as well. LVZ, NBA Talk. We got True the King. Hopefully I don't miss any of the content creators, man. One Cool P, just one of the top supporters of the channel. I mean, when you talk about support, just through the roof support, man, just through thick and thin, you know, shows up right when we need her, just always in the chat support. Salute to all the mods as well. The mods do a good job. What I like about our mods really don't ban nobody. Mods don't ban anybody, but they still moderate the chat, man, and it's always getting people to hit the like. Also, yeah, Real Takes over Fake Debates, man. He's an OG of the channel as well. I don't know how I forget him. So salute to him as well. And then salute to the chat, man. So the supporters, man, you guys be coming through you big time, right? Yeah, he said locker room up and coming too. Facts, man. How can I forget the locker room? Locker room, he came on late for me. Like I said, I started watching his content probably around like last year. And remember the one thing that I say about content creators that makes me tune in and like content creators. When I watch you, and then over each month or each year, what I see is I see some type of progression in your content. And with him, the quality of the content got better. The entertainment value just went skyrocketing through the roof, right? His ability to to talk on the mic. So those are the things. Same thing with SB Talk Sports, man. SB Talk Sports came onto the scene. He had a YouTube emoji logo with looked like the mic was going through his whole back of his throat. But what did he do? SB leveled up. As y'all can see, man, he got a new logo, right? He created a slogan for his channel, man. He over there cooking. Now he blowing up on TikTok. So salute to SB, man. Same with True the King, man. So it is what it is, man. It is what it is. Salute to salute to One Cool P, man. Yes, sir, man. One Cool P, man. And like I said, man, it's just certain moderators, man, that shine above them all, man. That's One Cool P, man. Just been a heavy supporter of the channel, man. From day one. Tiffany Ned as well. We got Ace 30, man. Ace 30, man. I remember the OG Ace 30 account before it became Ace 30. Right? That's how long he been here. We got Mingle Jester, man. Just always being probably one of the number one haters on the channel with LeBron James, man. Just made his mark that way. Salute to Sammy in the chat, another top moderator. Appreciate you. Always moderating the chat. We got Hell Real. I ain't seen Hell Real in a minute, but salute to Hell Real. So again, we got to 100K. 100K subscribers is here, man. And so now it's just about leveling it up, taking to the next level. So that means, obviously, as we at 100K subscribers, that obviously means I have to do my due diligence with the streaming. You guys helped me get here, so I have to do a much better job of making sure I'm giving you guys these streams multiple times a week, if not daily, then at least every other day. So that's something that we will be working on. Like I said, it's probably going to be a mixture of morning streams, and it's going to be a mixture of evening streams. But either way, man, we're going to be getting these live streams and this content kicked out to you guys much more efficiently going forward. Yes, sir. Casual, man. Yes, sir. Casual. He says, I'm casual to get to 250K sooner. That's the goal, man. Rebrandon says, tell YouTube to send me the plaque. I don't know the process of how to apply for the plaque. The only thing that I've gotten so far, Brandon, is I got a email about putting making my YouTube account verified or something now. But other than that, I haven't seen anything about a YouTube plaque. I'm assuming that's something that I'll get, and I'll have to give them my information so they can mail it to me. But so far, I don't really know the process. I might have to talk to somebody that has one. Because all the people that I know who have 100K subscribers, like Ticket and Carcino, I don't know if they were even asked to apply for one or if they even got one. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna push to get it though, because it'll definitely be on the wall back here. I'm gonna be completely redoing everything in the studio here. Probably over the next week or so, man. So expect a whole new studio look pretty soon here. You said talk to low? Oh, yeah. I should hit low up. Yeah, Low. Yeah, Low has multiple plaques. They have plaques on top of plaques. Yes, sir. Salute, Rap God Reloaded. Appreciate it. Salute to Max as well, man. Max is over the last couple of weeks, man, been one of the biggest supporters of the channel. Y'all see him on the banner down here right below me, man. You know, we got Max and we got Tiffany Ned right now on the leaderboards, man, just as the top donors of the channel over the last 30 days, man. So salute to Max, man, who's been coming through heavy. And then salute to Tiffany Ned for the support today. Let me give a shout out to the people that's actually shown love today. And then I'm going to go ahead and get into today's topic. Again, salute to Max for hitting the cash app today. Salute to Tiffany Ned. Salute to John Madden. Double E, man, one of the top supporters as well. Y'all see him right down there. Came through. Jason Carter as well. And then previous donors, Tracy Steele, True the King, Get Fit for Life. Even George came through and supported. Bees, Herm, all you guys, man. Came through big time. So in locker room showed up, man. We were just talking about you, but again, salute to the locker room, man. Pulling up, yeah, locker room. We were just talking about your channel, man. Just how over the last year or so, man, it's crazy how you can watch people's content just evolve. Remember watching the streams a year ago, and then in the evolution of it, man, the higher quality content, man, the more entertainment. You didn't clip people, audio consistently going crazy with the soundboard. That's what you want to see, man, out of content creators. Salute to Jared, man. Yeah, Jared, man. Jared's been an OG of the channel as well and gave us a few good moments, man. If you watched our funniest moments all time, I mean, Jared has one of the top clips. He has one of the funniest moments on FYF Sports, man. Jared is just I don't know, man. He's just a walking jewel as far as providing good content, some funny moments, man. Jared's always, you know, every year we can expect at least one crazy Jared moment, you know. Salute to Tiffany. Yes, everybody, y'all smash that like button as we get into today's topic, man. We got to talk about it. Look at Hitman X, man, pulled up today, man. Salute to Hitman X, man. One of the OGs as well, man. Hitman X is, a lot of y'all don't know, he's from the GOAT Mike days. When GOAT Mike used to pull up over here, man. Hitman X. What Hitman X is most famously known for losing twice in a basketball game to GOAT Mike. I don't know how that's possible. I don't know how that can happen ever in life. But Hitman X actually did it. He actually accomplished something that you have to literally really, like, to lose to GOAT Mike, you almost have to try to lose. And to lose twice to GOAT Mike is like a milestone that's almost equatable to hitting 100K subscribers on YouTube. You said you kind of introduced the ticket channel. I don't know what that means. Dante says he met Aweezy Bang through this channel, man. That's what I'm saying. It's like the connections here is crazy, though. You know, that's what it do, man. And, you know, it opens doors to other content creators, man. Instinct Entertainment. You remember that with Hitman X? DeJohn Marcus's sons are done. I mean, I told y'all, DeJohn Marcus. I told you. I said, but we said, but DeJohn, we always knew the son's success is always contingent on health and chemistry. So if those three guys are healthy, it's going to be about if they can have chemistry. And if those guys are not healthy, obviously they're not going to have any chemistry, and the success is going to wane. Remember what I told you guys? I said that era of building a big three is dead, because when you put so much money in your top three players, if any one of those top three players go down, and when I said just one, not two, just one, if any one of them goes down, you're not going to have enough to fill in those shoes. And we saw that even when Devin Booker came back. You would think that's a shoe-in win against the San Antonio Spurs. Still wasn't enough. That's a game that the Spurs really dominated from start to finish in Phoenix. So until they get all three of those guys back, and all three of those guys have to stay on the floor to build chemistry and play at an optimal level, they're not going to be the team that we think they can be. Kevin Durant's going to be dealing with the same thing that he dealt with in Brooklyn, which is a whole bunch of stars surrounding him, which a whole bunch of bench guys that are probably 10 to 15 on most teams' benches. And he's just going to have to hope that these guys can be healthy, just like he had to hope in Brooklyn with James Harden and Kyrie Irving. Yeah, Bill has been mysteriously hurt. You know, a lot of people should have been wary about the Bill trade when they traded him so quickly. When they made that trade so quickly with the Phoenix Suns for Chris Paul, a lot of people should have started asking questions right there. Why are you so quick to come off of Bradley Beal and that money for a guy in Chris Paul? And really, they traded Chris Paul for Jordan Poole. So it was ultimately Bradley Beal for Jordan Poole straight up. Which, when those guys are both healthy, you probably wouldn't make that trade. Maybe they just knew something about him that we didn't. So obviously, we'll talk about it. He says there are people that think Bobo is, yeah, okay. Yeah, Bobo is a very talented player, but Bobo's problems start off the court. He's one of those guys that when he was in Orlando, he didn't play because of off the court issues. And this is the side of the NBA that a lot of people don't talk about because they just not in that circle. But he almost everywhere he's been, he's never not played because of talent. He's always not playing because of something off the court. Now here in Phoenix, now he's trying to get his reputation back up. But this is the same thing that happened to Bones Highland when he was in Denver. He wasn't playing because of talent. He was playing because of off the court stuff. And now that he's kind of cleaned up that stuff and he got traded to the Clippers, now he's on the court playing, sometimes starting. So it is what it is, man. Remember, Jared, I did a stream. This is before we saw Wembanyama play any real regular season NBA games. What did I say? I said if with Victor Wembanyama shows any glimpse of what we predict him to be, he's going to be easily not just rookie of the year, but he's going to be one of the top players in the league. Like I got on this. I saw and remember, I even said during Summer League, I said about what's the first thing I said about his defense back in Summer League? Obviously, I took his score and the way he scored the ball with a grain of salt because they were disconnected and unorganized offensively in the Summer League. But I said, the one thing I've noticed, I said, he affects shots at the rim and contest shots almost better than I've seen. And that I saw defensively how he was going to translate immediately. I didn't know his offense would begin to translate this quickly. And Greg Popovich is doing a really good job of instilling confidence in his game. So when Wembanyama comes down in transition and takes them pull up top of the key threes, Greg Popovich don't say nothing. So there's certain times where Greg Popovich coaches him up, especially when he's down low in the post. But a lot of times when he's on the perimeter doing this thing, you'll see Greg Popovich just kind of take a step back and say, I'm going to let you be you out there on the perimeter. And I think when Victor Wembanyama is starting to play with that freedom, knowing that, okay, coach is giving me the freedom to play my game on the perimeter, he's not going to be one of those coaches to try to spam me on the block as if I'm just a back to the basket big. He's going to let me play my game. And really, Pop is just really only asking the man to be an elite defensive player and just giving him freedom on the offensive end. Well, Porzingis is never going to be Wemby because of the ball handling. Wembanyama's ability to handle the ball and play make are already superior to Porzingis. So that alone adds another threat to his game. Porzingis struggles to put the ball on the floor. We've seen Wembanyama hit people with in and out crossovers, getting to the elbow, fadeaways, top of the key threes, all types of crazy stuff. So, you know, it is what it is. Salute to Mr. Winters just pulled up. Pootie's in here as well. But let's go ahead and get to the topic of the show, especially now that Mr. Winters pulled up, man. Topic of the show. But again, so appreciate everybody with the congratulation message and everything. Also, I gotta add One Cool P in here because One Cool P just came through heavy in the Cash App. Salute to One Cool P. She says for the 10K sub challenge to match her. All right, One Cool P, man, has put up a challenge to everybody. I'm gonna put it up here. I'm gonna put it in the banner. But One Cool P has just put herself in the top donor slot. She wants everybody to match her $100 donation. I don't expect everybody to do it, but man, if you can do that, man, that'd be much appreciated. But let's go ahead and get One Cool P in here. But again, we're gonna be talking about LeBron James today. And I just think that's a fitting topic. Now that we've hit 100K subscribers, man. We kind of started off this channel really diving into the LeBron topics, the 90s topics. And so we're going to work now that we've hit 100K, we're going to be discussing LeBron James again. I think that's most fitting. And it comes out, this subject comes out at the perfect time because it was just released that LeBron James is now the most clutch NBA basketball player of all time. He is the most clutch NBA basketball player of all time. Now, what supports that? Because remember, I did a community post, and a lot of people were saying, okay, he has the most clutch shots. What's his field goal percentage? So now the field goal percentages are out. And so now it's come out that not only does he have the most clutch made baskets in NBA history, he also has the highest field goal percentage when we're talking about clutch shots in NBA history, right? And we're going to go through a number of these stats that support him being the clutch player. And then for people that have any pushback about LeBron James being the most clutch player, you guys can pull up and explain yourself, because now the battle for the Jordan fans or even the Kobe fans or anybody that wants to say LeBron isn't the most clutch player of all time. Now you have to battle against the analytics and the numbers that support LeBron. Before and years past, those numbers maybe slightly favored Jordan or Kobe, but now the majority of the clutch numbers, if not all of them, all support LeBron being at the top of that medal. All right, let me get One Cool Piece challenge up on the screen. We're going to drop this link. We're going to bring everybody up. We got to talk about it. Let me see what we got going on in the chat here. Said it doesn't make sense. He says LeBron born to make clutch shots. I mean, we see it time and time again. Levon Bradshaw says the most clutch with 6 losses. So are you saying that 6 losses in the playoffs make him not clutch? Because that's ultimately what it is. If LeBron James is lost in the finals 6 times, that's just 6 times he lost in the playoffs. That's about the same amount of times Kobe's lost in the playoffs. That's about the same amount of times Jordan's lost in the playoffs, if they even made the playoffs. So when y'all say 6 losses, it's just losing in the playoffs. And then you have to ask yourself, well, why am I punishing LeBron for getting his team all the way to the finals and losing, as opposed to not punishing Jordan and Kobe for losing and not even getting their team to the finals? You have the 2011 conundrum. LeBron James is penalized for losing to the Dallas Mavericks, rightfully so. Kobe Bryant gets really no penalty for getting swept by the same Dallas Maverick team, but he doesn't get any penalty as the defending champions getting swept because he didn't lose to the Mavericks in the finals. He lost to them in another round. And that's the conundrum right there. These are the things that the Jordan fans have to. I don't know how you guys compute this in your mind. You say he has 6 finals losses. That's just 6 playoff losses. You try to separate the finals from the playoffs, which is odd. I don't get it. So, like I said, would it have been what if LeBron only went to the finals 4 times and was 4-0 in the finals? But instead of having those 6 finals losses, what if we erase those 6 finals losses and just say he got swept in the first round those years? Would that make it better? Like, that's the logic I don't get. If he just gets swept in the first round instead of losing in the finals, and he keeps a perfect 4-0 finals record, is that better than getting to the finals 10 times? I don't understand that logic. He said, horrible angle, Lamont. He said, you just said 6 playoff losses. It's the damn finals. No, that's just the playoffs. The finals is the playoffs. The finals is just the last round in the playoffs. So what we're saying here is you guys would applaud LeBron James more if instead of having 6 losses in the finals, he would have got swept 6 times in the first round. And if he gets swept 6 times in the first round, at least he's still 4-0 in the finals. I don't get that logic. That's the logic I don't understand. So again, even the finals losses logic don't make sense. It's not, and Davis Villain, it's not about defending LeBron. It's just about defending common sense. What you guys are saying don't make sense. No, the playoffs. The playoffs is the biggest piece of the cake. The playoffs is the biggest piece of the cake. How do we know just getting into the playoffs is the biggest piece of the cake? We can just look to last year. The Miami Heat were an 8 seed. Nobody gave them a chance in hell to get to the finals. But because they just got in, they had an opportunity to even get there, which means they made a hell of a run as an 8 seed, and very improbable, and they got to the finals. When you get into the playoffs, you have a chance to win. You have a chance to get there. The finals isn't independent of the playoffs. The finals isn't given to anybody. It's a hell of a grind just to get there. Thank you, Locker Room. He says, we punish Bron for getting to the finals, but give credit to Kobe and Jordan for not getting there. That's the lot. But see, that's the logic that Kobe and Jordan fans are going to have to sit down and try to navigate in their own minds. Because I can sit here and bring them up on the panel and ask that question all day, and they won't have any realistic or reasonable logic for it. No, it's not about being, it's about being fans of logic. I don't know why y'all get mad. Like, we're talking about LeBron being the most clutch player of all time. If I was just making that statement and I had no facts to support it, that would make me an illogical fanboy. Oh, hold on. Hitman X said, check it. All right, salute to Hitman X, man. Man, we gotta add a lot of people to these. Man, y'all making my job crazy today. Hold on 1 second, man. We gotta Hitman X then came through, man, and came through heavy in the Cash App as well. Salute to Hitman X. You know, and make sure y'all go subscribe to Hitman X as well, man. We got to motivate him to get back to doing the Phoenix Suns content, because low key, man, Hitman X used to come through with some gems, right? Remember his little MO on his videos was standing outside the job on his phone in the car talking about the Suns. That was his thing. We got to get Hitman X. We got to get him back in that car outside of that factory, sitting in his car talking about the Phoenix Suns, man. He used to sit there and cook, and he used to snap on people. Right. And salute to C-Dog in the chat, man, in the Cash App as well. Then came through and matched one cool P. Salute to C-Dog, man, coming through, man. So Hitman X says, congrats for 100K. But he says, I'm a broke ass ninja. Man, salute to Hitman X. And then salute to C-Dog, man. He says, challenge accepted, man. He came through and he matched one cool P in the Cash App. So salute for that, man. Appreciate you guys coming through supporting on this special day, man. Big time day, man. We hit 100K, man. It's been 3 years in the making. You got to think, man, this is crazy, man. We started this in 2020, in about May of 2020. I think we did our first live stream, I think in October or November of 2020. Because remember when I first started, I didn't want to go live out the gate. I wanted to do uploads. I want to get used to the platform. So, man, it's almost 3 years on the dot today, man, where, you know, we are going live talking about hitting 100K. Salute to Mav Don. Yeah, but you're right. You're right. A lot of these people are in their feelings. Let me go through some of these stats. All right. LeBron James, when we talk about go-ahead shots in the final 5 seconds, this is the NBA postseason. LeBron James has made 6 out of 13 attempts at 46%. This is go-ahead shots in the final 5 seconds compared to Jordan's 5 out of 11 and compared to Kobe's 3 out of 11. So in those moments, Jordan shoots. Jordan shot 5 of 11 and Kobe shot 3 of 11 at 27%. LeBron James in those moments shoots 47%. Right. So when we look at that right there, we're talking about in big moments, 13 times the coach is entrusted. LeBron with that final shot, he's taken that shot. He's made it at a 47% clip. When we go to field goal percentage in the last 2 minutes of a game, right, we know that the last 2 minutes of a game is clutch. And when we say last 2 minutes of a game, I also had to add barometers to that because some of you guys said, oh, the game might have been a blowout. So what we've done is the last 2 minutes of a game, that's within 5 points. In the last 2 minutes of a game, that's within 5 points. LeBron James leads with a 46% field goal percentage. Kobe Bryant is at 40%. And Jordan is at 38%. We're talking about the last 2 minutes, regular season and postseason, when the game is within 5 points. LeBron James leads in NBA history at 46%, Kobe at 40%, Jordan at 38%. When we go to total game winners, LeBron has 19 game winners, shots that go through the basket, buzzer sounds off, you win the game in his career. Kobe leads this category with 26. Jordan has 25. No, that was just game winners. That's just the go-ahead shot to win the game. When we talk about buzzer beaters, LeBron has 8 buzzer beaters, which is 1 less than Michael Jordan. Jordan has 9. We got Davis the villain says fake stats. All right. Well, if my stats are fake, then when I drop the link, I want you to share your screen. And I want you to pull up information that supports my stats being fake. Because I can show you my sources. My sources are from Synergy and NBA.com. So if Synergy and NBA.com are lying, then I need you to go email NBA.com and you need to email Synergy and tell them that they are complete liars and they need to stop putting out analytical data that's computed by watching hours and hours of LeBron James film, and they need to stop putting that information out. But again, y'all getting mad. Don't get mad at me. I'm just telling you what the information is. Efficiency in the last 10 seconds of a game, because a lot of you guys say it's about efficiency, because a lot of people say, oh, he's played 20 years. Of course he's going to have that. So we look to efficiency. Is he just putting up a lot of shots, or is he also highly efficient in those moments? Salute to Flex Sweat as well, man. Make sure y'all go check out Flex Sweat on TikTok. And he says you reached the goal ahead of schedule. I did. I didn't expect to reach this goal. Me and you were talking about this when we were working out. I didn't expect to reach it now, but we actually hit it. I thought I was going to hit this maybe around December, January, February of next year. Salute to Flex Sweat. So efficiency in the final 10 seconds of a game. It says LeBron has the highest efficiency with when you were talking about Jordan, Kobe, and LeBron, he has the highest efficiency in the final 10 seconds of a game. All right. So again, when you talk about their win-loss record in those moments, LeBron has the highest win percentage in those moments. He also has the highest field goal percentage in those moments. Buzzer-beating shots in the playoffs. It says LeBron holds the record with 5 buzzer-beating shots in the playoffs. All right, all-around playoff performance. It says LeBron's late career playoff performances. His average is 30 points on 54% from the field. It's the highest among the 3 players. And then consistency and impact on the team. Also details LeBron's teams have shown the most regular season wins throughout his career stages, and especially in his later stages when you're comparing Jordan, Kobe, and LeBron. So you guys can weigh this information as you want. And if you have information that you want to add in here, I don't know what additional information you guys might scrounge up. I know a lot of you guys like to run to Reddit and then take stuff that people type in Reddit and use it as fact when it's not fact. I mean, if you're going to come up here and defend, or then just bring real facts. Salute to Herm as well. Salute to Zero. I'm about to go ahead and drop this link, man. Bring you guys up. Again, appreciate everybody, man, for the 100K wishes, man. Salute to C-Dog as well, coming through to support. Hitman Next, One Cool P. We got Max, Tiffany, Ned, man. Everybody's coming through to support today, man. And then as you guys support, man, I'm going to add you to our banner on the bottom. Y'all see us right down here. So I would love to add as many people to that banner as possible, man, to give you guys at least a little bit of love back. He's like Michael Clay in the chat. Mr. Winter says, of course, you'll be clutch when all of your games are close. All right. Well, I don't think they're all close. But Mr. Winter, see the flip side of that is you guys also punish a player in Steph Curry, especially during his championship runs, because they ultimately were blowing everybody out. And there wasn't a lot of close games, and there wasn't a lot of opportunities for Steph Curry to take those tough shots. And so the volume of Steph Curry's clutch shots are way down simply because the Golden State Warriors are really good. But what do you guys then say? Because Steph Curry's volume is down. You don't nobody runs around and you don't say, oh, Steph Curry, y'all were blowing everybody out. We know you didn't have as many opportunities in the clutch. You just say he's not good in the clutch. So don't use the argument on the converse side. You can't use it the other way around, because I've watched you guys punish Steph Curry for blowing teams out, just not having a lot, and he doesn't have the opportunity to take clutch shots. But then you punish LeBron for actually in those clutch moments coming through. It makes no sense what you're doing there. But let me go ahead and get this in here. Hold on. Let me get this link. I'm going to drop this link for you guys to pull up. Like I said, I'm going to try my best. Hopefully, if we have a lot of people trying to come in, I'm going to be cycling people in and out. So I may ask some people to drop down, but I'll try to leave you up here long enough to at least get a good debate point in and cook up on this topic. All right, link is in the chat, man. Link is in the chat, man. We're on our 100K stream, man. We talking about LeBron James, Izzy Clutch. Salute to everybody that's pulling up, man. Like I said, and where we at so far, man? Let's see where we at today, because I think we hit 100K this morning. All right, we at 100,212 subs, man. So we are 200 subs above the threshold, man. So again, salute to everybody, man, for helping us get above that threshold, man. 100K is here. We got people in the backstage. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna let you guys hear in a second. Yeah, I don't know if Herm can cook me. See, the problem is Herm can't cook because Herm never uses logic. He struggles. Herm uses a lot of feelings, And you hear the passion in his takes because he gets mad, he yells, he'll overtalk. He'll talk about LeBron's losses as if no other player has losses. But ultimately, when it comes down to it, the numbers, all these moments that y'all don't want to talk about still exist. All these clutch moments. We literally just saw LeBron at 39 years old clutch against the Clippers. This is at 39. Like an example of his ability to be clutch, example of his ability to take and make shots late game. It just happened. And the only thing I heard when LeBron was clutch once again is I just heard a whole bunch of excuses. That's all I heard. I'm going to let you guys up, man. Look, the twin, sturdy. We got Jared. Oh, we got the locker room, man. We got Herm up here. Salute to you guys.
FYI, FYF, 100K, what's next, nigga? What's good, everybody?
Yeah, man.
100K, Lamont.
What's going on, family?
What's going on, man?
Hey,
But,
Lamont.
Salute
Hey, salute to the 100K.
Yes, sir, man. Appreciate it, man. Let me start off with the locker room, man. Locker room. What's your thoughts on, man, these stats, man? Because we already know that a lot of people going to give a lot of pushback on these stats, man. They're going to want to try to prop somebody else up to be more clutch than LeBron, man. What's your thoughts on this, man, and some of the stuff they were saying in the chat?
Yeah, first and foremost, man, congrats on the 100K. I just don't understand. I see niggas in the chat, but I'm like, how can you really argue with like the stats though? You know, like if the stats were in favor of the guy that they root for, then the stats would be legit. But when it's not in their favor, when it doesn't fit their narrative, the stats don't mean anything. I don't understand that. So yeah, man. I mean, I don't know where the hate comes from. I don't get it. You know, if the numbers in the stats support him being, you know, the most clutch, then that's just what it is. Like, why are we debating it? Why are we arguing? You know what I mean?
I mean, if Jordan's points per game, like when we say Jordan's the best scorer of all time, he has the highest points per game of all time. So nobody really gives pushback and argues with you. I mean, it's a really good metric to support you saying that. So when we talk about LeBron, let's just like the locker room said, if I have a analytical metric that supports LeBron being clutch and he's more clutch than anybody else in NBA history, why is there so much pushback? But we don't really have any pushback on any of Jordan's stats or anything that puts Jordan at the top of any list. Really no pushback. But we see it with players of the day. All of a sudden with Russell Westbrook, the triple doubles, completely meaningless. No matter what you think of him, he has that record. Now the triple doubles is all of a sudden meaningless. Like now, it's just weird that now stats that were extremely meaningful now all of a sudden have no meaning. LeBron James, all-time scoring leader in NBA history. It was probably one of the greatest records in basketball until LeBron beat it. Now people say, "Oh, he's just played a long time."
Yeah, I think that adds to the greatness as well. You know, like I see people say that all the time, like, oh, it's just a longevity achievement. But me personally, I feel like that plays, you know, a role in his greatness. The fact that he's done it for this long is a testament to his greatness. So I don't be understanding it. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to figure this out myself, Lamont. I'm really here to learn today.
I'm about to find. Well, that's why I'm gonna go to Herm because I know Herm is going. He's gonna help explain it to us. So we're gonna see if Herm can kind of explain this conundrum to us, man. Herm, what you got for it?
Well, when it comes to the clutch thing, yes. When it comes to stats and what's there, you can't argue against numbers, you know, per se. But he has been in more of those situations than anybody. But when it comes to clutch, though, I want everybody to chime in on the panel when it comes to clutch. To me, clutch can happen in very different ways. It doesn't necessarily mean it's the last second shot. That's what a lot of people, I think, misconstrue things too. It's not always about the last second shot. Like I could be at the end of the third quarter, we down 15, we go on a quick little 8-0 run. I steam handed that as being the best guy on the team. We down 7 going to the fourth, and because we had that momentum into the third, and I keep that going and probably score 12 points in the fourth quarter, that's a clutch moment, even though I didn't hit the game-winning shot, but that's a clutch moment. So it all depends on how guys view what being clutch is. It's not all about the last second shot. It ain't always about that.
But
Like,
that's the whole meaning of the word clutch, though. Like it's a certain.
No, it's not though.
Yes, it is though.
It's
No,
Like,
it's not.
there's a Lamont.
Hold
There's
on.
a definition.
It's not,
There's a
though.
definition of clutch in the NBA. It's like the last 5
Lamont would have
minutes.
emphasized on that though. Lamont would have
Can
emphasized.
I get this off real quick? So you
Hey, lawyer,
mean like when LeBron scored the last 24 points against the Detroit Pistons? Would that be clutch?
That's a clutch moment, yes.
Well, so when LeBron scored the last like 24, 25 points against Detroit, that would be clutch, right?
That's clutch.
But y'all would sit here and say that's not clutch.
But what I'm saying,
it's not the only form. Scoring is not the only form. Coming up big on defense, making the right pass can be clutch. Like it's not just about hitting.
It's different variations of being clutch.
I know, but the thing is, Herm, and I think this is the one thing. I think that your definition of clutch actually makes LeBron even more clutch than almost anybody that's ever played the game, because we've seen LeBron. Hold on 1 second. We've seen LeBron many times make great defensive plays in the clutch, the block that he's most known for. We've seen him, defensively in the clutch. We've seen him make great plays in the clutch as far as hitting guys that are open. And then the only thing that I've touched on so far is his offensive metrics. When we're talking about when he has the ball and he's looking to score, he's the most clutch, because we're comparing him to Kobe and Jordan. That was their MO. He's better than them in that realm. But if we also add the level of playmaking late game and defense late game to it, that really shoots him far ahead of Jordan and Kobe, because he's definitely a far superior playmaker in the clutch to Kobe or Jordan. And he also has the defensive moments in the clutch to match those two as well.
And that's not all the way true, because a lot of people always forget about Jordan. He make clutch passes too. Make the right pass and play just like LeBron do.
So nobody said he did it. Nobody said he didn't, but he's not more effective than LeBron.
But you guys interrupt. Hell, I couldn't even finish. And Lamont
Jordan is so goddamn clutch. Why he never beat Larry Bird in the playoff game, bro?
Hold on, y'all. Let him finish. Though.
If Jordan is so goddamn clutch, why he never burned the playoff game?
Hold on. Term, go ahead and finish. And somebody has an echo. That's George. You're the echo. George, you got an echo. Go ahead and finish, huh?
Yeah, but the thing is, there's different variations of being clutch. Like, end of the day, I think Steph Curry is very underrated when it comes to being clutch. A lot of people always look at those when it comes to Curry. A lot of people look at those last second shots. He haven't had that many opportunities to take last second shots and win the game. So I can't sit up there and say Curry not clutch because of that. But Curry has been down in the series overall, has been down in games overall that he had to play big and had to come up at crucial moments to bring his team back to win the game, to win the playoff series as well. So it's like I'm basically saying, y'all, why y'all trying to interrupt? I'm basically saying it's different variations of being clutch, and I think a lot of people misconstrue with last second shots. It's more than last second shots of being clutch. You can be clutch in a million different ways other than taking a last second damn shot. That's all I'm saying. So the stats are the stats, but it can mislead you too. But you really gonna have to look at it closely.
No, it can't.
Not what I'm saying. You really, motherfucker, you let me finish, nigga. End of the day, you go. If a nigga trying to argue against it, if a nigga trying to argue against it, they gonna have to really look at a lot of film and look at a lot of damn games to try to refute what Lamont is basically saying. Though that's all I'm basically saying. Y'all niggas just thinking nigga automatically say, oh man, or try to argue. Man, I ain't with all that today. Y'all dick suckers, calm down for a change.
See, you see what they do, Lamont? That's what they do. Like, it's always dick on their mind, man. Nobody. What are you talking about?
I'm just saying it.
That's why I had to laugh, Lamont. That's why I had to laugh, bro. These dudes who want to discredit a game, they sit here and say, if you want to go, now Herb, how about you shut the fuck up now? Let somebody else talk. There you go. Be quiet. So this is what I find funny. This is what I find funny, Lamont. This is what I find funny, Lamont. A game that accrues numbers. A game that accrues numbers. They don't want you to look at the numbers. then we have to sit here and look at the variations of clutch. Or we can just go by what the NBA says is a clutch moment. But see, that's what it is. Anything that favors a player over their daddy, Jordan, or Kobe Bryant, somehow, some way, now we got to start looking at it in different ways when it's perfectly defined as a clutch moment. That's what I find amazingly funny about this. You laid it out. In moments, 10 seconds or less, he has the highest field goal percentage. He hit the most shots. He has the most clutch shots, the most game winners in the playoffs. And if you want to go by Herm's lame ass definition, he has the most clutch moments. But again, we have to sit here and slice and dice when it comes to LeBron James to keep Jordan on top. That's why this shit is always funny. We can never just stick to the numbers.
Nigga ain't even mention the player.
Never stick to the numbers. Like you said, if you sit here and say who's the greatest scorer,
come on, y'all, let him finish. Y'all, let him finish.
If you sit here and ask the greatest scorer of
I know,
all
I'm
time,
trying to. I was muting him just like I'm muting you.
They will sit here and say Jordan due to his 30 points per game. They will automatically say that, and you can't argue that, even though LeBron James is the all-time leading scorer. And I can make an argument for LeBron being the greatest scorer of all time. But you can't argue it because he averaged 30 points a game. You see what I'm saying? They want to go by the numbers. You put out the numbers, and now the definition of
Herm, you got a response again? Cook real quick.
I mean, at the end of the day, the nigga ain't saying shit because I'm gonna ask Lamont. Did I bring up any players when I was saying? And did I say at the end a nigga gonna have to do a lot of damn research to try to argue against your point?
No. I don't. That's what I'm saying. I think people kind of jumped on your take before they heard you. I don't think you was killing LeBron or anything. I think they might have jumped on you a little too soon. But what you did say was like I said, you did introduce a new element to the conversation. If we because Flex Sweat just put the definition of clutch on the screen, and let's see if I can find it. There were so many comments that popped up, I missed it. But basically, that definition of clutch basically said just facilitating the game-winning bucket, whether you do it yourself or whether you create that bucket for somebody else. And if that's what clutch is, then
that ain't what I said though. I said it's different variations. Like for instance, I brought up the fact that your team down 15 in the third quarter. Hell, you go on like an 8-0 run at the end of the third. Now you down 7 going to the fourth because you got that momentum and you still steam head the lead in that fourth quarter. That's being clutch as well.
I know, but hold on. I'm gonna let Locker Room go. But you know what the problem with that, Herm, is as fans, we're talking about the casual fan. The casual fan doesn't count that as clutch because the casual fan counts a 15. If you're down 15, most casual fans are going to attribute that comeback to the team, not an individual player, unless you do something like Tracy McGrady did against the Spurs and you score all those points in a few seconds, or Reggie Miller, like what he did against the Knicks. That's really the only way you can attribute a massive comeback like that to as clutch. So. Yeah, go ahead, Locker Room. Go ahead.
Lamont, this is why his show got canceled because the shit he's saying is not making sense. Herm, we're not here to Herm, stop. Herm, stop, please stop, Herm, stop. Herm, stop. Herm, we let you go, Herm. Herm, but we let you go though. We let you go though. Herm, we let you go. Come on, we let you go.
I ain't even arguing against the point.
You was just complaining about niggas interrupting you. We let you go.
You're interrupting, bro.
So this is what I'm saying, Herm. We're not here discussing. Hold on, Herm. We're not. Hold on, Herm. We're not here to discuss.
I'm gonna check you.
Herm, come on, man. We're not here to discuss what Herm thinks is clutch. We don't care about that. Respectfully, Herm. This is not Herm's definition of clutch. Lamont. We're not here to talk about Herm's definition of what clutch is. No, the NBA has a set definition of clutch. That's what we're talking about. So you can say, oh, well, I got more definitions of what I think clutch is, and I think clutch is when you bring a team back at the end of the third quarter.
If he was talking about last second shots, Lamont would have said last second shot in this title.
I already did say last second shots.
Now that you're a title, nigga.
Bro, I can't put all that in my title.
Nah, but I'm just saying, you saying clutch.
Yeah, but hold on, Herm. Did you hear anything that I said when I talked about all of the things, all of the aspects that make LeBron clutch? So I talked about go-ahead shots in the final 5 seconds of a game in the postseason, field goal percentage in the last 2 minutes in a game within 5 points, total game winners, buzzer beaters, efficiency in the final 10 seconds of a game, buzzer beating shots in the playoffs, all around playoff performance, and then consistency and impact. I talked about all of those things. And I said, when you look at a lot of those categories, like when we're talking about efficiency in the clutch, more made shots in the clutch, LeBron just simply beats out a lot of the guys that we claim to be more clutch than him. He beats them out in volume and he beats them out in percentages. That's the problem. That'd be like that honestly would be like me trying to argue with somebody saying that. That would be trying to if I'm not. This is why I would never argue that LeBron's a better scorer than Jordan, because the one argument that I can really never overcome is that, like what the locker room said, or I think somebody else said it, Jordan averages for his career 30 points per game. I'm not going to be able to talk my way out of that. You guys are trying to talk your way out of the numbers. The numbers just support he's better by volume and efficiency. And now you're trying to talk your way out of it.
I don't think that's what he was doing, though. He was literally just saying, he's saying it's more than what people try to say clutch is.
No, but so what I'm saying is, all I'm saying is, if I gave you guys some elements of clutch, if we want to add additional elements of clutch to that, like playmaking, then we can do that. But I fear that if we start adding defense and playmaking into the clutch factor, it's only going to widen the gap with LeBron, Jordan, and Kobe, and anybody that's under him.
But Lamont, but we have to be okay with that, though. Like, now, Michelle Jordan fans might not like that.
No, Jordan fans might not like it, but I'm saying if I'm okay with Herm introducing that, that's why I said it could be counterintuitive to his prop agenda, which means it would ultimately widen the gap with LeBron and everybody else.
But I don't think he came up here with that agenda, though. I think
he did it on accident. He did it on accident, man.
I think y'all going on his rep.
No, I brought up a clutch scenario. I ain't even mentioned the playmaking and all that stuff. I brought up a different scenario to the point where they, like, for instance, like I brought up the team being down 15 late in the third, but you still had to score 8 straight points to end the third. You brought your team down to 7.
Herm, that's called a run, bro. Basketball's a game of runs, bro. That's called a run.
No. But listen, but the playmaking element would not help a score.
Wait, how wouldn't it?
Am I right?
No,
you're not right.
Well, how come I wouldn't?
Because what do you consider playmaking? What is playmaking to you?
What is playmaking? Him passing the ball.
That's not just playmaking.
That is playmaking.
It's a part of playmaking, but it's not the
That's what I'm saying. See, you can have that. That's what I'm saying. The playmaking element would not help a score because his mentality is to score.
Right, but how would a playmaking not help a score if
because that element, the element that Lamont bringing in would not help a score.
No, but George playmaking got to be involved in clutch because at the end of the day, when the best player got defensive corral on them and they able to make the right basketball play to get a guy open look, they get just as much credit as a nigga hitting that open shot. So at the end of the day, that matters too. But what I'm saying, I was just bringing up niggas just simple-minded and basically.
No, so Herm, I want you to. I just want to ask you to do one thing. I'm not asking you to try to recall all of this in your brain, just based on what you can recall. If you add in these additional elements that you're talking about, who do you have as the most clutch player of all time?
I mean, when you put, in my opinion, gonna be different, but.
If we add in playmaking and if we add in defense, so I've already given you the offensive numbers where we know LeBron is at the top if we go off the numbers. If we add in that other element, the one that you say we're missing, playmaking and defense, who's at the top?
Oh my God!
I didn't only, but here's the thing: I didn't only speak of that element though. That's why I
answer the question.
But what I'm saying, I was just basically talk about clutch in general. Nigga, I ain't even focused on any players.
Answer the question.
Nigga, I ain't got to answer shit, locker room. Shut your little.
You see what I'm saying, Lamont? Like he's a troll.
No,
Answer
y'all gotta
the question.
let the nigga finish though, man. Let the nigga complete his thought.
Hold on, let him finish.
But here's the thing, Lamont. I ain't even on that. I was just saying. I was just giving
now he ain't on
niggas to look at the game. I wasn't
No,
on that because I ain't never said.
Herm, I'm not trying to attack Herm. I'm not attacking you whatsoever.
Them niggas
I'm just
attacking me though.
no, what? No, Herm, but Herm, I'm just asking you. Herm, hold on, George. Something's wrong with your mic, George. Something's wrong with your mic, George. That's why I keep muting you. So, Herm, I'm just asking you. You added another element of clutch in that I actually appreciate. So I'm saying I'm not asking you to recall everything, but just based on what you can recall about the game of NBA basketball, with the information that I've already given you about the offensive numbers, about the scoring wise in the clutch. We know that LeBron's in the clutch. If we add in the elements that you introduced to playmaking and the defense, which you said can also be clutch, who's the most clutch player of all time?
I mean, in my opinion, gonna be different from what guys are using to prove their point.
Just say who.
Jordan is the clutchest player to me that
Okay.
I've seen.
All I'm asking you is, if I presented the numbers that say LeBron is scoring wise the most clutch player, what elements, when we talk about defense and playmaking, did Jordan utilize in the clutch that made him usurp LeBron?
Well, you got the moment game 6 in Utah when we know Scottie was a shell of himself. If the Bulls probably would have lost that game 6, they would have lost the championship because Scottie probably wouldn't be able to play. Hey, he got that steal on Karl Malone. That's a clutch moment. Then he had the shot in the same game. The win the game, had the game when the shot within the same game. I mean, shit, they didn't call the motherfucker. It didn't matter. But it's other moments. The shit that he did against the Cleveland Cavaliers in the 80s and 90s. Then,
like what?
I mean, it's different.
But like what though?
I can allude to. I mean,
the clutch shot on Elo.
That's
what he's talking about.
No, hold on. So you're kind of all over the place. So
I mean, I'm all over the place.
No, Herm.
Herm,
hold on 1 second, Herm. So Herm, this is what we know. So this is what I said. I said, if one thing that we know, if with the basketball in their hands, LeBron James has the most made clutch baskets and he has the highest field goal percentage. So Jordan can't pass LeBron up there. The numbers are what they are. You added a new element in. You added a new element in, which is defense and playmaking, which I like. So that means in those two categories, Jordan would have to usurp LeBron in defense and playmaking in the clutch to make him more clutch than LeBron. And I'm just saying, you said against the Cavs, what clutch playmaking or defensive moments do you remember that just stood out so much that you would say, damn, that was a great play Jordan made to keep them in the game, or that was a great defensive play?
During the time, I'll give you a sequence. During the time out of one of those series in the finals, he already told Steve Kerr, look, I'm going to give you the ball. If they do this, if the defense do this, be ready for the shot.
He played the Cavs in the finals?
Nigga, I ain't talking about the Cavs, nigga. I'm talking about.
Hold on. You said during the timeout, Jordan said what?
He already told Steve Kerr how
that was against the Suns.
Against the Suns in the finals.
Hold on, Steve Kerr was on the Bulls against the Suns?
Nigga, it was Utah, nigga. It was Utah the first time in 97.
That was against the Suns.
So Jordan vocalized to Steve Kerr that you're going to be open, and that was clutch.
And he basically made the play, passed the ball to Kerr.
But wait.
Nigga, that was instrumental in the finals. I don't give a scenario, but y'all trying to build them up. But
no.
You're trying to get some shit started, and I ain't.
We don't want to hear the facilitating.
That's the sad.
Hold on. Y'all the same niggas that killed Bron for passing the ball. Like, so now we go on champion Jordan for. Hey,
I didn't say that.
Nah. Hold on. Hold on, Herm. So we've had to hear. Hold on, Herm. And this might not even be to you, bro. We've had to hear that Ray Allen saved Bron's career. We've had to hear that Kyrie Irving saved Bron's career. We've had to hear so many people, right? But you niggas will champion Paxson or Kerr making a shot because Jordan deflected to them.
But they were double teaming them.
Wait, no. Because even when LeBron has been double teamed and made the right pass, hold on.
They
Even
didn't
when
double
LeBron
team
has
him.
been double
They
teamed and
didn't
made the
double
right
team him. Don't
pass,
lie. They
you
didn't double
niggas
team him.
still expected him to shoot the ball.
But they didn't double team him.
They double team LeBron almost every time late game.
Come
But
on,
you got
bro. Come on, bro. Go
This is
back. Go
crazy.
back. Watch the game. They did not double team him when
okay,
he passed
George.
the ball.
George, what game? Hold on, George. What? Hold on, George. What game do you want me to pull up where they didn't double
The
team
Miami.
LeBron?
The Miami game.
Again, Miami versus who?
Against the Spurs.
Okay, what game?
The last when Ray Allen hit the shot.
Okay, that was
They
a
did
loose
not double team
ball.
LeBron.
That was a loose ball, man.
Hold
Get
on,
out
hold
of
on,
here.
hold on.
They did not when LeBron took that shot and old boy tipped it to Ray Allen. They did not double team LeBron.
George, hold on. How many points?
That's what Lamont just said. That's what Lamont just said.
Hold on,
They
yeah.
did not double team LeBron when he took the.
No, hold on, George. Yeah, you're right. They didn't double team LeBron, and you like you just said, he shot the ball. He just missed the shot. It's like, so what are you talking about? So when they didn't double team him, George, he shoots the ball. He shot the damn ball. What are you talking about? That's the whole point that we make.
Lamont,
how is that a fourth quarter?
George don't care about that. George,
Niggas niggas will never say that Ray Allen only got to that point because Bron had put the team on his back.
Wait a minute, bro. But wait a minute. Didn't Lamont just say, "Now he muted me"? See what I'm saying?
You're not muted.
Did Lamont just say they double teamed him every time he came down the court? Then he say, "What game?" I said against the Spurs.
I said if you don't double team LeBron, he's smart enough to know he's gonna take the shot. Like that's what we've seen. If you don't double him, he's gonna find a way to get the shot off. When we saw that, this is why he has so many game winners, George. This is why he has so many. So, but what we've seen is we've seen multiple times when teams commit 2 and 3 defenders to him. Hold on a second, George. Hold on 1 second, George. I'm gonna let you get your take off. But what we've seen is we've seen times when LeBron has drove, 3 people have collapsed. We've seen him kick it to a wide open Danny Green. And we've seen Danny Green miss that shot. And we've seen people kill LeBron for passing it out of a triple team
2020 finals
to a wide open player. And so this is where he can't win or lose. When he makes the right play. And this is why I didn't want to introduce the element of playmaking, because even when he does playmaking, makes the right play, y'all say he's scared to take the shot. And then when I tell you all his numbers support that he takes the shot more, not just more so than Jordan and those guys, but he has a higher volume and he has a higher percentage in those moments, then y'all get mad there and try to discredit that. So it's like there's no winning for losing. Y'all want to introduce playmaking. Then when we introduce LeBron's playmaking and show you how he makes the right play, then you say he's scared of the moment. So which is it? Which how do you want to argue this? That's why I didn't want to bring in playmaking. How you want to argue? Because if we had him playmaking, we know the argument's not close.
Can I please can I go? Can I go?
Go ahead, George. Go ahead.
Okay. I have seen LeBron against the Raptors. That was one. Against the Bulls.
He dominated the Raptors. He dominated the Bulls.
You won't let me go. That's what I'm saying.
But why would you tell us about 2 teams that he completely dominated?
I seen him make clutch shots. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
You won't let me go. Against the Raptors, against the Bulls, against the Celtics. I have seen him do this. But all this other stuff as far as stats, what I'm saying is I don't believe in stats because stats don't win championships.
Come on, Lamont, what is this, man?
That's what I'm saying.
Like, come on, Lamont.
You guys keep bringing up stats. You keep bringing up stats to elevate this guy. Why do you guys keep doing this?
Listen, bro.
This is crazy, man. The man is a great player, but why do you guys keep doing this? You're just like him. It's something in your mind that you got to elevate this guy over these other 2 players because the people are not letting you do it. That's why you keep doing it.
Okay, hold on.
Why do you keep doing it?
Hold on, George. I'm gonna let locker room go. George, one question. Without mentioning any stats, without mentioning anything to do with any particular stat, tell us why Jordan is the GOAT.
Jordan is the GOAT because Jordan was the greatest basketball player in the NBA so far today.
How do we know that?
Because of his play.
What about his play? What about
because of what people saw?
What
people witnessed.
I didn't witness it. But George, hold on, George. Hold on, George. Hold on, y'all. Hold on, George. Remember, remember, I'm an alien from outer space. I didn't witness anything. Can you tell me why Jordan is the GOAT without mentioning the stat?
Huh?
So I want you to explain to me, because remember, you said you're not supposed to use stats and stats are meaningless. So tell me why Jordan is the GOAT without mentioning the stat.
Because of what people saw with their own eyes, where people witnessed his greatness on the court.
How can I trust you? George, how can I trust you?
Go back and watch film.
No, but I don't have access to it. You got to explain it.
No. Okay, Lamar, I'm done. You said you don't have access to it.
George, I'm an alien from another planet.
You can't be an alien from another planet because I can see you. You're a human being.
Let me respond to him after locker room.
You see what I'm saying?
No, so George,
that's why you guys keep arguing this point.
So George, George, it just makes no sense.
May I go, please?
I'm gonna let locker room go, and then I'm gonna go to you next. So all I'm saying, George, is it just makes no sense for you to sit here and act like stats don't matter.
That's why you guys keep arguing the point.
When every player in NBA history that's been labeled as the GOAT has some type of statistical measure that helped give them that label.
Okay, but why do you guys keep arguing the point?
No, we're not arguing the point. What I'm saying is you try to say these stats don't matter, but stats are what make you who you are as a player.
Why do you keep arguing the same point over and over? You keep bringing up Kobe. And
all right, locker room, go ahead, man.
Can I go, Lamont?
It's on locker room. Hold on. I told locker room I was gonna let him cook next. So
Lamont, this was the level of delusion I was talking about when I made my original statement, Lamont.
Hold on. It's on locker room. Go ahead, locker room.
Lamont, the dude said on the panel and he said that he don't look at the stats. The stats don't matter. Bro, nobody made the stats up. Like, the stats are recorded events of what actually happened. So you can't just disregard the stats because it happened, bro. Nobody's making this up. Nobody's like sitting behind a computer and boosting LeBron's stats to make LeBron, be better than these other guys. This is actually what happened. So you can't disregard the stats, bro. That's all I'm saying.
All right, go ahead. Who had next on that?
Hey, let me get out to him, Lamont.
Go ahead.
Line. Nah, I'm just gonna say like they want us to like not look at the stats, right? The stats literally tells you how many times a person did something. So they can bring up stats, right? When we talk about Jordan getting smacked around by Larry Bird, but he scored 63. He scored 63. They love the stats then, right? They love the stats when they talk about how many times he scored 50 and 40. They love the stats then, but then when we start to show the stats that show that, well, no, LeBron actually fucking up y'all favorites. Then, we don't want to talk the numbers. Then they want to say, well, it's longevity. Longevity is not an insult, right? Because longevity shows that you did something at a high level longer than anyone else. So if you did something at a high level longer than anyone else, how can we say anyone else is better than you? Because they would have done it. We saw Jordan quit twice. We saw this. We saw that, like you say you saw shit. We saw it too. We saw a nigga quit twice. We saw him go and try to play baseball. We saw this.
That was his first love.
Now was his first love. Now we romanticize niggas quitting. And let's get on Kobe real quick. Kobe, y'all tell us this Mamba mentality shit, but nobody wants to talk about a nigga blowing a 3-1 lead and quitting in a game 7. Y'all tell us.
You know why?
No. Hold on, but rebranding. Hold on 1 second, rebranding. See, this is the thing. See, and that's the trap. See, when we start talking basketball, that's the little trap that people like George can get you to fall into, because then you get to talking about Kobe and Jordan's moments, which even if you talk about Kobe and Jordan's low moments, those moments don't define them as players, just like LeBron's low moments don't define him as the biggest
trap setter ever.
What are you talking about, George?
Your narrative changed.
Oh my God, bro! I'm saying something that actually helps you, George. Yeah. What are you talking about?
I think bro got the comprehension of a eraser.
So all I'm saying is that, like, getting on Kobe's moments, Kobe. Like, the point of that is all players lose, and Kobe's down moments don't stop him from being a great player. Jordan's down moments don't stop him from being a great player. They
tell us that they also say that clutch is winning the big game, competing at a high level. Well, LeBron made it to the highest level more than your favorites. And then they'll tell us that, oh, well, making it to 10 finals isn't hard. Right? But all the NBA players are telling us, no, that was a hell of a feat. But you rather us listen to you niggas who never picked up a basketball. But the NBA players are saying that, no, that was hard as shit.
And I'm gonna say, and let me add that. Let me add to that too, Lamont, because they said the East was weak. Remember, that was the logic for when Bron was dominating the East, and he went to 8 straight finals in the Eastern Conference. They said the East was weak, but Lamont, he's been going almost 6 years now. Why haven't we seen any? Why haven't we seen Giannis dominate the East like LeBron did? Who's in Giannis's way? Why has Joel Embiid never been out the second round? Why didn't the KD, Kyrie, James Harden, Brooklyn Nets never get out the second round?
Locker room, because it was Bron's strength that made the West look weak. Like, that's all it was. It was Bron. They don't want to admit that it was Bron that made it.
Lamar, let me go next.
Go ahead, Sturdy. Cook, man.
Go ahead, Sturdy. Salute everybody. To be honest with you, Lamar, I'm surprised they cut Herm off, because what Herm was saying before like the last part, he was actually speaking facts. Yet, you was right, Lamar, in terms of just a scoring aspect. A lot of people know the clutch stat by the NBA, that term was being tracked since 1997, 1998. So we don't have the tracking stats isn't there for players who played past that year. So since that stat, LeBron is the number one guy in that stat, period. Number two, and we just going by the close, but what Herm said is 100% right. Clutch isn't just that scenario. Even if you do look up the word clutch scenario in NBA.com, that's still not an accurate depiction of what clutch is. Clutch is what you do in the most pivotal moments of a series or a game. That's clutch. That could be playmaking, that could be defense, that could be scoring. Now, to your point, Lamont, the only way to compare that to guys pre-1997 is to simply watch the games, because the tracking stats aren't there. But even with that, though, Lamont, and even with the information, he's still, in my opinion, LeBron in the modern era is arguably the most clutch player and all-time top 3 all-time most clutch player of all time. It's just that simple. Every metric you want to use, he shows up in. From game 7s, he's up there in production and efficiency. When it comes to elimination games, I believe he's averaging 33, 9, and 8 on good efficiency. When you look at his career, especially majority of his prime, his production as the series goes on actually increases. So that means he's figuring out his opposing teams and figuring out the defensive coverages and offensive sets and getting better. So I do agree with Herm in terms of identifying who's the most clutch player. You do need to look at just the scoring aspect of it, or just one last 2 minutes within last 5 points. Last thing too, I would end this too. What LeBron is doing in year 21, being the oldest player in the league, being technically the most clutch player now, is beyond impressive. The closest thing we got to seeing that level of performance at a guy with that much mileage and that age was Kareem. Kareem at 38 was still the closer of the Los Angeles Lakers, even though Magic Johnson was still the best player and it was up and down offense. But as you saw in those playoffs and you saw in the finals, they still resorted to him to close out games. And to me, the main difference between what LeBron is doing and what Kareem doing back then is the minutes and production. Is that simple? Like, at the end of the day, LeBron still asked to be the best player on his team. LeBron still asked to be the best offensive player for his team. So for him to even lead the league in clutch field goal percentage and field goals made is beyond impressive. We talking about the oldest guy in the league. We never said that about any guy ever who's doing this. And that's my biggest comment. And that's my tip.
There you go. George, why did you say it's not impressive?
Not to me.
But why?
It's just not.
Okay.
But I'm trying to figure out what is LeBron chasing?
Okay, so why is it not impressive? Do you why is it not impressive to you, but it's impressive to a lot of other people, including
That's just my opinion. That's just my opinion. It's not impressive. I'm trying to figure out what is he chasing. If you all say he's the greatest at this, he's the greatest at that, he's the oldest player to do this, it's fantastic. He's this, he's the king. What is he chasing?
So you don't know. So what do NBA players play for? We would assume either money or championships. LeBron James is a billionaire, so we would assume he's playing for a championship, right?
Mm-hmm. So in his
So what's wrong with him
mind,
playing for
oh
championship?
wait. So in his mind,
Yeah.
that we're assuming we don't know. We're assuming he's chasing another championship because he think he's not above somebody.
So is that why guys chase championships?
Like what?
I'm just saying.
No.
I said now we're just thinking. I'm just assuming.
So
we don't know if it's for real.
So you saying Jokic won the championship last year, so he can get ranked higher on somebody's all-time list?
I don't know what Jokic. I'm not thinking about Jokic. I'm thinking about LeBron.
Okay, so why somebody wins a championship? Why they want to win? Why do you care?
Because of a statement he made in Miami when he said,
why do you care?
Because of a statement he made in Miami when he said, "Give me my respect."
Okay, but why do you care why he wants to win, George? Like, we only watch to see people play competitive basketball, and we want to see these guys win.
You think that's competitive?
So why do you
the
care?
NBA is trash right now.
Why do you care about his motivation to win championships?
I just want to know why the man is still playing at his age.
To win championships.
I understand that.
You do realize Michael Jordan played older. He was playing in the league older than what LeBron is right now.
Michael Jordan plays to build up the Washington Wizards because he had stake in them.
Jordan didn't say that.
That was a money decision.
But Jordan didn't say that.
So
I know he didn't. He's not going to say that publicly.
Okay, but Jordan said he was trying to win a championship.
It's okay for Jordan to play into his 40s, but it's not okay.
Michael, you come on, man. Let's not be an idiot. That was a money move.
So that's okay. Playing for a money move is okay to you, but LeBron playing at 38 is not okay.
We asked the question is like Lamont just said, he's already a billionaire. Lamont says he's chasing the championship. Am I correct?
Well, yeah, that's what
George, are you delusional?
No, I'm asking the question. Didn't Lamont just say that?
Yeah, he said that.
So
did you just really sit here and say it's not impressive? The oldest dude in the league to be the most clutch player in the league, number one in clutch points and clutch. That's not impressive
to me.
Lamont,
he's the oldest dude in the league.
He's got to go, Lamont.
He's the oldest dude in the league, and he's doing clutch. What?
He's the oldest dude in the league, and he's leading the league in fourth quarter scoring. How is that not impressive?
In fourth quarter, okay, this is like 1 week into the league, and you're impressed.
Because
let's see after Christmas is that still going on?
Impressed. He's 38.
That's
I'm definitely impressed. When a 38-year-old is still averaging over 30 minutes a game, still giving you 25, 7-7, and can lead the league in the fourth quarter in the first week of the season. Absolutely. When you have players like Giannis, Jokic,
because I'm not a fanboy. No, I'm not impressed.
SGA,
No,
Fox, KD.
I'm not a fanboy. No, I'm not impressed.
You're not a fanboy.
So hold on, George. George, what impresses you? If none of these players impress you, that LeBron is playing against, what impresses
you? Clown, man.
Then
what impresses you?
Nothing impresses me. Like I said, the league is trash. Just like right now, the league is trying to wait, bro. Shut up and let me talk. Just like right now, the NBA is trying to steal March Madness with this in-play tournament. That's March Madness. Y'all guys don't recognize that?
Lamont, you funny, man. You a funny dude, Lamont.
Y'all can't see that? That is March Madness.
Funny, man.
You guys can't see that? That is March Madness.
George, you're all over the place, George. Now you're talking about the play-in tournament. You just mad at everything. All right, just stick to one topipic, right? You just don't like nothing.
It's entertaining, but it's not. It's not all that.
All right. So when was the NBA all that?
I would say.
I'm assuming when you were youthful.
No, not when I was youthful. I say after when they start changing the rules.
In the 90s?
When they start changing the rules and they start playing more international basketball.
No, I said the 2010s.
Who did they change the rules for again?
I said when they start playing more like international basketball.
Right. Who did they change the rules for?
What are you saying, sir?
I asked you a very simple question.
I said when they start playing more like international basketball.
No, not that question.
After the Warriors won, everybody tried to be like the Warriors. Nobody tried to beat the Warriors. They wanted to be like the Warriors.
That's cap.
Okay, hold on. So when they changed the rules in the 90s and they took out hand checking?
No, not when all that. When they started playing more
What about
international style basketball.
hold on. What about when they pushed the 3-point line in to try to
I'm
get the
not
guys
talking
to
about
shoot more
that,
threes?
Lamont.
Hold on. No, I'm just asking you. What when they wanted to speed up the game, have more higher scoring games, they pushed the 3-point line in the 90s. They were even bringing more international players in. Drazen Petrovic, Arvidas Sabonis. All these guys started coming over. So you saw more international flavor into the game. The Vlade Divac, the flopping and all that. So is that when you had got a disdain when Jordan was playing?
No.
Okay, so what rule changes you talking about?
When they what did they do? When they started they brought in the what was that? What was that rule they brought in? They stopped calling the 3-second rule.
No.
What was that? Hold on, I'm trying to think of the rule they brought in that they changed the game that made the game more easier to play, more offensively.
You're talking about the freedom of movement.
What was the rule they did? It's gonna come to me later on. I can't think of it right now.
Man,
I
what's
can't think
going
of it right
on,
now.
man? You gotta boot him, man. You gotta go, Lamont. You gotta go, man.
You know what the
Can I
rule I'm
get
trying
my
to think
second
of?
takeoff, bro?
When they made the game more offensively.
Hold on, George. What the Adam Silver rule? The Adam Silver rule?
No, it's not the Adam Silver rule. You go get me with
know,
that.
Lamont. He don't know, man. He don't know. He can't tell you when the league was good, man. He don't know.
You said when the rule changes, because I remember they started making a ton of rule changes in the 90s.
Yeah.
Flagrant foul rule.
Not that rule, no.
Draft expansion, draft compensation, move the 3-point line in.
Not that one, Lamont. You're going too far back.
Then they reinforced the hand checking rule.
You're going too far back. They still do hand checking right now.
Okay. I mean, I just don't know what rule you're talking about.
It'll come to me. I just can't think of it right now. It'll come.
Okay.
But like I said, when the Warriors won, everybody tried to be like the Warriors, but nobody tried to beat the Warriors.
Salute to everybody. Can I ask this guy a question right fast?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Please. When they changed to the no Jordan rule, you didn't have a problem with the game. When they changed the Broccoli rule of backing down, you didn't have a problem with the game. When they changed the rule for Dennis Rodman defensively, you didn't have a problem with the game. But now all of a sudden you're crying. Why?
What's because the game is soft.
What makes you soft, George?
No, notice the rule I just said when it came to Dennis Rodman, my G. I'm in my 50s. So I got some seasoning on me myself. Okay. So the question I'm asking you, you did not cry with Nick when they did the
I'm not
Dennis
crying. I'm just making
Rodman.
a statement.
Well, let me
So
make
stop
my
saying I'm
statement.
crying.
Are we good?
No,
You good.
you're crying, but and that's fine. I'll give you some pablum in a minute. But when they changed the rule for Dennis Rodman and it hurt the defense, you did not cry. When they changed it with Barkley, because remember, Barkley used to back down for damn near 7 to 8 seconds of the shot clock. That's why they changed the back down rule, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then with Jordan, it was that you could not touch him. So that opens it up for who? The offensive side, because it actually helped more players than just Jordan. But even if you touched them with your fingernail, you was called for a foul. So that helped the offense. So you didn't cry then. So why are you crying now? Is my overall question. Because you're saying it makes the game more easier for the offense, correct? I have no qualms with that premise. But if you're gonna cry about it now, you had to cry in the beginning because that was the domino effect of the Jordan rule.
So you saying that they changed the rule when the Jordan rules when Detroit, but you saying when the league changed it just for Mike, it affected the whole league.
Yes, it was a domino effect.
That's not a true statement.
Oh my
That is
freaking
true
god,
though.
So Jordan didn't go to the league. Jerry Krause and the Bulls organization didn't go to the league about the rough play of the Detroit Pistons, and they ain't changed the rules to get the
That was for
flagrant
that.
The
fouls calls
only
put in. Are you
the,
sitting here
the,
saying
the
that?
only the only
That's,
rule that they changed was they put a flagrant foul on over aggressive play.
For
That's it.
who?
But
For who?
okay, let's put it like this. Let's put it like this. Michael Jordan cried to the NBA, and they made rule changes just for Jordan. The rule, okay. Now the rule change was if you play over aggressive foul, it's a flagrant foul where the guy goes to the free throw line, shoots his 2 shots, and he gets the ball back. That's it. That didn't
no,
change. That didn't change the physicality of the NBA. That didn't
no,
change
that
how deep. Go
It
my
ahead.
did
my
change the
G.
size.
That's not what I'm pointing out. What what
what are
what
you pointing out?
what I'm literally pointing out is okay. Boston was actually worse than Detroit if y'all
Sure
really want to be
was.
technical. N- Everybody complained about Boston, but because they was the Snow Kings team, that the NBA didn't change a mumbling word.
Sure
Soon as
didn't.
Detroit it got theirs and it was more brothers on the team,
That's what make your
oh,
statement not
oh,
true.
we have to change the
Okay.
whole situation. That is what the NBA
Okay.
did. Now,
Okay.
and if you follow actually what they along that timeline, I should say, when it comes to Jordan, Jordan used to people up on defense.
On offense
It it,
too.
it, it wasn't even no.
He used to
Listen
elbow
to
people. That's a
listen
lie.
to listen to exactly what I'm saying, Doc. He used to people up on defense. The defense he played was actually football, but
Okay.
they was not calling fouls on him. But let somebody brush a fingernail up against him, and you was called for a foul.
Jo- the Bulls, Jordan, and nobody on the Bulls was labeled no goon. Maybe Bill
Cut
Cartwright.
right.
That's as close as it get.
Nah,
I don't
no,
really
Horace
I don't
Grant.
agree with no. I don't agree with Jordan playing a physical style of defense. He did everything
Mm,
within the rule book. He hand checked. He bodied people, but that's the physicality of the NBA back then. The rule changes
no,
didn't
bro.
change no physicality of the NBA. It didn't stop Carl Malone from
Physicality.
elbowing people. It didn't stop Reggie Miller
Okay,
from kicking his leg out and pushing people off
It
on,
sure didn't
I'm
stop
on
the
the
I'm
Knicks
I'm,
screen.
either.
I'm
It
It didn't
no,
changed.
wait,
stop the
wait, wait,
Knicks either.
and I'm glad you brought up something. So yes, point that out.
So your statement not
Jordan,
true.
yes, it is true because Pippen was actually called for more fouls than Jordan, and Jordan used to f people up even more,
It
bro.
didn't stop the Milwaukee
If you
Bucks. It didn't
Oh,
watch the
stop none of
game,
them.
if you
oh,
watch the
okay,
game,
It didn't stop the Pacers.
correct,
bruh,
correct.
It
So
didn't.
when
It
you're
didn't stop
talking.
none
correct,
of
so
them.
when
Ho, hold on, my G. The OG, OG to OG.
It
You're
didn't stop the
talking,
Charlotte
but you're
Hornets. It
trolling.
didn't stop
But
Grandmama. It didn't stop
OG,
none of them.
OG, you're trolling, but you're not coming with facts, and that's the preference that Lamont and them are making with you. I'm actually giving you facts, and you're going against it, but you're saying no. But then you can't give the facts on what. To even dispute it. When it comes to
bro,
Pippen, that got called for more fouls than Jordan. Pippen actually was played less football type defense, actually played defense, and actually got more fouls than Michael Jordan, and he used to f people up. So you're saying, and for the my other brother who saying he disagree, prove it in the numbers.
If we go back to the numbers,
The Chicago listen, the Chicago Bulls, other than Bill Cartwright and Dennis Rodman, the Bulls were a finesse defense. Pippen
Yeah,
was a
lie.
finesse defender.
Horace Grant, the
Th-
Wisdom boys, the William
Oh
boys.
my god. Oh
That
my
that
god.
that that were
Listen,
not
listen.
related.
The point is that even when they changed the rules for Michael, let's just put it out there. They changed the rules for Michael Jordan. He begged them, right? It did not take away the physicality of the NBA. they were still bad boys. It was still the Knicks. It was still the Heat. It was still the Pacers. Karl Malone was throwing elbows. Reggie
That's
Miller was
not what I pointed out,
pushing people
and that's
pushing
why I'm
people off.
stopping you, my G. Hold on. That's why that's the main reason why I'm stopping you. I said it was a domino effect because I just asked OG. You did not complain at the beginning of the rules. This like when certain laws happen in our
Because it
city,
didn't
right?
change the
No,
game.
it did because that's why now you can't even impede nobody on the offense now.
Lamont,
It's a
if it
domino
didn't,
effect from
if it
back
didn't stop
then
your
that comes
trailblazers.
to now.
Sir, when these rule changes happen, this is in 1990. That didn't affect the 90s. It
I'm
didn't
talking about
affect
it
the
effect
two
now, my
it
dude.
it exactly. You're talking about a
Hey,
domino effect.
hold on, y'all. We done got way off topic. Now we talking
Yeah.
about the '90s and we talking about the Bulls, and this is where George led us. Like a lot of people like to turn this conversation into Jordan because a lot of people think that this clutch conversation is aimed at saying Jordan isn't the GOAT. I mean, it is not. You know, can it
You
be
just can't
used?
go against stats though,
Can
Lamont.
it be used in a GOAT conversation? Yes, because one of the narratives that you guys like to push is that Jordan is clutch. Well, now the stats show that LeBron is more clutch, and unfortunately, and that's something you got to navigate and deal with in a GOAT debate somewhere else. But we're not having a GOAT debate right now. We're talking about just clutch.
Okay.
And I just like the main reason I brought it up is because when I look at the comments, when I post these stats about LeBron being clutch, I just hear all the people with the excuses who don't want to accept the stats. You know, people talking about what's the percentage, who came up with this formula, what did they define as clutch? It's just like now all of a sudden when the numbers don't favor Jordan or LeBron, everybody wants to know how they formulated this number. It has to
But
be
you
some
can't go against numbers,
Because they didn't
and
see
that's the
it.
overall problem.
They didn't actually see it.
but we have seen LeBron being clutch.
Okay.
We just saw it the other night against the Clippers. That was just one example.
That was garbage.
Why was it
Garbage?
See, downplay whatever this young man do.
See how he gets mad?
But your guy is God.
So
right?
But the thing is, Lamont, about these stats, when in any other
Lamont,
stats,
this is what I'm
it
talking
doesn't
about,
prove
bro.
that you're the best at that category.
Numbers
It
stand
honestly
for
doesn't.
themselves. Think of what you just said, bro. You sat here and said that he was clutch against the Clippers. George said garbage. How? He literally led his team to a win.
Yes, he did.
Again,
Hold on, Mike.
this is
That's a
trash.
point.
This isn't
He
about the
did.
numbers for you, George.
Hold on,
You
George
don't
and
I said he
George.
did.
Hold on 1 second, y'all. Hold on, Twin and George. Mike Def was talking. Y'all cut him off. If the numbers, and I liked where he was going with it. You can be good. Your numbers can be better than somebody, but you're still not better than them at something. So if the numbers don't represent LeBron being the best clutch player, then how would you explain somebody else being a better clutch player?
I think Michael Jordan is the most clutch player all time. And the thing that he has over LeBron and everybody is his finals clutchness. We think that we just say 6-0 and this, that, and the third. How many game-winning shots did Michael Jordan hit in the finals? How many shots did he hit to send the game into overtime? You know, Kyrie hit that shot, not LeBron. Ray Allen hit that shot, not LeBron. I mean, he did have that game 7 where he hit the clutch shot versus San Antonio to put him up 4. I give him that. But for the most part, when it comes to finals, when it comes to championships and the clutchness, Jordan has that over everybody. And he has the numbers in the regular season and playoffs to back.
Was that a rhetorical
back
question,
it up.
Mike?
Yeah,
Was that a
go
rhetorical
ahead.
question? Okay, so those
What's that?
those things that you just said, Mike Def, he has one of those. Those game buzzers in the finals, he only has one of those. Those shots that put him in overtime, Jordan has one of those in the finals, bro.
You're tripping. So in the 97,
I'm being real with you. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
I'm gonna break it down.
But Mike Def, what you about to break down to me?
Hold on, you lied.
Mike Def, hold on. What you about to break? What you're I'm about to what you're about to break down to me is a clutch scenario, and that's the whole title of this video. what is clutch and who is the most clutch. Well, I'm saying what you just did was limiting even to Jordan by saying game-winning buzzer beaters or shots that put in overtime. Bro, the Bulls didn't even go to overtime for that many games in the finals in the first place, bro.
So didn't.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. He only has those type of shots. That at least the way you said it. That's literally he only has one of those the way you just said it. That's what I'm trying to inform you, bro.
And I only
in the
remember like
90s.
4 of those.
But it's not.
Okay.
He's
The
trying
point
to
is
get it down to only do this for the finals. That's not just clutch. It's not just the finals.
What's a bigger
We have
stage?
to twist.
I'm not twisting nothing. The facts are in the numbers show that Michael Jordan is the most clutch.
Okay,
the most clutch player in the finals. Let me respond to Sturdy.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on. We gotta progress along somewhere. We're not saying nothing to MacDef to make him progress along. He brought up that Jordan has better finals clutch numbers. What are the finals clutch numbers?
Thank you. Somebody put it in the 97 playoffs versus Utah.
No. Just tell me the numbers.
I don't have the full numbers of him in the finals as far as clutch numbers like you do with LeBron. I don't have the stats.
No, so hold on. So you said because remember you said the only thing for you that matters or the one category that puts Jordan over LeBron for you is what they do in the finals in the clutch. So what is Jordan's clutch numbers in the finals versus LeBron's clutch numbers in the finals? And the only reason I'm asking you this is because you have to notice if you're making a decision based on this. So if you don't know it, it sounds like you just saying it because you feel it, but then you're not saying it because you actually know the information to support it.
Okay, the information is that LeBron's never hit a buzzer beater in the NBA finals. Is that facts or fiction?
Jordan hasn't hit a buzzer beater.
Okay, stop right there.
Game winners and buzzer beaters are two different things.
In the 97 finals, game 1 versus Utah, he hit a buzzer beater to win the game. After Karl Malone missed his 2 free throws and the game was still tied versus Brian Russell. That's a buzzer beater. In that same series, game 5, when he was sick, he hit a game-winning shot when they were tied.
Game winning and buzzer beaters are two different things.
Sir, but we're talking about clutch shots. LeBron didn't make 588 buzzer beaters. We're talking about clutch shots, sir. So when we talk about clutch shots,
you're trying to manipulate the stats right now.
So is Lamar.
I'm not. What are you talking about? I'm not manipulating anything. If I said a nigga hit a game-winning shot in game 1 of the NBA Finals in '97, you can
hold on, MacDef. You got to pick a category and stick to it. I don't need you to tell me each shot Jordan hit. I just need you to give me how many he made in the finals and how many he missed. Just give me the okay. So the thing is,
but I'm manipulating stats.
No, what I'm saying is you don't know any of these stats. You're trying to come up with them on the fly, and then you're trying to tell us. Then you're trying to tell us that you're using this as a basis for how you're determining who's the more clutch player when you don't even know the information.
Sir, you have the stats. You have the stats of LeBron, and where it says he hit the most clutch shots.
No. You specifically, I have.
I don't have that.
I have Jordan and LeBron's postseason go ahead shots in the final 5 seconds of the postseason. That's not just final. You said because remember what Jordan fans like to do is they like to seclude pieces of the playoffs. Like the finals, separate it from everything else and say we're only taking these numbers from these secluded games, and these numbers from these secluded games make you the best at something. And so what you've done is you eliminated any round leading up to the playoffs. You said only the finals matter here, and you don't even know the numbers to support it.
Sir, can I raise my hand?
What's wrong with that?
I'm asking you
there's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong with
all I'm asking you is
I just want to have a chance to respond. That's all.
No, the response should be like I didn't come up here like I said. I didn't just come up here and say I didn't come up here and just say LeBron's more clutch than Jordan and had nothing to support it. You keep saying you're using finals clutch numbers, and you don't have the finals clutch numbers for either player. You're just trying to recall it in your brain on the fly, which none of us can recall every moment in our brain on the fly.
But I can.
So when you sit here and say LeBron doesn't have
6 finals.
Okay, so
okay, Lamont.
So let me respond. Hold on,
even
bro.
more of the reason. So if it's only 6 finals, so the fact that you said it's only 6 finals, it's even more of a reason to question why are you using such a small sample size to put a label on a player if it's only just 6 playoff series when both of these guys played a ton of years and a ton of games in the playoffs.
Yes.
Are you done? Can I respond? Is it cool?
Why are you using such a small piece of their playoff career?
The reason I am is because regular season they both have clutch numbers and game winning buzzer beaters. Hold on, let me finish.
Let me finish. Regular season and postseason.
Correct.
Hold on. If you just take regular season, LeBron's clutch numbers are better than Jordan's. If you take postseason, LeBron's James's numbers are better than Jordan's. So what you've done is now you said bump regular season, bump the first, second, and third round of the playoffs. You said we're just taking it straight to the finals, and you said in the finals, I think Jordan has better clutch numbers.
No, he does. Let me finish my statement.
What are the numbers?
In the regular season, they both have clutch points and game-winning shots. In the regular season, they both have that. Yes, LeBron has more, but they both have that. In the postseason, they both have game-winning shots, clutch shots. They both have that. Where they separate, where they don't have both have it, is in the NBA Finals. And when it comes to that stage, with championships on the line, Jordan not only has more, but he is the very best all time at that.
You just on a diatribe. So tell me how many buzzer beaters you saw LeBron James miss in the finals.
I don't know.
So remember, because you're talking about game-winning shots. How many buzzer beaters?
The only one I could think of is game 1 and game 2 of the 2015 NBA Finals. I think he missed both of them, and they went into over. No, he did miss it. He went for a shot versus Iguodala, missed it, goes into overtime, and then he went for a driving layup.
Okay, how many has Jordan missed?
The game goes into overtime.
How many has Jordan missed?
The game goes into overtime. Again, Lamont, I don't have the stats. You want me to fight you with stats, and what I'm simply
how much? See, this is so illogical. You keep bringing up stats to say Jordan made these shots, and then when I ask you for the stats, you get mad and say I'm talking about stats. You're using stats to help Jordan. Then when I ask you about the stats, you say I don't have the stats, and then you run from the stats. So again, you either just stand on the fact that you feel
you can't win this argument because you know it's true.
Bro, how can you? Okay, MacDef, you're on mute until you actually produce these stats. Because remember, you said these stats in the finals are the foundation to you seeing who's the better, more clutch player. So give me the stats. How many?
You're deflecting with
how many? Hold on 1 second, DJ.
I'm not deflecting.
Hold on, MacDef. How many buzzer beaters has Jordan missed in the finals?
I have no idea.
How many game winners has he missed in the finals?
I have no idea.
How many go-ahead shots or game-tying shots has he missed in the finals?
Don't know.
How many has LeBron missed?
I have no idea.
How many game-tying go-ahead shots? So the thing is, remember, it's the same conundrum now. It's the same conundrum now. It's like, so what you've done is you've reduced clutch down to the NBA final. Hold on 1 second, MacDef, because I'm explaining to you what you're doing and why it's so stupid. You've reduced clutch down to just the NBA finals. You don't know how many makes or misses either of these players have in those moments. You say that you can recall a few of Jordan's makes, and you claim LeBron doesn't have any. Okay, so the thing is, so one, your problem is you've reduced their entire careers down to only the NBA finals. Secondly, you don't know the numbers to support it for Jordan or LeBron, But yet you say this is the foundation of who you're choosing as a clutch player, but you have no numbers to support it, and then get mad at me when I ask you for the numbers.
Lamont, you're basing this on numbers, correct?
No, hold on. No, I'm basing on what you said. You said MacDef. See,
let me name Michael Jordan.
No, I'm not letting you go on a diatribe because you're not going to until you start producing it. You said this is about.
I can give you the numbers.
This is about clutch shots in the finals. Give me the percentages of game winning. Break it down. Give me the numbers.
No, Lamont, this is your basis.
Give me the numbers. Give me the numbers, MacDef.
Let me finish.
No, I don't want you to finish.
If you're not gonna let me talk, then just kick me off.
Finish a diatribe. Just give you. Hold on. How can you say I'm basing?
If you're not gonna let me talk, then just kick me off, bro.
Clutchness. I'm basing clutchness off of NBA Finals. I will accept that. All I'm asking you for is what are those finals numbers for both players? And
I'm trying to give you those finals numbers.
Okay, no, you don't have to try. It's just very easy. Just tell me. Just tell me. Without going
when it comes to buzzer beaters and game winning shots in the finals. Okay, when it comes to buzzer beaters in the finals, LeBron has none. Is that a lie or is that the truth?
Give me the numbers.
None. Zero.
Okay.
Zip.
So hold on. Zero. So hold on. Is he
for
zero?
LeBron?
Hold on. MacDef. Is he 0 of 3? Is he 0 of 4? Did he miss a lot? Did he have those moments? Did he have the opportunity to take a game winner? He just clanked him off.
I named.
Give me the numbers. You said you had the numbers.
Lamont, Lamont.
Give me the numbers.
Give you a number. This is what I hate. This is what I hate. This is what I hate. Shut up, bro. This is what I hate. I give you a number.
Okay, he's zero. Let me. Hold on, MacDef. Is he 0 of 0? Is he 0 of 1? Give me. Is he 0 of 7? What is he?
This nigga is crazy.
Okay,
nigga
so what
has none, but he wants me to say he's over whatever.
Okay, so hold on. This is why it matters. This is why it matters, MacDef. If I say,
this nigga's not gonna let me finish,
if this is why what you're saying makes no sense. If I say
makes no sense.
If I say Sturdy is a trash 3-point shooter, and you say, okay, over the course of 15 games, how many threes did Sturdy make? I say 0. You're gonna say, okay, so he did he miss all his threes? How many did he take? Did he go 0 of 20? Did he go? If you tell me he went 0 of 0, he just didn't shoot any, and then you try to tell me that somebody's trash at something or wasn't good at something, that tells me right there, well, maybe Sturdy was on the bench, maybe he was injured, maybe he didn't play.
Through a diatribe now.
You're saying basically what you're saying is LeBron is 0 for 0 on game winners.
That's a horrible example. Number one,
okay, what is the percentage?
I'm answering the question. Number one.
What is the percentage, MacDef? 0 of what?
He don't have numbers, bro. He don't.
This is how I know you're just making it up out your head, MacDef. Is he 0 for what? Every number that I gave you guys when I said go ahead shots in the final 5 seconds, I said LeBron is what? 6 out of 13. I didn't just say LeBron made 6 shots. I said he's 6 out of 13. 46% in those moments.
Keep on cutting me off, bro.
Okay, so MacDef, just give me a number. 0 of what?
Lamont, can I finish?
0 of what?
I am telling you.
Just tell me a number. Just even make something up if you just want to move it.
I don't have the percentage. So stop.
Okay. So come back when you got percentages. Because right now you're just talking out your ass. You just said he made 0 game winners, but he ain't never took a game winner in the finals.
Lamont,
he ain't never had the opportunity. So hold on. So first of all,
really?
Hold on.
Are you serious right
now?
Hold
on. How many game winners has Kareem taken? Like that, like some of the stuff y'all say, when y'all try to say he doesn't have any, and you say, oh, LeBron has or Jordan has one, that's because the opportunity arose in this really tiny games, a sample size that you created. Jordan had the opportunity to take and make one, while LeBron never had the opportunity to take one and make one in the finals. So therefore, that's what makes him more clutch.
No, I'm good. You got it. You get the bathroom.
I just want to know where you making this stuff up from.
I'm not making nothing.
So Jordan is 2 of As on buzzer beaters, Jordan is one of how many in the finals?
I have no idea.
So you just know that
I'm answering every question you got. Go ahead.
So you just know that Jordan made one in the finals and LeBron hasn't made one in the finals. But you don't even know if LeBron took one in the finals or how many Jordan even took in the finals.
I just named the two that he did.
No, how many? I don't want to know for one game or one series.
Again, I don't have the numbers. You keep on asking me. I don't have the
numbers. Then why are you using that as a staple as to who you're choosing to be more clutch?
Can I explain?
And how are you so definitive on it when you don't have the numbers?
I can explain. Can I explain?
So but if you don't have the numbers, that means there's nothing.
Again. Can I explain before you cut me off? Number one, again, regular season, they both have the clutch gene. LeBron James.
Bro, that's a diatribe, bro. You keep going on. Talk about the finals.
Okay. I'll get straight to the finals, right?
Okay, yeah.
Now, this is
make Jordan more clutch than LeBron.
This is where
without Jordan the numbers, you don't have them.
No, I do have the game.
You don't have the numbers. No, you don't.
I can recall, but the thing, Lamont, I can recall instances where Jordan has hit game winner and buzzer beaters. Those are just facts, and I can name them. Game one.
What about LeBron's? And if you can name them, I don't need you to walk through each game. I just need you to tell me the percentages and how many they made.
Again, if a nigga has made 0 game winners, that is 0 fucking percent.
How many did he take? How many did he take?
Lamont, if 0 out of
how many did he take, MacDuff?
0 out of 100 is 0%.
So
what are you talking about?
MacDuff, hold on, MacDuff. If the opportunity, clutch shots are all based on opportunity. If the opportunity never arose for LeBron to take a game winner in the NBA Finals, and that's the only reason why he never took one, because all throughout his career, all throughout the playoffs, we've seen when he gets put in clutch situations, he'll take the shot if it's available. So what you've done again is you've used only the NBA Finals, a sample size where you know LeBron hasn't had as many opportunities to take these shots. And then you say, oh, Jordan's better because he actually had the opportunity and made them. Somebody in the chat put some numbers in here. We'll see what these numbers are. We got Liddy in the chat. He says finals, game winners, tires with 25 seconds or less. Jordan's 4 of 8, 50%. LeBron's 0 of 7. Career buzzer beaters. So again, so is this what you use in MacDuff? Somebody put the numbers up for you. And MacDuff put himself on mute.
He put himself on mute because you're bringing up stats. He doesn't have the stats. So we all have been to school before. Even if you stopped at high school. If you don't do your homework, how can you turn in homework?
Exactly. Here, I'll just ask ChatGPT.
So Lamont, you beat me to it. He literally tried to make it. Jordan is the most clutch because of that buzzer beater he had against Utah. Like you said, negating regular season, negating every round of the playoffs, negating every part of their career. It's that one moment. But this is where the argument's gonna go left. You remember when we sat here and said that Herm sat here and said there's levels to this clutch shit, right? And there's many aspects of being clutch. What's more clutch than coming back 3-1 against the Golden State Warriors and putting up 240 pieces in that game, in game 6 and 7?
Against a 73-win team.
That's what I'm saying. They kill their own arguments when they want to introduce shit. Again, we have to sit here and twist and turn and bend into every pretzel we can to try to keep Jordan on top, even though you gave the numbers. It's ridiculous, bruh. LeBron's more clutch. This notion that he hasn't been clutch his entire career has always been a lie, has always been to try to demean this man's career, and has always been put out there to try to keep Jordan on top. at the end of the day, if we go by what we see, we saw him up through the playoffs hit 3 or 4 in one of the playoffs.
But
went into the finals. We saw that.
But honestly, the main reason why the media also does that when it comes to LeBron, and this is a sad point, is that he speak up on social issues where Jordan did not. And he does it publicly. So the media also beats LeBron up for speaking out. So that also in their mindset, that also helped diminish his overall career. Because in season 21, even with what y'all was speaking about earlier, this man is still averaging in the 20s. What was Jordan at year 15 with the Wizards? I'm not even gonna bring up Vince Carter, who actually got the record for 22 seasons. But I'm just asking. Jordan was 15 seasons in the NBA, right? And even with the break, but what did he average with the Wizards?
It was about 20 points. It was 20 points.
It was 20?
Yeah, he averaged 20. That's not even the point for me. The point because I already knew it was going to happen. Somebody was going to come up here and they were going to make a ridiculous argument, and Lamont was going to sit here and say, okay, I ran down the numbers. Give me something that can sit here and put anybody else over him. Herm came up here and said we have to look at different levels of clutchness. Got it. I ran down what he did against the Pistons. They want to sit here and then they tried to bring up what they do with Ray Allen. Ray Allen hit the big shot. They don't want to talk about LeBron scoring or assisting on like 16 straight points to get Ray Allen to that shot. Isn't that clutch? We don't want to talk about, again, him coming back 3-1 in the finals. Isn't that clutch?
Okay,
it's ridiculous, bruh. At the end of the day, give this man his credit. But he's been great for 21 straight seasons, and y'all some haters.
If I may push back,
I'm not gonna say great for 21 straight seasons, but I'll give you some. But
you would then have to bring up the Paxson threes, the Kerr threes, the Hodges threes, the BJ Armstrong threes. You would also have to bring those threes up too, and that's what MJ fans always negate. Just like they don't even mention Horace Grant in how he was in the trenches for him. So
MacDef came back with the numbers, y'all. MacDef came back with the numbers, man. So remember, I don't have no numbers. I don't mind you. No, I don't mind you only using the finals. But if you're only going to use the finals, you at least got to use the finals numbers to support it.
Lamont, bro.
And so remember, when we say LeBron is so if you want to walk away from this conversation and you want to say Jordan is the most clutch NBA finals player ever, I'm fine with that. But we know that in the game of basketball, it's not just segmented down to any particular series. Yeah, right. If you want to say, if you want to say Jordan's the most clutch in the finals, I'll give you that. I would probably give you that because he's shown us in the finals. He's had the opportunities in the finals to show us that. But if you're talking about for a whole career, regular season, playoffs, and finals combined, and then we talk about what Herm added into the conversation, your ability to play make, and do things defensively in the clutch as well. If we consider all of that, and we don't just try to break these careers down into small segments that might favor your particular player, and we take everything in totality, all the numbers in totality favor LeBron. And I think that's where Jordan fans get in trouble, is because you try to nullify the totality. You'd like to nullify regular season and say it doesn't mean as much. You like to nullify the playoffs and say it doesn't mean as much. And you say, well, the finals mean more. And so you'll only use the finals because you know that's the only angle you can create where the numbers might favor Jordan, if you even have the numbers. But outside of that, if you don't morph everything down to just the finals and you use everything, which is what we're talking about, everything, the numbers support that LeBron is the more clutch player And that's what we're talking about. So MacDeff's feelings, he might feel that the finals are more important, but how you feel don't matter here. It's what's actually happened throughout their careers and what didn't happen. You can't just erase stuff because you feel like you don't want it to count.
Nobody's erasing nothing.
Okay, so when you said what matters most to you in this conversation, the finals, correct?
I didn't say this matters I didn't even say that.
Okay, what'd you say?
First of all, bro, you let Kobe Jordan hog the stream for 3 hours on some bullshit about Jamal Murray, and I can't give 2 minutes of why of this.
Or why
what? You got your 2 minutes now. Mike Duff.
No,
you got the
that's
time.
Bullshit, bro.
Mike Duff, hold on, bro.
I'm not lying. That's my whole point.
Mike Duff, you're not lying, but bro, temper your feelings.
2
you know
minutes.
What this is, bro. It's FYF, bro. 100K, nigga. You know what FYF
nigga, Jamal Murray for 3 hours, my nigga, and I can't give a 2 minute response.
That's last stream. You got the floor, bro. Listen, Mike Duff, you got the floor. Why is Jordan more clutch than LeBron to you?
Again, in the regular season, they both have game-winning and clutch shots.
But who has better in the regular
season? LeBron has more in the regular season.
More
in
what?
In the postseason, as a whole, they both have game-winning and clutch shots. LeBron has more. Where they separate, not that it matters the most, not that it's the most important thing in the world. Where they separate is in the NBA Finals, where LeBron has 0 game winners and game buzzer beaters, and Jordan has multiple game winning and buzzer beating clutch shots in the NBA Finals, and he has it by a mile. If you want to talk about other clutch NBA Finals moments where LeBron's made a block, okay, Jordan's made a pass to Steve Kerr for a game-winning shot. So even in other scenarios besides shooting the ball and scoring the ball, yes, LeBron has clutch moments, but Jordan also has that as well. So the only separator of these two is the NBA Finals on clutch shots made. Jordan has that not only by LeBron James, but he has that over every other NBA player by a mile in the NBA Finals.
Hold on. But you said by a mile.
That's the separator, and that's what I'm going on.
You said by a mile. How many game winners does Jordan have in the finals?
Let me think. So game, I would say. If we're talking game winning shots, in the finals, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. He missed that versus the Lakers. Yes, I can recall 5. I can recall 5 game-winning shots.
Like that, for clarification, are you putting the game winners with go-ahead buckets? Is that what you're doing?
Yes. I'm not clutchness is different, but game winning shots is putting your either buzzer beaters or putting your team up ahead in the last like 10 seconds.
Well, just say that. I just want to let you know they're not the same. But I get you now.
Hold on. You saying LeBron doesn't have any go ahead buckets in the NBA Finals?
I'm saying LeBron James has he has no game winning shots and no buzzer beaters. That's what I'm saying.
So game-winning shots and buzzer beaters, not go-ahead shots. How many does Jordan have?
What the fuck?
Because you're adding up 3 different categories.
I can recall 5. I can recall 5, but y'all definition, if y'all want to say game-winning shots is in the last minute, 2 minutes, whatever. I don't know what y'all definition of game-winning shots. To me, my definition,
it's the name of it. The game-winning shot is the shot that you take to win the game. The go-ahead shot, the shot that gives you the lead.
Like in 97 in game 1, Jordan hit the game winner. That's one shot.
Boom. That's a game winner.
That's a buzzer beater. In game 6 of the 98, in game 6 of the 98 finals, he hit the game winning shot, but it wasn't a buzzer beater.
No, that wasn't a buzzer beater.
That's a game winning shot.
That's not a game winning shot. That's a go-ahead shot.
So the crossover on Brian Russell in Utah in Game 6. That's a go ahead, not a game winning shot.
Yes, because was the Bulls trailing before Jordan made that shot? Yes. Was the Bull after Jordan made that shot? Was that the last point scored in the game? Yes. But here's what the part you missing, McDuff. Was there not another defensive possession the Bulls had to make after Jordan made that shot?
Yes, there was another.
Okay, so that's what makes it a go ahead. Thank you.
So let's for your definition, let's say it's a go ahead shot, right?
But he's saying LeBron don't have any go ahead shots in the finals.
Bro, you can listen. Hold on.
I highly doubt
that's crazy. That's not a game winning shot. But if it's a go ahead shot, does the last possession matter as far as go ahead shots? If that's the definition of it,
yes.
Or is it a minute? Or is it 2 minutes?
Yes,
because you guys are changing stuff up.
Yes, McDuff, it matters. That's what I'm trying to tell you, bro.
A go ahead shot can be made. So a go ahead shot can be made with 2 minutes left to go in the game with 6 more possessions.
If no team on the scores, yeah.
Oh,
what I'm trying to tell you,
I didn't know that. I didn't know a game winning shot could be hit in the last 2 minutes. Okay, y'all got it.
What we're getting, what we're trying to help you out, right? Is your labeling, bro? These are all clutch things. Hold on, McDuff, let me finish, bro. Let me finish.
No, these are adding up 3 different shot categories and trying to say they're all game winners.
Yes, they're all not game winners. They're all clutch, but they're all different forms of game winners. They're all different forms of clutch shots, McDuff. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
So all I'm saying is, if you're going to add up 3 different categories of clutch shots for Jordan, I need you to add all those 3 different categories of clutch shots in the NBA Finals for LeBron. And if you're telling me LeBron has 0 go-ahead shots, 0 shots to tie the game, 0 game winners combined, you saying he has 0 of all of those, or he's 0 for what? 15, 0 for what? He's saying he's not made 1 single clutch shot in the NBA Finals ever out of 10 attempts there.
He has no buzzer beaters in the finals.
Okay, but Jordan has how many buzzer beaters in the finals? Okay, Jordan has 1 buzzer beater in the NBA Finals to LeBron's 0. That's not a significantly large amount. That's 0 and 1. But we'll give you that one. So then you talked about another category of shots. Go-ahead shots or shots to tie the game. Hold on. So we have go-ahead shots or shots to tie the game. How many of those does LeBron have in the NBA Finals, McDuff?
Y'all got it, bro. I don't know. Somebody said 4. I think somebody said 2 or 4.
But you have to know that if you're going to say Jordan has more.
I do know Jordan has more, and I can name them. I said I can recall 5 off the top of my head. But if go-ahead shots is in the last 2 minutes and there's no other points being scored, then Jordan definitely has more.
Oh my God, bro! I just said, bro. We already gave Jordan 1 buzzer beater. Let's separate that out. So that takes your 5. That takes your 5 down to 4. So now we have 4 more shots that you're talking about. But see, the thing is, you're telling us that out of LeBron James, all of his trips to the NBA Finals, he has 0 game tying or go ahead shots. Correct?
Yes.
Okay.
McDuff, no, bro. Damn, bro. You're not supposed to say yes to that, man. That's just a lot.
I just want him to name them because I don't recall any of them.
That was a trap.
I don't care about the trap as far as stats goes. We all know that Jordan is more clutch in the finals. He can go off of stats all he wants, and the stats are still going to favor Michael Jordan.
But McDuff, what did I say before we even went into this long diatribe once again? I said if you want to run with the narrative that Jordan is the
give me the numbers. It's not a narrative. Give me the numbers.
Hold on. I said if you want to run with the narrative that Jordan is the most clutch NBA Finals player of all time, I said I will give you that. But we all know that the NBA Finals does not make up an entire career. And when we're talking about who's better at something for an entire career, it cannot encompass just one, as you already said, very small sample size of that player's career. It has to take into everything into totality. And so if you're telling me that the 5 shots that Jordan made in the NBA Finals make him more clutch than all of the hundreds of shots. Remember, LeBron James has 857 total clutch shots in his career. If those 5 shots mean more than LeBron's 857, then that's something that you're going to have to sit down at night and you're going to have to try to make that make sense in your own brain.
Sit down at night? I don't have to sit down at night. What the fuck are you talking about?
You have to, because again,
no, I don't. That's what separates
that's because it's on the borderline of delusion and retardation to say that.
No, it's not. Because okay, Lamar, can we agree? No.
You're essentially saying five shots, even if that's accurate.
You never cut Kobe Jordan.
I know. Hold on, Mac Def. You're rambling again. So you're essentially saying the 5 shots that you claim Jordan made in the finals, which we don't even know if that's accurate, are superior to the 857 clutch shots which lead NBA history that LeBron James has. So LeBron James is the league leader in the most clutch shots ever in NBA history, 857 and counting. And you saying that 5 shots to Jordan, man, you usurp LeBron, the totality of what LeBron has done, correct?
Thank you.
Why is there
thank you for unmuting. No, thank you for unmuting.
I think you
He's unmuting me. Go ahead, Sturdy.
No, that was a question for you, Mac. Like that was just action.
Again, if you let me answer the question, LeBron has the most all-time game-winning clutch shots in the regular season. Jordan is up there with him. They both have that. LeBron James has more. Where they separate is in the NBA Finals, where Jordan has that over LeBron in the most pressure-packed moments for championships. They both have regular season, they both have postseason, but they separate in the NBA Finals by a large margin. To me, that's what separates them, which is facts, and that's what I base it off of.
Hold on.
That's the separator for me.
Okay, so hold on. If you say it's a large margin, what's the margin that you're talking about? Because that means you would have to know the shots that LeBron James made.
That's a fair question.
0.
Okay, so you're saying LeBron has 0 game
0.
winners,
I stand on that.
So you're saying LeBron has 0 game tying shots in NBA Finals?
Like that.
The man has 0 game winning shots.
Okay,
0
right here. Hold on. I'm looking at it right here. So, because remember, you combined 3 categories to get to Jordan's.
No, I didn't. You did. No, I didn't. I didn't combine.
Okay, so hold on, Mac Def. You getting in a tangent. We asked you.
No. Stop we asked you, Mac Def. I didn't do that. Stop lying on me.
Hold on, Mac.
You guys just said.
Mac Def. We asked you.
Stop me.
Okay, hold on, Mac Def.
Yo, calm down, Mac Def.
Okay, so Mac Def, how many game winners buzzer beaters does Jordan have in the NBA Finals? Tell me that number, please, and we'll go through all of them.
He don't have numbers, bro.
Then you can tell me the game tying shots, because I have LeBron's game tying shots in the finals with under 2 minutes to go. He has 16.
Yeah.
So LeBron has 16 game tying shots with under 2 minutes to go in the NBA Finals, which is clutch. That's more than Jordan's. So you just lied there. So now you have to remove. So now you have to remove another clutch category, which is game tying shots. And now you have to remove that just so you can keep Jordan at the top. So we have to go to game winning and buzzer beaters. So how many game winners does Jordan have in the NBA Finals? Not the buzzer beater, the game winners.
Pause it. He said he
like Lamont, you got the numbers, bro. Can you just please cite the numbers between them so we can put this to bed? Because this is delusional,
bro. No, because you guys are this is ridiculous. Can I talk, please? Without you muting me. This is ridiculous. You guys know that this nigga has no buzzer beater in the finals. You niggas know that he has no game-winning shots on the last possession of the NBA Finals. You guys know this, but you want to sit here and say
still doesn't make Jordan more clutch.
Yes, it. Okay. Yes. Okay. Explain to me why it doesn't. Explain to me why it doesn't when he has 0 and Jordan has more.
Has the most overall. What point don't you get? He has way more than Jordan overall. That's the point.
No, it's not. No, that and again.
Down to the finals when over their entire careers, LeBron has the most. This shit is
Okay,
annoying.
okay, great. Okay, great. Let me cook you on that. Let me cook you on that. And I agreed that LeBron James has the most. And when I started this off, I said just because in every category a player has the most doesn't make him the best in that category. I'll
Yeah, but
give
hold
you.
on, but Mac Jeff, you got to
To a
stop.
Jordan
Hold
fan
on, hold
would
on 1
not
second,
be
y'all.
true.
Hold on.
Why are you cutting me off?
I got to, because this is what you're lying about. See, remember, we could use the scoring. LeBron James is the all-time leading scorer in NBA history.
Does that make him the greatest scorer of all
Listen to
time?
what I'm saying.
Yes, it
But
does.
the one thing that makes it arguable and where people can argue that Jordan is the greatest scorer of all time is the average. When we go to the average, the points per game.
That's not all.
So what when we
Okay.
talk about LeBron, does
10
LeBron
scoring
have
titles.
hold on, does LeBron have the most shots made in the clutch in NBA history? Yes. But you know what he also has to go with it? He has the highest field goal percentage in those moments as well. So now he has two categories that he's at two categories. So he not only does he have the most shots, he has the highest field goal percentage in there. So that's what makes it more hard for you to argue because of the field goal percentage.
It's hard for me to
and the
argue when you
volume.
cut me off. That's what's making it
So
hard.
with the fact that now it's because you're talking as if we're only mentioning LeBron's volume, you're forgetting to mention that he also has better efficiency in those moments. That's what he also has, those two separate categories that he leads in over over Jordan and the Kobe's. So don't act like we're just talking about volume. We're not. That's a lie.
Again, so as far as efficiency and made shots in the NBA Finals, does he have better numbers than Jordan?
I don't know. I need to know what LeBron's numbers are. Can you tell me?
Just about the
All right,
finals,
thank
Mac
you.
Def. Mac Def, you're trying to
The-
make it
the
about
thing
the
is-
finals.
the thing is, Mac Def-
Hold on, y'all. Let Mac Def.
you.
Hold on, y'all. Let Mac Def answer the question. See, Mac Def, I can only compare the two if
Great
you present us
politician.
with the numbers.
Look, you guys are great politicians.
Okay, so hold on.
You guys
Mac Def.
you guys
Okay, so
can
Mac
sell
Def.
fire in hell, water to a
Mac Def. Okay, LeBron is 16 of 32 with under 2 minutes in the NBA Finals on game tying shots. He's 16 of 32, which is 50%. So that's a number for LeBron. Now, if it was, so what numbers do you have? Oh, he left. Mac Def left.
He's not gonna. He's not gonna.
He don't have it. He don't. I don't know why he don't. I don't know why he don't want to tell it.
People, bro.
But if I may add, Lamont said it 4 times. He said, if you're going to say the finals, I can give you that.
Yeah.
And he said that 4 times. And if you listen to Mike Def keep harping on only the finals, but they agreeing and saying it 2 different ways. And we just went on with this for another 20 minutes.
The shit is just delusional, bro.
He's trying to only use the finals. That's what he wants. He's trying to just only use the finals. And he's trying to make sense of why he's only using the finals.
Made everything.
Okay, but can I ask the panel this?
Goddamn finals.
Right.
Hey, somebody got a little background noise. If you can mute that.
It's dude in the middle with the black circle.
Can I ask the panel this? Jordan did play in more of the playoffs than just the finals, right? Within his career, he did lose within certain rounds and conference finals of his time in the NBA. So why be so delusional and only talk about the finals and not talk about the other playoff appearances at all?
Yo, dude in the circle, gotta mute his mic, bro. We got a lot of background. The black circle. Bro.
If you only bring everything else in her, it's not even close. It's nowhere near close. They're not even in the same universe. If you talk about overall, that's why we always have people only try to talk about the finals. Because you have to again bend yourself into every pretzel you can to keep Jordan on top.
Hold on, what'd you say, Herm?
I say, of course, we go off the numbers. We know LeBron has more of those moments because he been in more of those situations and those moments. So the only thing you can do to break it down, like I gave a little breakdown for like 89 and 93 that I put in the chat, and when Jordan clutch moments in that playoff run. Now Mac, they'll probably could somewhat argue the playoffs, but you talk about the overall picture. Like I told you, Lamar, earlier, Sturdy, you may have heard me too. I was just basically saying you gonna have to do a lot of fucking studying to try to fight this due to the fact that LeBron have so many more moments than any other superstar and force the opportunities to be clutch. So that's kind of tough to beat if you're trying to beat the numbers. So man, that's why I really didn't want to argue this shit.
What it is. Like I said earlier, the stats, the clutch scenario stats that Lamont is using, right? The NBA wasn't tracking until 97.
Yep.
So you're right in terms of you have to do your research, but essentially you have to track those scenarios yourself. Me personally, I don't agree with the guy next to Lamont saying they not in the same stratosphere. That's a complete lie. Jordan is, even though you can say LeBron's more clutch, Jordan is one of the most clutch players ever. In my opinion, they both, in terms of the modern era, they both top 3 in the modern era.
I give it equal value when it comes to this clutch situation. Like I'm gonna be real. Fuck the fanism shit. Fuck who I like more and all that. When it comes down to it, I think you can put them in the same category when it comes to clutchness for all time. LeBron, yes, we can speak on failures he had. Yes, you whatever you want to choose who better, you could choose who better. But when it comes to that, I think they equal. I think they're in equal playing field. Now, this what I can say. I think it like I tried to say earlier, Sturdy. When it comes to breaking down clutch itself, it's different ways that you could be clutch rather just the last 2 minutes or the last shot of the game, the last 30 seconds, last minute. It's so many different variables to make you clutch. Because like I said, you could be damn big in the third quarter. But because this one single player, your best player on the team, going this own 10-0 run to close that third quarter to cut the lead to 6. That fourth quarter, that's saying your best player going on another 10-0 run again. Now you got a 4-point lead. Now the team got momentum. Now they got confidence. They won the game. That's clutch to me. That's a clutch situation.
You're right. You 100% right, dog. But here's the only problem, Herm. If you want to say a guy is just as clutch, if not more clutch, you have to provide those numbers too. You know what I'm saying? And that's what you're saying is right. But when people plead the case or another player, what they do, and you know this, Herm, what they do is instead of knowing those facts for themselves, they'll try to hyperbolic the other players' faults and weaknesses, and then based off that, you're like, oh, the other guy's better. But reality, you have to do what you're proposing is provide those context, those stats for those scenarios to prove the other guy's clutch or just as clutch.
But let me ask you a question.
Hold on, let me ask this question. Let me ask one quick question.
They weren't taking that shit to 97, like you said. That's why I say they're gonna take a lot of damn film, watching, and research. And I think
but I'm being honest with you, Herm. That's why I said you don't say a guy like we don't have those tracking stats, but I say a guy like Jordan still top 3 clutch for me because to be honest with you, bro, you can still watch those games. Like guys like Jordan, LeBron, Kobe, it's not hard to find their playoff games on these platforms. It's not. So you can watch the games and see, okay, in what ways does a player impact when his teams needed him most? And that's why I say that.
Yeah,
and real talk, to progress the conversation, Lamont, if we expand this window to all time, then Bill Russell is definitely top 3 most clutch player of all time.
Okay. So let me ask y'all this question.
What about Robinson?
So when we talking about clutch,
have a check in there too, Sturdy. You may have to.
So when we talking about clutch, right? If y'all gonna be talking about clutch, right? Well, when you take into account that Jordan didn't ever have a game 7 in the finals, so wouldn't that be like taking into consideration
Like when you talking about clutch,
if you
like
look
you
at
never
his
had a game
game
7,
sixes,
and you add
if you
all
look
those
at his
game
game
7s up,
sixes,
that's a lot of games.
you had to watch all his game sixes though, Mingo, to
See,
determine
that's my
that.
point. That's why it's a tricky. That's what I'm trying to. That's why I asked the question. It's tricky because Jordan never had a game 7 in the final. That's my point.
No, so Mingle. So what? Hold on. So Lamont, you probably have that graphic. There's a graphic for that too. There's something called elimination games. So you can be an elimination game, and it'll have to be a game 7. So those stats are tracked, and LeBron still produces more than Jordan in elimination games. And that's why I said, and Mingle, that's why you probably missed it. I said earlier, the biggest difference between Jordan and Jordan and LeBron is the fact that for the majority of their prime, LeBron's stats get better as the series goes on, as Jordan's stats get slightly worse as the series go on.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but also the overall is they get mad by the way that he actually approaches the game. Though he will. He's an unselfish player, but he is selfish when he needs to be. But but it's like it's a double-edged sword when you bring up LeBron being a non-selfish player and being more of a team player.
I think you're
It's
getting
like
a little
that's
off
enough
topic
for that.
though. I think you're getting a little off topic.
Okay.
Hey,
Lamont, can I ask a question?
Talking about right here. That's what I'm talking about right here. He wants to add another twist and turn to again try to keep Jordan on top. Lamont at the beginning of this stream laid out numbers, bruh. He laid out the efficiency, the shots made.
Wait.
Wait. Jordan's never been to a game 7 in the finals. That makes him more clutch.
Wait, my brother. Wait, my brother. Hold up. Who is trying to add more for Jordan? Because that wasn't even my statement.
I'm not talking about.
Was, okay. Because you just came up with that right after my statement. So
Even then, Mingle. Even then, the guy you referred to, Mingle, you were just asking a question. He wasn't trying to make a case why Jordan was more clutch than LeBron. You just asked a question.
No, I was making a statement about the media.
When it's laid out, and the numbers are laid out, and
about
we already
Jordan
know
not
what
playing game 7.
Not our personal feelings, not what we think, what the NBA clutch, what the NBA defines as clutch. When we go by their numbers, it says LeBron James is on top. Then we have to have a dissection of everything to sit here and make it seem like
but did you hear what Sturdy said?
It has to be this definition.
I hate to cut you off, brother.
When we
did
talk
you hear
about
what
certain
Sturdy?
topics, we can go by the actual
That
numbers.
so
when it comes to this right here, now we got to look at tape, we got to look to Jesus, and we got to drink holy water. No, bro.
No, I'm
agreeing. Whoa, hold on. Let me say this, bro.
Don't get a stir.
I'm not a LeBron fan, and I'm damn sure not a Jordan fan. So when I agree with her by saying clutch shots isn't just what the NBA defined it as, I'm saying it as a basketball observer. I'm saying as a guy who watched games where I've seen multiple players do things that define as clutch, but it wasn't necessarily on those scenarios. Does that mean the guy wasn't clutch? No, it just means it didn't fall in those parameters of that stat. Like any stat, and Lamont did provide context. You got to provide context to any stat that you use to defend up your argument. So it's not just stats for anybody or anything. You have to provide context to any stats. And that's what Herm was referring to. In this case, clutch, even though the NBA defined it as last 2 minutes within 5 points, that's not the only definition of clutch, even if the NBA defined it that way.
And that's all we're saying, bro. And then Sturdy brought up a point that nobody didn't really even know, that they wasn't even recording those clutch stats till 97. So it's a lot of things you have to look up with Michael Jordan. So
I said 96, 97. That season.
No, you're right, because hold on. So look, here's Jordan from Synergy. Here's his clutch stats from 96, 97. Because that's when they started recording it. I don't want to put in his Wizards years, obviously, because that's too raggedy. So we look at his clutch shots. We look at his percentages. we can take from it what you want. So around here, obviously you don't want to look at garbage time and normal. So in the clutch, he was around 46%, and then in clutch 2, he was at around 40%. That's just 2-year sample size, though. I don't even know if y'all can see this full, and I got to remove the banner.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got to remove the banner. And for those who don't know, bro, even though it's a 2-year sample size, that's still impressive numbers in the clutch. And for those who don't really know, that was around the time the Bulls having some of their most adversity in the East was 96, or really 97, 98.
All right, so here's LeBron.
These.
For LeBron's entire career, he's looking at around, in the clutch, 52%, to his clutch 2 is 41%. And then as you can see throughout his career, this is his best year in the clutch was probably 2013, 2012, maybe 2009. Oh, those are some really good years from him. So, I mean, even according to this is just his percentages. His volume and percentages was better than Jordan's. So,
hey, Lamont.
Yeah, what up, man?
Hey, yeah, I'm not going to be on here long. Just I was going to ask a question, but it's more so going to be pretty much a statement. It's just I see what you're doing. Everything you said makes total sense, despite people's feelings. And everyone's brought up great points. But when it comes to this specific topic, as usual, and again, it's not your fault, but it's the basketball community's fault. That's why it's the worst in all of sports. It doesn't matter how many facts you have that favor LeBron, all that, whether it's game winners, clutch shots, last 2 minutes, go-ahead shots, all the numbers, all the metrics, all the statistical categories. The facts are right there in front of everybody. Doesn't matter. People are going to feel how they want to feel. Whether they're going to say they have their biases for whether it's for LeBron or MJ, doesn't matter. So it's not your fault, Lamont. It's just this topic is I won't even say it's exhausting because I'm not losing sleep over it. It's just pointless. People are going to feel how they feel no matter what.
Hey, well, we're here to just give, like, that's why I was trying to tell him, like, when MacDef was up, as much as he wanted to avoid the numbers, he would have to bring the numbers up to do anything to support Jordan. And then all I was asking him was, if you're going to bring up numbers to support Jordan, you have to bring up the numbers for LeBron so I can compare the two and let me make. He's what MacDef was trying to do was MacDef was just trying to throw Jordan's numbers at me without providing any context or even providing LeBron's numbers to compare, and I would just have to accept his word for it. And that's all he was doing. And so that's why he was getting so mad when I was saying, well, what's LeBron's numbers? He just kept saying 0, but he truly didn't know. He truly didn't do any real research to even go see. Right? And he was using the smallest sample size that he can find, not the playoffs, not the regular season, just the NBA Finals. For both players, that's going to be their smallest sample size of clutch shots. And so that makes no sense to use the smallest sample size of clutch shots to determine who's more clutch. You would probably want to use the largest sample size, which is the regular season, or at least the entire playoffs combined. But he doesn't want to do that because he knows what those results are.
I mean, yeah, that's what I'm saying. You and I think, what's his name, Twin Man 35, two are absolutely right. But that's why I said, even though you two are absolutely right, people don't care. They don't care. Facts in the basketball community does not matter at all. It's very unfortunate. That's why I don't even bother when it comes to this particular topic.
I hate Michael Jordan. Is that when you are presented with facts and evidence,
I'm glad you're hating ass breaking.
You just can't do it, bro. It makes no sense. It's ridiculous. The numbers were presented, but now again, we have to go through a special formula and a wormhole to sit here and make some shit not what it is. It is what it is.
Yeah, but why you hate Jordan for that though? I don't understand that. Why you hate Jordan for that?
I don't hate Jordan, bro. I can't. I'm gonna tell you. Hold on. Let me say it this way. People make me hate Jordan because they're delusional.
You hate people that like him. Just say you hate
people
that like
make me hate Jordan because I'm gonna tell you
bro,
why people make me hate Jordan.
No one can make you hate nobody, bro.
Because they're delusional, bro. Conversations like this where people say delusional ass shit is what makes me hate Jordan and Kobe sometimes. Because it doesn't matter the number.
Listen, bro.
Have to be
Listen, bro. I'm not a Jordan fan. I'm not a Kobe fan. I'm not a LeBron fan, bro. No one can make you hate no player. Me and Herm go around all these platforms, trolling all kinds of fans. They all delusional to some degree. They can't, bro. Like they can't make you hate nobody else, bro. I dislike Kobe fans delusion as much as anybody, but I respect the hell out of Kobe. No one can make you hate or dislike the other player, bro. There's something you gotta get over.
Oh, that's your fault. For me, that's you. For me, they can. I'm just being real.
That's you got him personal there. But Lamont, Lamont, let me ask you something, Lamont, because no one asked you this, Lamont. No one asked you this direct question. To you, Lamont, who's the most clutchest player in the modern era?
What years are you considering modern era?
1980s and up.
Booby Gibson.
No, I'm trying to think.
Fuck you, Lee.
If I'm like so based on
I knew it was coming too. Go ahead.
Based on how I define clutch, because everybody seems to have a different definition of clutch. If you're not staring down numbers,
basketball perspective,
if you're not staring down numbers and analytics, I would probably have to go with. Fuck it, I gotta go with if you was asking me as a fan, I'm gonna say Brandon Roy. Fuck it.
Hell no, Lamont. No. As an analyst, as a coach, not as a fan. Nah, we didn't take that cop out. Hell no, ain't no cop outs on FYF. There's a 100K episode, ain't no cop outs here, nigga. Hell no.
Hold on. Yeah, I didn't see Brandon Roy against the Dallas Mavericks, man.
I don't want no cop out.
Hold on. All honesty, I would say Damian Lillard, to be honest.
That's a better answer. That's the wrong answer, but I give you shit.
No, I'm saying if I'm not staring down numbers and I'm not looking at who's at the top of all these numbers lists, and I'm just going off my gut feeling, like if I had to take a guy in the I gotta say Dame. Like I seen Dame do it against the best teams. I seen him do it in the regular season. I seen him do it. I mean, Dame was tough. I mean, that's just me. But the numbers, if you're going off the numbers. And you have to just give Bryant credit for his longevity of being able to be clutch for so long. Bryant's at the top right now. If you're just looking at since you said the modern era, it's Bryant, but as a fan, I would have to say probably Lillard.
All right, I'm speak it as a hooper because you a hooper. So speak from a hooper standpoint, you being on the court.
Ray Allen.
No, I wouldn't say Ray Allen. I mean, there's one guy that's really underrated in the clutch that like you could trust him off the ball or with the ball. And it just as a hooper, Paul Pierce was really tough in the clutch too.
Paul Pierce was definitely up there.
Yeah,
and when you talk about clutch,
he's up there,
but I'm saying it's different when you're not staring down analytics and you're not looking at numbers. And you just going off of just guys that you know are just gamers late game. T-Mac is another one. T-Mac had that. I think T-Mac's clutch was really off that San Antonio game, which I really haven't seen him do much clutch outside of that.
I'm gonna say Reggie Miller. I think Reggie Miller.
I even hate to say this name because you said Reggie Miller. I was just going to say it. I hate to say that name because I'm a Knicks fan, but Reggie Miller, damn it.
Reggie Miller only had that one game against the Knicks where he scored like 8 points in like 7 seconds.
He hit that bucket on Jordan too. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah, he hit that game one.
Reggie Miller's had a lot of big shots in the NBA, bro.
Robert Horry had more big shots than Reggie Miller.
Robert Horry, bro.
Robert Horry had more big shots than Reggie Miller.
Oh, Mingo Justice, you telling me you taking Robert Horry in the clutch over Reggie Miller?
Hey, Lamont. They didn't nickname him Big Shot Ball for nothing.
Bro, you are not taking Robert Horry.
Yes. Give me Big Shot Ball. Give me Big Shot Ball. Give me Big Shot Ball.
Bro, they might have called security to escort you off the bench if you draw up the game.
Lamont ain't trying to hit Lamont. I am not trying to hit it. Give me Big Shot Ball.
Imagine this, y'all. You got Shaq, you got Kobe in the huddle, You talking about you about to drop a game-winning play for Robert Horry, but they would have beat you.
Hey, give me big shot ball. Hey, you can make up all the scenarios you want to. You can try to make fun. It is what it is. Give me big shot ball.
Y'all talking about that man? That half his game winners he lucked into. The ball just fell his way.
How you lucky to a game winner? Man, get out of here with that, Lamont. How you lucky to a game winner? You hit a game winner, you don't. How you lucky to a game winner?
Hold on. You want me to tell you how, Herb?
Somebody that didn't get named that hit a lot of big shots was Andre Iguodala. He hit a lot of big shots.
When Vlade Divac slapped the ball out to you,
that's the one.
Trying to run the clock out.
That's the one.
And you throw a shot out at the end of the buzzer, and you make a historically great shot on some lucky shit.
Come on.
I know why you looking to a big shot. You hit it or you don't.
I mean, let me ask you this. Hold on. Let me ask you this, Mingo. When he was in his prime in Houston, how many game winners he make out there?
I don't know, but Big Shot Bauer hitting some clutch shots though, Lamont.
So in his prime, he made none. When he got old and got
I don't have Robert Horry numbers pulled up in front of me. I don't have Robert Horry clutch numbers pulled up in front of me, but Big Shot Bauer was a monster in that clutch, though. I'm telling you now.
No, he wasn't.
He was a monster in that clutch.
He was not.
He did it more than one time too.
Wait, Lamont. What about your favorite, Dan Marley?
I would take up Marley over Robert Horry.
Nah, bro. No way. No way, bro. Sorry, no way.
How much trash Lamont talk about Dan Marley? Now you want to talk? Okay, Lamont. I see what you been doing now. I see exactly what you been doing.
Oh, okay, so Robert Horry got 5 clutch shots in his whole career.
You said how many?
5.
How many in the playoffs?
Hey, some people ain't got none.
Okay, but Reggie Miller got way more than 5.
But he won the bro. You got to understand circumstances too. That one against Sacramento that you say that he lucked into, quote unquote.
Bro, it was a big shot, but it's just one shot.
I'm not just talking. I'm just talking about the circumstances behind it, the context, right? So they were down 2-1 in that scenario, Lamont. If he doesn't make that shot, they're down 3-1 in that scenario.
Okay.
Bro. You think the Lakers coming back from a 3-1 deficit against that?
Let me ask you a question. Did the coach draw the play up for him in the huddle?
Okay, we get that, bro.
Did the coach make him the first, second, or third option to score the ball?
We get that, bro.
He wasn't even a third.
Okay, but did he make the shot, bro? That's a play, bro.
Okay, bro, but I'm giving him the shot. I'm not saying he's not clutch, but I'm saying if I'm going into a game, if I'm at the end of a game, our team is down 1 or 2 points, and I got 2 stars and 3 role players on the floor, I'm not drawing the play up for Robert Horry.
Okay,
if the ball lucks up and finds its way in the hands of Robert Horry, hopefully he makes it.
Wow,
that's what happened. We agree with that.
Outside of that, he's been extremely lucky.
So what about the one in Detroit when he won the Spurs the finals? That ain't clutch either.
I'm about to show you.
Come on, man. We gotta stop.
I'm gonna let the nostalgia carry y'all a little bit more.
It's not nostalgia, Lamont.
I'm about to show you.
Definitely nostalgia.
Gibbs on Ginobili. Hunter on Parker. Here's Ginobili. To Horry for 3.
That's luck.
Oh, unbelievable. This guy is off the charts. Robert Horry from on the arc. He can't be 30. He's got to be.
Oh, and mind you, that was just a go-ahead 3. That wasn't even a game winner.
It's still clutch, though.
He's been around so long, you would think, and with the bum shoulder as well. Here he is. I mean, just clutch shot after clutch
Left
shot.
him wide the fuck open.
But you got to give the context behind it, Lamont.
Right into the corner, and then as they drop down, they go away from Robert.
So John Paxson made an open shot in the clutch. He's clutch now.
But it's not Lamont.
Steve Kerr made an open shot in the clutch. Is he clutch now?
You got to give the context behind.
It is context, bro.
It's not. We just was talking about giving context behind.
If the entire team abandons you and double teams somebody else and leaves you wide open, you happen to make the shot. Don't make you clutch.
Okay, so
hold
Lamont,
on. Hold on. I got it. No, that's the most dangerous guy. Is the guy out.
Okay, here's the biggest possession for the Rockets. They've got to get something out of it. They've got to either get to the foul line or they've got to be able to score from the field. They cannot allow the Magic to get the ball back.
Or 3-pointer. Buries it. Robert Horry from downtown.
Wide open.
But why?
Once again, he's relying on Hakeem Olajuwon to draw everybody in. And hopefully he's like the Steve Kerr type of player. Hold on, we go to the next.
Wow.
He's wide open, bro. He's supposed to hit that. Like you act like players haven't missed.
Hakeem Olajuwon kicks it out. Wide open,
But you still gotta make it regardless, bro.
You gotta make
Well, here's the last clutch.
89. It's a 2-point Sacramento lead.
Complete luck.
We're down to 7 seconds. Bryant putting the move on Christie. Rebound, O'Neal.
Wide the hell open. Now, check this out, y'all. 2 of the shots that I showed you on this clip, y'all didn't even know happened.
No, I did know that.
2 of the shots when he was with the Rockets, y'all didn't even know those shots. Y'all only knew the shots with San Antonio. And you only knew the shots when he's with the Lakers.
I said Houston, Lamont. You didn't hear me.
So, but you didn't tell me what games. No, don't nobody remember no shot that Robert Horry made when he was with Houston. Y'all lying if y'all do that, bro.
I said Houston, Lamont. I just told.
Bro, you said Houston, but you didn't say no game. Okay, I don't even have to go back to the game. Who was the first game winner on?
I don't know.
See, you don't remember You don't remember no Robert. See, I just said the clip and you still don't remember. That's how I know. So we really reduced Robert Horry's career down to 2 clutch shots.
That's not true. I didn't know the games, but I knew he had those shots in Houston, bro.
Nah, y'all didn't.
But that's what I just said.
No, y'all didn't.
He had those shots in Houston.
No, you didn't.
Lamont, like you're not the only.
The man got 5 clutch
basketball,
shots in his career, y'all. And this man is now clutch.
You gotta hit him though.
Okay, bro.
I can understand if they were layups, bro. Some of these was 3-pointers.
Bro, these is playoff shots, bro.
Hold on, Steve Kerr got more clutch shots than that.
I don't disagree with you, but he still
And
got
Steve Kerr hit 1 in the NBA Finals.
So did Robert Horry.
So
what are we doing? Man?
So he's right on that level with Steve Kerr.
Give me Robert Horry, bro. Over Steve. I'm sorry. Give me Robert Horry, bro.
But you said Robert Horry over.
Not over Steve Kerr.
I'll take Robert Horry, bro.
I'll take Steve Kerr.
So you taking Robert Horry over Ray Allen?
I didn't say that. I'll take Ray Allen.
Why?
I said, bro, Ray Allen is
better.
Okay, that's fine. But Ray Allen's also one of the top 5 shooters in NBA history.
And I'm taking Marley, bro. Come on. I'm taking any better shooter. Robert Horry. I'm not taking Robert. Like, y'all really think the Lakers really planned this?
Lamont, didn't you just hear the context I just laid behind that, bro?
Look, check this out. This is how you know they didn't want Robert Horry to touch the ball. Kobe drove, and Robert Horry was wide open from the minute Kobe drove. He could have passed it to Horry.
But you know, Kobe don't pass the ball in the clutch. We know this.
They said they don't care. Look, they left him. Kobe could have passed it, left him wide open. He is wide open right now. I'm not giving the ball to goddamn Horry.
And the same person you not giving the ball to was the same person that saved
Shaq has it. Shaq can kick it out. I'm not giving it to her. Vlade Divac said, fuck it. Let that motherfucker get the ball.
Come on, man. Bro, we just was talking about context, bro.
Y'all be thinking Robert Horry. Robert Horry is, yes, big shot Bob. He is not one of the most clutch players in NBA history. No.
Hey, Lamont. Hey, Lamont.
That man got 5 buckets that could be considered clutch.
Hey, Lamont. Question for you,
Lamont.
Lamont.
NBA history, but he is clutch.
Lamont, question.
No, he's not, bro.
Hey, Lamont. Question for you. So I saw your video talking about the players in the 90s. You broke down each position, especially when you roasted Benoit Benjamin. That was ruthless. When are you gonna make another video trashing the 90s?
I don't know, man.
Lamont, that was messed up. You said you could tell by Benoit Benjamin's jersey. He played for the Clippers. They were trash, and he was trash. Lamont, I saw that yesterday.
Benoit Benjamin. Yeah, yes. He was a fun man. Bro, they be hyping them dudes up, man.
And then we were on. I have not watched Players' Choice. I have not watched Players' Choice since one of the guys on there said Jason Kidd was basically the black Ricky Rubio, and when they said John Stockton was mid. But I saw you on Players' Choice, but you said Charles Oakley was a bum.
Bro, no. This is why I said Charles Oakley was a bum. They when they get to talk about the Knicks. They get to talk about Oakley like Oakley was Luka Doncic or something. I'm like, God damn, bro. Oakley was just at the highest point in his career, he was a slightly above average player. That's it. He would, and that was maybe only for what, maybe 2 years. Outside of that, he was either average or below average. He wasn't even that great of a defender. People try to give him all this defense. He wasn't even that great of a defender.
And Lamont, you've said this a million times, so to Gilbert Arenas, and I've agreed with you guys forever. Hacking is not good defense.
Look, Pootie, what Lee? Why Pootie coming at you so hard? You know Pootie?
I don't. I don't know who he is.
That's crazy. Pootie be going at people he don't even know. He was going at the locker room. Don't know the locker room.
I can't stand Pootie, bro.
I don't. That's hilarious. I'm not.
All right, hold on. Somebody put in the Cash App. They want me to play the clip when I debated Ticket on Players' Choice the first time. All right. Only because you sent the Cash App, I go to it. I gotta find it though. I don't know where it's at. Give me a second. What did I debate Ticket on the first time I went over there?
Lee is a B word. He doesn't know basketball. I mean, if you say so, if that makes you feel better.
It don't matter. I know you won.
Oh, hold on. I got it right here. I think I found it. Hold on. Let me see if this is it.
I mean, if you say so, if that makes you feel
okay,
better.
Here it is. All right, I'll play it for y'all, man. All right, man. Salute.
Crazy part is, unlike Ticket, is that he's so biased, it's hard to take him serious.
Salute to P. Rose in the Cash App. He said, play when I debated Ticket on Players' Choice the first time. All right, I got y'all. All right, look, y'all, I want y'all to judge this the same way we judge any debate. I want y'all to judge it like y'all judge debates here on FYF, because there was a lot of people in the chat saying Ticket won, and there were some people saying I won. So hold on. Let me go back to when Ticket came in. Hold on.
Scottie Pippen is better than who?
All right, hold on. This is it right here. So we'll just play it from right here. George said I'm biased. Hold on. Can y'all hear the sound?
No.
Hold on.
He can make it.
Y'all hear it?
All
right, hold on. I'm about to play it. Y'all let me know, man. Ticket's going first. I think I remember this. We were talking about Draymond Green and Scottie Pippen.
From what Elder was saying, that Scottie Pippen was better than Hakeem Olajuwon. He tried to make it seem like for that whole listen, we all understand that Scottie Pippen, and Bob don't like Scottie Pippen slander, but we all understand that. Look, Scottie Pippen, Jordan needed Pippen to win championships, right? But we're not gonna sit up here and act like Scottie Pippen was on Mike level, man. We're not finna do that. We're not finna act like if Scottie didn't come in the league playing with Mike, playing with Oak and them dudes that made him tougher, that made him the type of player he was, that he wouldn't have turned out to play the game. And then even when Mike left, I called him on in a lot when he talked to Elder. He was talking about 1 year. Well, what happened the second year?
Yo, FYF.
If Scottie Pippen was so great, if he was so great, why the hell the Bulls was getting the hell beat out of him? The man went on national TV, pointed to his Jordans that he had on, and begged Mike to come back. Just paid that ass. If he was so great,
that's irrelevant.
If he was so great, why the year after he left Chicago, the last year that he was in Chicago, they won the chip, but he wasn't an all-star, right? That same year when Michael Jordan and Dennis Rodman was kicking everybody's ass in the building because he was hurt and didn't want to play, right? Didn't nobody tell him to sign that bad contract. He did. But they want to wear capes for this dude. No, we're not finna do that. We finna cook extra hot. We finna cook extra hot. Even the GM don't take that deal. Man still signed the paperwork. So how y'all gonna get mad? How y'all gonna get mad at a dude? I heard Lamont saying this stuff. How you gonna get mad at a dude that signed that they told him the contract was bad, told him the contract was bad, and he still signed it? That sounds like a slave deal to me. That sounds like a slave deal to me. And then hold on. With this the other half right here. Chilltown, this is what I'm really finna barbecue him. When he did get his money, and remember, he made more money in basketball than Mike did. Let's keep it 100. When he did get his money with Houston, what happened? Good. He went over there. He's supposed to be the man. He the one got 6 world championships. Hakeem on the downside, Barkley on the downside. He's supposed to take over. He went over there and played like a walking trash can, just like Draymond Green does on a nightly basis. Right? When Draymond Green plays a good game, hey, Mars, you can put your head down, but I'm gonna tell you something. Don't sleep in this class, sucker. Get your pen, get your pencil, get your paper, and take notes, clown. Because this is how they operate. Chilltown know what's up.
Stand there, nigga, man.
They paid Scotty all that money, right? I don't want to hear about he was old. They paid him. How much money they paid him over there in Houston, Chilltown?
4 years, 60 million. 4 years, 60 million.
Oh,
He got a bag, right?
He deserved every damn
this
dollar.
is horrible.
No. But I'm asking you, hold on.
He deserved every
But
damn
what
dollar.
happened? What happened when he got over there?
Horrible.
FYF, I'm just listening. That's all I'm doing. And
No.
Keep going,
We gonna keep it
keep going.
real.
The money
What happened when
is
he got over there, though? What? No. This is all the stuff that my brother over here, FYF. And I'm gonna tell y'all something. It's always
I can
been
address it
another
all.
person. Go ahead. You got it.
Hold on. I'm gonna address everything he said one by one. We can start with the most recent thing he said, talking about Scottie Pippen's money. It wasn't just Scottie Pippen. If you remember around that time, 98, 99, 2000, that's when all the stars who were stars throughout the 90s finally got paid. Karl Malone, the most he ever made going up to 1999 was $6 million a year. Then all of a sudden, after 1999, he goes from 14 million on up towards the end of his career when he wasn't even in his prime anymore. So the money changed around that time because the CBA changed. So all the players who were great throughout the 90s, most of them capitalized around that time. So everybody know he was grossly underpaid for his whole career. All of them, Hakeem Olajuwon, all the stars in the 90s were, and they all capitalized when they could. So we move on from that. So I don't blame Scottie for getting his money, even though he was banged up and injured. Secondly, when I talked to Elder, remember y'all, Elder came up with this new dysfunctional top 10 list. That's because of me, because I called out this ridiculous logic that he had talking about winning. And I said, if you're going to just use winning as this all-purpose formula to determine what players are the best of all time, then there's absolutely no way you leave Scottie Pippen out of that formula. When you look at the top 10 players of the 90s, Scottie Pippen was top 10 in the 90s, so was Hakeem Olajuwon. If you prioritize winning, that puts Pippen over Hakeem. If you go off Elder's logic, he saw his logic was flawed, and we saw he kicked Hakeem Olajuwon out of his top 10. Right, he revamped it, but it's even worse than before because he still has a whole bunch of holes that he's going to have to go back and revise and address. When you look at Scottie Pippen, you can slander him all you want. He was still one of the top 10 players of that era. Jordan don't win nothing without him. It's time for us to start giving him his just due. And we discredit these 90s fans. 90s fans swear up and down. They talk about defense. They pride and applaud defenders, but y'all trash all of the best defenders because they weren't great scorers. And that carries on in this era, just like Draymond Green. Every player that you can think of in this era of basketball that plays similar to a 90s player, y'all trash. Y'all trash the Patrick Beverly, the hard-nosed guys that actually go out there, defend, ain't chucking up a ton of threes, actually playing this hard-nosed so-called style that y'all see in the 90s. Y'all trash their game. Y'all trash the Draymonds. Remember, in this weird logic, first of all, it's about staying loyal to your team, staying on one team, doing it the right way with one team, but yet you criticize Draymond Green because he hasn't jumped from team to team to team just to prove to you he can do it on different teams. So he's shown you that he can be loyal, and he's done it on one team. And it's not me that says he was great, right? It's not me that says he was great. It's some of the greatest coaches in NBA history that said Draymond Green was great. Mark Jackson gave him the seal of approval. Tom Izzo gave him the seal of approval. Steve Kerr, Greg Popovich. So it ain't just me. All these other coaches putting them in starting roles, putting them on Olympic teams. He's a starting team he's a starter on an NBA champion team that's been champions 4 times, but yet you just still find ways to say he's just a great role player. And I give him that. He is a great role player in that role, but he's done more than what a lot of people did in that role. You said Eric Pascal could replace him. Where's Eric Pascal at? He's at home somewhere in the G League probably. He's not even in the NBA relevant anymore. So it's not just any player do what Draymond does. I've yet to see anybody do what he does. He's made the most of a limited skill set. That's all he did. I'm not saying he's the most skilled Tracy McGrady type player, but he's made the most of a limited skill set. He's going to go down as a Hall of Famer because of what he's done on the court. That's all he's done. So when we get mad at these players, don't get mad at me. Don't get mad at me because he took advantage of it. And if you honestly ask me, y'all, there's a lot of similarities between Ticket TV and Draymond Green. And I think that's where a bit of the envy comes from. Because if you do a deep dive in your homework, they really have very similar stat lines, the triple single stat line, right? The newspaper clippings talking about how hard they work, how they facilitated the offense. So again, I mean, the coaches gave Ticket TV similar praise.
I remember this.
I'll let you go for 8 straight minutes. What was your stat line? Hold on. What's your stat line?
And that was a classic right there, man.
I remember that.
Hey, Lamont, I remember that, bro. I remember that.
Man, that was a classic.
Oh,
and Pootie, you're an idiot. Keep my name out your mouth. But go ahead, Lamont.
Yeah, no. And look, a lot of people were trying to say that I was dissing Ticket, and I wasn't dissing him. I was actually giving him props because somebody had sent it to my like IG or something, but they like sent me an article where it was this article written in some like overseas newspaper about Ticket having, being like the engine to a team, but he had the similar stat line like Draymond Green. And it's just like, how you not Draymond? You made your namesake playing just like Draymond, which is crazy. Talking about his defense, playmaking, and all this stuff. And it's just like,
what's up with you? What's up with you though? Getting on Big Shot Rob, man. What's up with that, bro?
Getting on who?
Robert Horry.
Oh, look, I like Robert Horry. He's a, I really liked him when he was with Houston. The reason why I liked him when he was with Houston, because my favorite player at that time was Scottie Pippen. If y'all remember, when he came into the league, he was supposed to be the next Scottie Pippen.
I remember they were comparing him. Yeah, I remember that.
So that's when I took a liking to him, especially with the year when Jordan took off. Really not much to watch on the Bulls since they were out. So I'm starting to watch the Mad Max and them guys, and I'm watching. Okay, obviously he didn't pan out and turn to Scottie Pippen. So but later on,
oh my bad. Did you like OT? Did you like OT too?
You said who?
OT, Oldest Story. Did you like that was my dude when I was growing up too.
I can't say I wasn't really thrilled by any forwards of the 90s, even when I was younger. I don't think any forwards other than Charles Barkley, because at that time I'm really just watching the game just based off excitement. Otis Thorpe just wasn't an exciting player.
Got you. Yeah, so, back then, who had a chance to be legendary, like similar to Bron in terms of triple doubles all around play before he got hurt was Grant Hill. I remember that.
Well, I thought the one player that had the opportunity to really probably be a top 3 player in the 90s and it completely blew it was Derek Coleman.
DC, man, DC was cold, bro.
He's that one player that if he would have stayed in shape and if he would have took basketball serious enough to hit his full potential, it's just hard to me to envision the Nets not let's just say Drazen Petrovic, doesn't get into that car accident and they still have a loaded team with Kenny Anderson and them boys. They a problem for the Bulls.
Kendall Gill and all them dudes, Armin Gilliam.
Armin Gilliam. So the thing is, they a problem if he locks in. And there's nobody, and this was a problem with him even in Syracuse, nobody could get him to fully engage and lock in with the game of basketball. He was always good enough to get by and good enough to be better than everybody else, but he never took the game serious enough to hit that next level, which is why his fitness just waned and we never saw the max potential of Derek Coleman. But you talk about a guy that was kind of ahead of his time with his game. That was Derek Coleman.
But hey, with Ori though, it's a couple of shots y'all missing. You know that, right? It's a couple of them that you don't have in there.
Who's up?
Okay, game 3 against the Portland Trailblazers in that same year, 2002. Mm-hmm. Kobe drives and Pippen helps and leaves him. And Kobe passed it to me wide open in the corner. He hit that 3 and put them out the playoffs. That's one. Then there's another one in the 2001 NBA Finals against Philly. He's wide open in the corner. He hits that three in the corner in the clutch. You know what I'm saying? So and then even though he didn't make it in 2003, when the Lakers came back on the Spurs in that Game 5 when they was down almost 30 on the final play, who did Kobe pass it to? Ori. It went in and out. He just finally missed one.
All right.
You know what I'm saying? So he's pretty clutch.
But I just so at the end of games, so like at the end of those, like at the end of a game, if you drive and you create the open look for the shooter, I consider that guy clutch more so than the guy that actually made the shot.
Got you. I see where you're coming from. You saying the creator is the one that deserves the credit, not him.
So at the end of a game, the coach is going to put the ball in his best player's hands, and he's going to allow his best player to make the best decision. So I give more credit to the guy that created the shot for now. Or if Ori would have had the ball in his hands, he would have just said, "Fuck it, I'm about to go to work, and I'm about to just go create this myself." Okay, but I don't know if he was ever the creator. He was always the recipient of some really high quality looks that were created for him. But he knocked down the shots, which makes him clutch to a certain degree. But those guys that just knock down the shots, they're in a different category, like the John Paxsons, the Steve Kerrs, the Robert Ory's. They're in a category of their own because they're recipients of great players creating for them in the clutch. When you talk about LeBron's, Jordans, and Kobe's,
that's true.
They are clutch because they are either making, taking, or creating the shot. Robert Ory was taking the shot.
I will say this though, like on some of the shots when you get showing the ones that he hit, some of them they like the one that he hit on Horace Grant. Horace Grant recovered. He was right there, so he wasn't wide open. He was right there.
I was just tripping. I was just gassing on a little of those. There was some tough shots. Like I ain't gonna lie. Any in the NBA, you really never get an open look. Like guys are so long and fast, they gonna contest from the goddamn free throw line, and they gonna still get a good contest on you. So you know,
almost recover, right?
Yeah, bro. So I'm never gonna disrespect NBA defense. Like guys could recover faster than you've ever seen in your life if you ever played against an NBA guy. So nothing's really open. So no, he made some great shots. But like I said,
I played against two, so I know.
So it's just like, man, you gotta like to be great in the clutch, you gotta be that dude. You gotta be that dude.
Okay, but I didn't know exactly what you was talking about with the whole thing, how to with the LeBron and or against anybody else in the clutch thing, right? But I did have a metric. I got it somewhere on my phone. I'll have to look it up when I get off, and then I can show it to you, but it only goes up to like 2018. But from his time in the playoffs all the way to 2018. So if you look and compare it to the Kobe and Jordan, I have a metric where in the last 3 minutes he's much worse than them.
No, and look, I've already said there's a lot of metrics where if you segment the game off to certain portions of the game, and you put it in a certain window of time, you can make any number look good for any player. That's why I said, as opposed to using these window metrics, I'm just going to use every metric that we got. I'm going to use career totals, playoff totals, finals totals, and I'm going to look at your efficiency in each one of those and your volume in each one of those, and I'm going to weigh that, as opposed to just taking windows from here or there and then trying to say, well, this window was more impactful than this window over here. And that's when it gets tricky because you have McDuffin here trying to say, oh, the finals, all those, even though it's a lower volume and those shots are more important than the other rest of the playoffs or regular season. It's just like they all count.
The problem with that is because one guy has played much more than six NBA finals, you know what I mean? And he's played more games. So naturally he's going to shoot more in different situations. So, and what you got from Jordan, it's a good size, but it's closer to a sample size if we just do the finals. You know what I'm saying? So it's tricky with that. But I will say this. I always thought the clutch metric for the NBA was always like either I think it's either the last 5 minutes or the last 3 minutes, meaning that, let's say, that's why I said Herm. I heard Herm earlier, parts of what he was saying, and part of what he was saying was true in the sense of sometimes clutch could mean like, okay, for example, remember with Kobe in 2010 versus Phoenix? when Phoenix made the run, got all the way back in the game was real close. And it was like the last 3 minutes, Kobe put it out of reach. That's clutch too. You know what I mean? It's not always the team, another team is ahead, and then you hit a shot to put them ahead. No, sometimes you could put a game out of reach with clutch shots and they call backbreakers.
Yeah, you
can't recover.
So just I think the best definition we can go off of, because a lot of the information that we get on clutch and percentages come from NBA.com. So this is what NBA.com, and they created a clutch award. This is what they say clutch is. It says clutch time begins, and this is directly from NBA, begins at the 5-minute mark of a 5-point game. It says we have the ability to break the data down further and look for specific game situations. It says below is a comparison of some of the data that we use. A 1-possession game, ahead or behind by 3 points or less in the final 3 minutes. A 1-possession game, ahead or behind by 3 points or less in the final minute. 1-possession game while tied or trailing in the final 10 seconds. And it says no matter what the clutch situation is, but they basically saying they break down a ton of different windows of opportunity with under 5 minutes to go of a 5-point game in the NBA, and that's what they're using to determine these clutch numbers. So
they're trying to cover most metrics that we would question, is what you're saying.
Well, it's not to cover it. They just have to set some type of barometer for how they're going to calculate it. Because if you start saying, okay, if you're down 20 in the first quarter and your team makes a comeback in the third, and like if you start adding too many things in, what you're gonna have is you're gonna have too many people in that clutch conversation. So if the more elements you put in, you might mess around and you might goddamn Ben Simmons in your clutch list or something. You didn't put too many barometers in there. So yeah, I'm saying so they have to put it in a window where we know the last 5 minutes of a game that's within 5 points. We know the ball is going to be in the best players' hands, the guys that we truly feel are the most clutch.
Now, I will say this. Now, the guy that was talking about Jordan, where he said, I think it was some guy in here said he remembered like five clutch shots that Jordan hit, right? I think he said that, like 5.
Yeah.
Okay, I remember more, but yeah, and that was just off the top of his head. Like for example, he left out the and one he got in. I think that was game 4. I think that was game 4 of the NBA '93 finals. He got that and one in the clutch that won the game.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So it's different things. I don't know what you guys factor as game winners and
but remember what I said. I said, if I'm being honest, if we're only talking about the NBA finals and that's it, Jordan would be more clutch than LeBron. If we're only talking about the NBA finals, I said
you brought up the Wizards too, right?
We're talking about everything, regular season.
You brought up the Wizards too, right? Though you said that even on the Wizards, you realized Jordan had 2 game winners when he came back.
Well, the crazy thing about it is Jordan's clutch numbers with the Wizards were better than his clutch numbers than his last 2 years with the Bulls.
You know why, though, right? That's a sample size.
Well, I mean, I would assume that with the Wizards, they were in a shit ton more close games.
Oh yeah, that's true because the team sucked. Yeah, but he had
he had the opportunities to take and make those clutch shots. I mean, his numbers still weren't better than LeBron's in the clutch, but they were higher than what he did in '96 and '97, which when he was
those what you're talking to that's clutch. Also, let's keep in mind here too that I can remember LeBron. I'm talking through the years. Quite a few of his clutch shots were layups, as opposed to Jordan taking more jumpers. So that plays a factor too in percentage.
Nah, I don't think that plays a factor. How you score?
Yes, it does. Yes, come on, dude. Bro, that's like saying. Then we might as well say Shaq and Tyson Chandler are the greatest shooters of all time, right? Their percentage is there.
Well, the thing is clutch at the end of the game. If because remember, it's not like somebody's dumping the ball into LeBron and he's 7'2", 350 pounds and just can outmuscle everybody. He starts with the ball. he ultimately is going to make the decision whether to drive, shoot, or pass.
Right, he's going to go. He's going to right, but what I'm saying, he's coming from the top. He's going to go around a pick, and then he's going to drive. Most of the time, no, I didn't say always. I think most of the time, that's what he does.
And this is what I told you about the Robert Horry situation. The guy with the ball coming off that pick has to then now make the toughest decision on the floor. Do I shoot, drive, or pass? Yeah. And then for LeBron, he has criticism in his ear. He knows what the fans say, even when he passes to the open guy. Oh, you not clutch. Oh, this guy bailed you out. Then when he takes the shot and misses
it, that though, Lamont. It's not that. It's more than that though. Like if you're like, especially his fans or himself, if you say you're something, then that's what people are going to expect from you. A lot of times he bring that criticism on himself by the things he says.
But do his numbers support him? Like, so if we look at his numbers, no matter how he gets his shots off, he has more makes and he has a higher field goal percentage in the clutch. As with regards to how the NBA has defined clutch, with regards to how the NBA has defined clutch, he's a more clutch player.
So if this is the case, so if that's the case, which I've been watching the game a long time, and that is not the case. But if that was the case, then why does it not translate to more wins than Michael Jordan?
What
do you
that's
mean?
A team
because sometimes wins.
No, I don't want to hear that bullshit. I don't want to hear that bullshit.
Because not every win is a clutch. Like if you look at
I'm saying because you guys are saying because this is my problem with it. Okay, I'm not saying your numbers are wrong based on whatever metric they have or the number, whatever situation they talking about. But I'm like, yo, if you use the word better, you're saying he's better, and you take him over Michael Jordan, then it should translate to more wins.
No, the better team translates to more wins.
No, come on, stop it. Because if that's the case, he's had better teams than Jordan too.
No, he hasn't.
Yes, he has.
No, he hasn't.
Yes,
no, he has not.
No, he has.
Yes, he has.
What the
Dude,
hell?
when is Michael Jordan won with 2+ All-Stars on his team?
Hold on. When has Jordan ever? When has Jordan?
You heard what I said. When has Michael Jordan ever had?
Hold on. When has LeBron ever played in the same season outside of the? I don't even know if it happened in Miami. Maybe happened once. 2 guys that were named All-Stars.
Not
former All-Stars. See, what you're saying is you're saying he's played LeBron. Yes, LeBron has played on teams with 2 former All-Stars. I don't know if he's played the same team.
He's played. No, it's been times where Wade and Bosh made the All-Star team.
How many times did that happen?
I think 12 and 13.
Okay, so
I don't know about 14. I don't know about 14.
But the one thing I know is it didn't happen a lot.
But I'm saying Jordan never had that.
Hold on. Jordan had arguably a top 5 player in the NBA next to him.
Oh, Pip. I know how you feel about Pip. Yeah, okay. I'll give you that.
This is not what I said. Hold on. Larry Bird back in 1993 said Pippen was the second best player in the league.
I just said I'll give you that.
So the thing is, and then when has LeBron played with another player that was named to the All NBA team? When has LeBron played with
the All NBA team? So D Wade never made the All NBA, bro.
Hold on. So yes, he did. But LeBron had players that were not only All NBA, but they were also All Defensive as well. When has LeBron had the luxury of having multiple players like this in one season?
Oh wait, multiple players that were All NBA,
All NBA and All Defensive at the same time. Whether it's Rodman, whether it's like Pippen was All Defensive, Rodman All Defensive, Pippen All NBA and All
Rodman
Defensive.
never made an All Defensive team with the Bulls.
Hold on, Rodman was first team All Defense in 1996.
I cited Pippen. I said Rodman.
No, hold on. I said, hold on. Pippen All NBA in 96.
Yes, he was. I'm not talking about Rodman.
Pippen was All NBA in 96. Rodman was All Defense, and Jordan himself was All Defensive player.
But you do realize too. Hold on, Lamont, you do realize too. You do also realize that
actually all 3 of them were all on the All Defensive team in 96.
you do realize also that Michael Jordan never even had a co-star that averaged over 25 points a game.
Yeah,
LeBron
but
has had this many times.
you're talking about points
LeBron
per
has
game.
had this many times, bro.
But you're talking about points per game in an era that's paced down because of illegal defense. So again,
the zone. You gonna say the zone?
No. What I'm saying is, if you're playing in a paced down era. Remember, Charles Barkley used to abuse the rule. Ewing abused the rule. Karl Malone abused the rule.
Mark Jackson.
So what I'm saying is, these guys, this is why Rod Thorne specifically said in 1998, teams and players are starting to abuse illegal defense, and it's changing the game in a direction we don't like, because teams are, what are they doing? They're putting centers that know they can't shoot no threes far onto the three-point line, forcing bigs out, and you got guys just going ISO 16 seconds in the shot clock, slowing the game down to a pace that nobody wanted to watch because they were.
It was only a few centers. It was only a few.
Just a few. Rod Thorne named them all.
No. Hold on. I'm saying it was only a few centers that could hit threes back then. There was a few of them.
So all I'm saying is, it became such a problem that Rod Thorne called it out. He wrote a 13-page memorandum, submitted it to the league,
right?
And it's one of the reasons why they said we're taking this out the game. They were also thirsty to put the zone defense in to find some way to slow Shaq down, because they had no way to stop Shaq with illegal defense existed. So,
it was only a couple of teams that could. But people like to pay, like to act like that.
All I'm saying is, it's just like when we I don't know why all of a sudden with clutch we start to question the makeup of how these stats are created just because LeBron is at the top.
No, that's not why. You're saying that. That's not why. Because you guys, like the other dude, some dude was talking and was saying that he hates Jordan or he hates Jordan fans or whatever the case is. A lot of times, this is the reason why dudes are just like LeBron fans, because y'all always think it's a conspiracy against LeBron James. We know what we've seen with our own eyes. And y'all talking about he's more clutch than Michael Jordan. So it should translate to more winning.
Being more clutch.
You play to win the game.
I understand that, but what you're doing is now you're conflating two different things, because the thing is, if that's the case, then if winning makes you more clutch, that makes Steph Curry one of the most clutch players in NBA history, because he was on a 73-9 Warriors team that beat everybody by 20 and 30 points. And there was really no opportunities to be clutch because they would be sitting in the third quarter because they're up 25.
But this is why.
So if winning is clutch, winning isn't clutch.
No, it's a part. No. Being a part. Being clutch plays a lot of time. Being clutch, it is a part of winning, because sometimes that's what you need to win, because every game is not going to be a 30-point game.
So who has more wins? Who has the higher winning percentage in the NBA, Jordan or LeBron?
The higher winning percentage?
So if it's about winning, who has the higher winning percentage?
No. I'm saying no. I'm not talking about one game.
Are you talking about the finals again?
No, I'm just talking about period. How championship period.
Okay.
No, it ain't no. Hold on. I've never heard. Hold on. Let me get this off. Because he said that's exactly. Hold up.
I'm gonna pull up Jordan's winning percentage. Hold
up. Because I heard this little dude in the background talking about that's exactly what they do. Fool, you play to win the game. You play to win championships. That's what you play for.
Okay,
that's the finishing result. Everybody wants that same result. Whether it's Kobe, LeBron, Magic, whoever, you playing to win the game. So it just so happens that 23, which is Michael Jordan, in those times, big finals, whatever the case is, there was clutch that was needed, and pretty much every time it was needed, he answered the bell.
Okay.
But there's such thing as value.
If you're gonna say that, you might as well
there's
say
such thing as value. So if you're talking about winning, Robert Horry has 7 championships.
First of all, it's Horry. It's not Horry. It's Horry.
I don't care. Robert Horry.
Okay, so hold on. I have the percentages. I have the percentages for you right here. In the regular season, Jordan and LeBron have both won 65% of their games. In the postseason, Jordan and LeBron have both won 64% of their games.
Based on what?
Based on winning and losing.
No. Based on what? No.
That's winning and losing.
What's the end result for one guy and what's the end result for the other?
You said, hold on. You earlier didn't say
64% better?
Hold on. You didn't earlier say. Hold on 1 second, Rob. Hold on 1 second. You earlier didn't say you were just talking about the finals. You said you want to make sure the clutch translates to winning. So I said that's a good idea. Let me check the winning percentages in the regular season and the playoff for both players. It just so happens that they both have the same winning percentage in the playoffs and the same winning percentage in the regular season.
I don't know what it's based on. What y'all basing it on?
It's based on the games that they played, winning and losing.
No, because like I said, one guy is playing with much more talent than the other, but yet the other guy wins more.
Okay, so who had more? Who in the 90s had more talent than the Chicago Bulls on any given year?
Exactly. Let me ask you something. Do you think that? Do you think that early 90s? Hold on. Let me ask you this.
I just
want you to talk because I always want to ask you this anyway. Hold up. I always want to ask you this anyway. But do you think that early 90s team, the early 90s 3P team that he had, the first 3P, was the most talented team in the NBA?
Compared to the other teams, yes.
No.
Yes. Now, if you compare to other teams,
with Cartwright and Horace Grant and Cliff Livingston, stop it, bro.
Rob, hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second, y'all. If you compare that Bulls teams to those other teams throughout the 90s, especially the early 90s, yes, they were far above those teams, right? When you talk about a top 10 draft pick in Scottie Pippen, a top 10 draft pick in Horace Grant, and you talk about the role players that they put around those guys, like the Craig Hodges and those guys. Craig Hodges, best three-point shooter in the league. John Paxson, one of the best three-point shooters in the league. You have Michael Jordan. You have a Phil Jackson, who a lot of people were highly touting as being one of the best up-and-coming coaches in the league, and now we see why. So, again, you have literally the best of everything almost on the team as far as three-point shooting, as far as defense. You have the top draft picks. You have Jordan himself, so yes, you better than everybody.
You telling me, because I still hear people say this a lot too, and I remember
all I'm asking you is tell me another team that was better on paper.
Exactly. On paper?
And honestly, I just go with 1990. We'll just go with 1992, right in the middle of their run. Give me another team on paper that was better than the Bulls.
You're talking about the repeat year, right? The repeat year?
Just give me another team on paper that was better than the Bulls.
Honestly, I still remember people thinking that Portland was going to win.
No. Okay. Give me the
This dude that's talking about, no, do you realize they had been to the finals before they played the Bulls, right?
What was their roster? Because I said on paper they have to be better.
They had Porter, they had Kersey, they had Drexler, they had Cliff Robinson, they had Danny Ainge. They had a nice squad, bro. And they had Buck Williams, who was dope.
And they're better than the Bulls, huh?
Hold on.
They're better than the Bulls, huh?
Hold on.
No, I said that. I didn't say they were. I didn't say they were better. I said that they didn't have a far and away better team. Like the first 3P Bulls team didn't jump out at you on paper.
Okay, so they had a second-year Cliff Robinson. They had an 11-year Buck Williams, and they had an 11-year Danny Ainge.
Terry Porter, give me a break.
With Kevin Buckwood. So first of all,
this shit is sad, bro.
Like as much as y'all wanted. First of all, they didn't have nothing comparable to Scottie Pippen on this roster. They had nothing comparable to Horace Grant on this roster.
So, but wait, hold up. So maybe so you forget? Do you know how good Buck was, bro?
So you compare? So you saying?
Or did you forget? Or did you forget?
So Buck Williams was an all-star throughout his career.
I didn't say that. I said, did you hear me? I didn't say nothing like that. I said, do you remember how good Buck was?
I remember he was a role player. He was
I remember he was good, and at times he was more than a role player.
What?
Oh man,
Buck Williams was only good 1 year basically in his career. That was in 1983 when he was an All NBA player. After that, he did nothing.
So he did nothing. So wait, hold on. So he did nothing and just stayed in the league?
Bro, he was a role player.
No, I said at times he did more than a role player. I didn't say he was all NBA. I didn't say he was an MVP candidate, but he was good.
Okay, so in 1992, he averaged 11 points per game. That's the guy
Okay,
you
so
trying to
everybody
sell me?
doing that. How much did Horace average? Just out of curiosity that year.
All right. And remember, Buck
I mean,
Williams.
I don't know. I'm really
Buck
asking. How
Williams was
much did Horace average?
Hey, hold on.
And this would Mike fans do, bro. Y'all try to
I'm
big
not
up.
a Mike fan, so try again.
Okay. So what
I hated Mike growing up, brother.
But you sitting here defending him, though. That's ironic.
It's not about. I'm not going to sit up and be stuck on stupid.
All right, so Horace Grant averaged 15 points per game.
Okay, that's what I said. It's not that big of a gap.
Scottie Pippen averaged 21, and Jordan averaged 30. Now, when we go to that Blazer team, they had not a single player on that team other than Drexler averaged 20 a game.
Okay.
But they're just
But I'm saying on paper, what I just said, see, you just took some of what I said and you ran with it a different way. I said on paper, that Bulls team in the first three did not jump out at you. That's the truth. Now you can do the second 3P team, I give you that. But the first 3P team, hell no.
That's not true at all.
It is true. I remember.
That's not true. So you
it
telling
is
me
true. Matter of fact, the first year that they won, they wasn't even favored to win.
Hold on. What you're doing is you're trying to tell us that the Blazers were better on paper.
I did not say. See how you just lied again. That's not what I said.
So that what I didn't ask you. I asked you what team on paper was better than the Bulls. You said the Blazers. Now you have to try.
I didn't say that's not what I said. That's not what I said.
So what team on paper was better than the Bulls?
I didn't say they were better.
Okay, but I need to know the team on paper that was better than the Bulls. Maybe it didn't pan out.
Because in 91, even in 91, I thought the Lakers had a better team, but James Worthy got hurt.
Yeah, but I'm talking about, hold on. Okay. So let's go to 92. Well, I remember I said I like to stick with 92.
I know, but I'm saying if let's talk about all the 3P years.
No.
Because in 91, I felt like the Lakers were better.
I said let's stick with 92 because it's right in the middle. So if you said there were other teams that the Bulls had to fear, what are other teams on paper that maybe they had a big three, maybe they had 4 all-stars or something like that. What other teams in the 90s had put together a roster where you said, what the fuck, man, they might beat the Bulls?
I remember in 92, some people were saying the Knicks was going to win. They were going to beat them.
Hey, what was that roster?
Ewing, Starks, Harp, and they went and got your boy Xavier McDaniel. They had Pat Riley as the coach. And I think, matter of fact, they had didn't they have like a 2-0 series lead or something like that?
Okay. But on paper, were they better?
I got to see their whole roster again, but the ones I named, I remember that.
They had
I remember that roster. That roster was pretty talented.
Wait a minute, Lamont. Hold on now. So this what the conversation that came down to. Who better on paper? Is that really the argument we have?
Okay, no, because
what are we doing?
The reason why I'm saying on paper is because we know in real life there was no team that was better than the Bulls. So we have to say
the Heat was better than the
Hold on. Don't distract the conversation.
That's what my point was. That's why he's trying to burn up the Bulls like that.
No,
that was my point.
You're trying to tell us you're trying to tell us that there was significant competition in the way of the Bulls in the 90s.
Man, come on.
Now you have to sell me on Buck Williams and Anthony Mason in the Knicks.
You took that and ran with it and started putting words in my mouth. I knew you was gonna do it. That's not what I said. I said the first 3P teams didn't jump out at you on paper. And there were other teams.
This is what I said. I said when you compare that Bulls team, that early championship Bulls team, to other championship teams in NBA history, they don't stack up well against other championship teams.
The first 3P team, right?
But if you compare that Bulls team to other teams in 1991, 92, and 93, they are superior to all other teams in the league. They had more talent. They had more depth.
I think New York, that year. Hold on.
Hold on. Let me explain.
Actually, New York.
Let me explain. Hold on 1 second. So we're not comparing this Bulls team to all of the championship teams in NBA history where that Bulls team doesn't look this stacked. But when you compare it to the rest of the teams in the league at that time, they were stacked. That's all I'm saying. What I'm saying, so he cannot say this Bulls team wasn't a great team. They weren't a good team. They weren't a great team compared to other championship rosters that we've seen throughout NBA history, but they were the best team in the league at that time. That's a fact.
So if that was my thing with this whole conversation, though.
Hey, wait, hold up. So if that was the case, he's talking about that's a fact. So if that was the case, then why in that first three-peat, then why did the Phoenix Suns end up having the best record and not them?
Oh my God!
It don't matter. They still lost.
It don't matter. What you mean? They won like 60-something games.
Okay, so are you saying that
this is a dumb argument?
By that logic, that means the team with the better record is always the better team?
No, but I'm saying you're saying that like you said they were like far and away. So if they're far and away, they should be having the best record by far, no competition. They shouldn't even been down 0-2. If these teams are so much better than them, or if they're so much better than all these teams.
Like, so we arguing who look better on paper now? That's what we're doing.
Yeah, he's trying to do that because I told him what Jordan did was more. It was more harder because he didn't have the competition.
From 91, 91, 92, and then 93. Without looking at records, who was the best team in NBA?
Wow.
I know 93. I know 93 Phoenix had the best record.
No. I said we're not talking about records. I said from 91, 92, and 93, who was the best team in the NBA?
Oh, the Bulls were.
Okay, so in those 3 years, irregardless of what you think about the Bulls roster, they were the best in the NBA, top to bottom, correct?
True.
Okay, so that's all I'm saying. So they might not be good compared to some of the teams we see today that are super stacked, like the Golden State Warriors, but they were good enough at that time to be the best in the NBA.
Yeah, but part of what made them good, Lamont, is because of the system they ran, not because of the talent they had.
You know what made them good, if we're going to be honest? What made them good was the fact that they were able to get 2 lottery picks in Pippen and Horace Grant to help bolster that roster up. And they did a hell of a job drafting players that complemented Jordan's skill set.
You do realize, though,
kudos to Jordan.
He only averaged like
lottery. They actually had 3 top 10 picks during that time.
Who was the third?
3 top 10 picks. And they traded.
Who was the third?
I'm going to pull it up. I just had it pulled up.
Yeah, I was going to say, who was the third?
I'm about to show you.
Man, you just gotta face facts, bro. Like that.
What is the dumbest argument I've ever heard on
those
YouTube?
Bulls teams. Nobody was beating those Bulls teams in the 90s. That's
Bro.
face facts.
So you say nobody was beating those Bulls teams in the 90s yet?
So let me ask y'all this question. Indiana just because the team look better on paper, that means they're gonna win the title. That's what y'all saying?
Bro, they won.
Not what we saying.
No,
Mingo Jester, just stay.
Even in '98, bro, like on paper from top to bottom, since we talked about paper,
that's exactly what I'm talking. It's a dumb argument.
Okay, hold on.
But in '98, hold on. You do realize in '98 that the Indiana Pacer team, top to bottom, was better than that Bulls team.
I'm giving you the draft picks. And you said what again?
I said in '98. I said I know you noticed. I mean, you noticed already, Lamont. But in '98, when they played that Indiana team that took them 7, that team top to bottom, I thought was better than the Bulls for sure.
Nah, Tuna Kukoc was an all-star after Jordan left. He's one of the top.
Was he?
Yeah, he was an all-star after Jordan left. He's one of the top.
but not on the Bulls though. It was on another team.
Let me check.
Yeah, it had to be on another team. Because he came in '94 when Jordan was gone, and then Jordan came back the next year.
So the Bulls draft picks, and like I told y'all, they had a shit ton of good picks.
And you realize it took Pippen a while to become quote unquote Scottie Pippen. At one point, I think he was averaging like 6 points.
Hold on. The fact that remains is that when they drafted Pippen, it was other teams. It was like other teams wanted Pippen as well.
Yeah, that's true. That's right.
So it's not like, but they were smart enough to say, "What, you know what? We expect to develop him into the player that we want." It's rare that a player just steps into the league and you win in championships. It takes time, but they drafted the right players that complemented Jordan, and it worked.
Hey, Lamar,
but that's just it. We got to put that in the context for those who remember that time, though, when they got Pippen and Horace Grant at that time, and they got Phil Jackson, a lot of their moves were questioned. And after the first couple of years, they felt like they made a mistake because Pippen wasn't balling. They had to grow into being better.
You say this. You say it felt like they made a mistake.
What's that again?
Who felt like they made a mistake? Who?
It was okay. For example, they didn't want to. Certain players, including Mike, didn't want to get rid of Doug. They didn't want Phil Jackson. Number one. Number two, he didn't want Charles Oakley. He didn't want Charles Oakley gone. He wanted Charles Oakley to stay as a starter. They had to trade him.
All right.
Okay. So when they got Pippen and Horace,
hold on. You keep saying why do you keep saying these random people that's unnamed sources say that they didn't want Pippen because he wasn't panning out? Who was it? The Chicago Tribune? Did anybody write about it? Was it a storyline going around Chicago that we can reference, or are you just saying it to make you spice up your story?
But it's funny how when Mike retired the first time, they won 55 games. Like, so don't act like that Bulls team was just like
and that's another weak argument.
No, it ain't.
They won 55 games after they won 3 straight titles. That's dumb.
No,
bro, they won 3 straight titles before they won 55 games.
Hey, Mingo, hold on. Let me ask you a question, right? So let's just say you take a star player off any team in the NBA, whatever team, don't care, right? Do you expect that team to win 55 fucking games without their star player, their best player?
It depends on what team it is.
Answer the question, bro.
LeBron's team never did it.
It depends on what team it is.
Yes or
That's
no?
what it depends on. It depends on what team it is.
Yes or no, Mingo?
I mean, y'all acting like that. Y'all acting like them winning 55 games is some type of achievement or something. They won 3 straight titles before that.
You do. Hey,
like,
Mingo,
what are we doing?
Mingo, you do realize that if it wasn't for a dumbass call, that Bulls team would have made the conference finals, bro. Don't stop acting like that.
What that would have proved? And what that would have proved? They made it to the conference final. What that would have proved? Not a damn thing. They can make it to the conference final.
They were still finals contenders.
What would they have proved?
Hold on.
Hey, bro, here's the part they like to leave out, though. They bring up that next year. They bring up that year, but they don't want to bring up the next year or what happened.
The other top 10 pick was Stacey King. He was a number 6 pick.
Stacey King, yeah, I like Stacey King. Yeah, I did like Stacey King.
I knew it was another one, but and then Stacey King was probably the one pick that probably didn't pan out. He was still a solid role player, but he's the guy that didn't turn into an all-star like they probably would have hoped.
That's right. I see what you're saying. You said for that. You're talking about for that time.
But that's all you need to do to win championships. You just need to be good enough to win championships for that time. You don't have to be good enough to beat the 2015 or 2016 Golden State Warriors. You just got to be good enough to win a championship that year.
For your time. But what I was saying was the difference was because it all came about when we're comparing the two guys. The difference is what I was saying was one guy had more talent on his team, and the other guy relied more on the system with really good players.
More talent, but more talent in 2010 or 2013 was required because every team had more talent across the board. The Spurs had were deep. The Warriors were extremely deep. So of course it takes more talent because there's more talent in the league. You cannot walk in and beat a Spur. He proved to you in Cleveland that you ain't walking in beating this extremely deep and loaded Spur team by yourself. So you need to come in with all-star talent because other teams that you like to beat the Warriors. To beat the Warriors, you think you can just walk in and beat the Warriors by yourself?
Lamar, but here's the thing. No. Here's the thing, Lamar. But that okay. I get what you're saying, but the problem with that was I could see. Let's say LeBron had went into that finals, and he was like, "Dang, that nigga averaged 30. He did everything he could. Woo. Dude, in that series,
which finals? What series?
You see, because you mentioned the Spurs, right? So I brought it, and without him having the super team, right? So the year he played the Spurs without a super team was 2007, right? Those games, a lot of those games were close, and a lot of times they would lose because he couldn't shoot.
No,
he was the reason. Hold on, Rob. He was the reason.
Hold on, Rob. we actually about a month ago, because somebody came on here and said that. So we actually about a month ago, we actually pulled up those games, and it wasn't because LeBron couldn't shoot, and the Spurs, like people like to claim, weren't leaving LeBron open for jump shots. That's a lie. We know that's a lie because we actually pulled up the games and actually played the games on this channel. The thing is, what we clearly saw out there is without Larry Hughes on the court, his second best player, they really didn't have the star player to go up against the Spurs. The Spurs were just a better team. LeBron was really out there.
I'm not. Let's not get it twisted. I'm not making the argument that they were on the same level with the Spurs. I'm saying to you that here's a guy. You're saying you guys always talk about how great the guy is, whatever the case is. If you're shooting below 30% outside of 15 feet, and Bruce Bowen, you could actually go look it up. Bruce Bowen talk about what he did to them, what he did to LeBron. He said all he was doing was going under the screens. That's all he was doing.
Bro, we played the video. That's not true.
No, I'm just telling you what he said.
No,
I'm telling you what he said.
No, but you probably misquoting him.
No, I'm not. You can go look it up. Go look up Bruce Bowen and what he said.
Hold on. We played the video.
Okay.
Bruce Bowen,
I'm just telling you what he said. Who am I to argue with the man?
He was guarding LeBron like 4 feet beyond the 3-point line, pressed up on him. And what they were doing was they were shading him.
And even when they played Dallas,
hold on, Rob. You got to hold on, and you can't jump to another series because you're wrong about the Spurs.
No, I'm not.
We played the video, and I don't want to have to play the video again just to prove you wrong. But we all sat here and
play every game.
We had this same conversation just a month ago. And when I pulled up,
how did he shoot again?
Hold on one second. When I pulled up the video, what we saw was when LeBron was open, he knocked down shots. Did he miss some? Yes. But we saw how the Spurs were defending him. They were chasing over screens. They were sending them in the bigs, and they were pressed up on him as soon as he crossed half court. Bruce Bowen was not sagging off of LeBron.
You just said something.
You said they were going under screens.
That's what I said. That's what Bruce Bowen said. You can look up the video where Bruce Bowen talked.
Once again, you keep quoting these players without any source to go back to where you saw this. We watched the game.
You can look it up.
We watched the game.
Okay, I watched the games too.
No. But we just did it recently to refresh all the people that act like they remember. Because I guarantee you that none of y'all in 07 was watching Spurs versus Cavs really looking at, is Bruce Bowen icing the screen, chasing over, or going under?
It wasn't just Bruce. I mean,
not looking at those things in 07. Y'all act like you remember, but you lie.
No, first of all, I'm 41, so I do remember.
No, you pretend to remember. Like that'd be like me saying,
"No, I don't pretend." I
how Draymond Green was defending LeBron in 2016 or some crazy shit like that. I don't remember. I gotta go back and watch. I'm not gonna pretend act like I remember how the Spurs were defending LeBron James in 07. You guys pushed the narratives. About how you think the Spurs was defending, and then you hear Greg Popovich talk about.
Well, that's all they did.
What did we hear Tim Duncan? What did Tim Duncan say about how they defended LeBron? Tim Duncan said he guarded LeBron with all 5 players. That means every time he touched the ball, we all shifted our focus all on LeBron, and we were all zoned towards LeBron. That's what Tim Duncan
just say, hold up, Lamont, didn't you just say you had just said a minute ago that they was even sending him to the bigs?
Bro,
how do you send a player to bigs?
You don't go under to send a player to a big.
If he's not going to the hold up, can I say something?
You can clearly hear Bruce Bowen and Tim Duncan yelling out ice, ice, ice. And that means what? That means chase over the screen so he doesn't reject. If you go under, either way. So when you can, and I had to pause the video and stop it while we were doing this. I played it. We heard it and we saw it.
All 4 games.
And now you're trying to come and tell me, they were going under these screens. No.
All 4 games.
What happened whenever they made the mistake of going over early into
you see how you're not answering the question? Was it all 4 games?
Yes or no?
All 4 games. Are you going to play all 4 games?
Bro, do you
video?
Do you want me to play the video?
What video is it? All 4 games?
Video with there was a video it made a compilation of all of the games in that series.
Sample size. Okay. The sample size.
Oh my God. Y'all be
LeBron is the most clutch player.
Y'all act like teams are stupid. No coach in NBA history is stupid enough to just sink on LeBron and just allow
Actually, there is a video. There is a video of LeBron talking about hold on, listen for a change. I said there's a video of LeBron talking about LeBron talking about
I hate it when people I hate it when people try to pretend like you're right.
Hold up.
Just say you need to go do research on
it. Hold up. No, I don't though, because you just getting in your feelings. But
you want me to play the video? Okay, so if I'm in my feelings, I'm just gonna mute everybody and we just play video because the video don't have no feelings. So that's what we're
gonna do that anyway. And you're gonna do a sample size because you're not.
We're gonna mute you and we're just gonna play the video.
A sample size. You're not gonna play all 4 games though. Notice that you're not gonna play all 4 games.
So if I play the video,
you want to watch all 4 games.
You see what I'm saying?
You're not going to play all 4 games. Stop it.
So see, this
you're
is
so
give me a sequence give me a sequence. Give me a sequence.
So answer me.
Hold on. Give me a sequence.
You won't let me ask you the question.
Give me a sequence in the game that I can go play where you vividly remember Bruce Brown going under. What game?
You mean Bruce Bowen?
Or yeah, Bruce Brown going under a screen and just them completely just leaving them wide open. What game you want me to pull up?
Game 1 in San Antonio, game 2 in San Antonio.
Game 1, hold on.
I remember that a lot.
We're gonna scroll through the full game, and you can tell me where to stop. Where we see them just going under, leaving LeBron wide the fuck open. So
that was a game plan, and not only that, Lamont. LeBron James himself. Hold up. LeBron James himself said that. Hold up. Hey, shut up. Look, LeBron James himself. Hold up. LeBron James himself said that the Spurs, because they did that, made him a better jump shooter. Did he not say that?
Bro, I don't know what LeBron said or didn't say.
You don't know what LeBron said. That's hilarious. Now bro, you know everything else. You know everything else.
I remember stuff. I remember stuff that I actually researched. I don't run around researching LeBron quotes about the Spurs, and I know you don't either.
Okay, yes, I do, because I just heard him say it not that long ago. I was watching some documentary that he was on. That's how I got that. And he said they made him a better jump shooter. They made him work on his craft because the game plan they had against him. So when he did it, they did it in 2013 again. They did it in 2013 again, and they made him have to shoot jump shots.
You're to telling me where to go to in this game where we can see an example of the Spurs saying "fuck it." I know because I can't just sit here and play the game. I'm gonna get copyrighted. God damn.
Oh yeah, that's true. That's true. But I mean, I don't have. I'm not gonna know that. I didn't watch it. I didn't watch them that many times. I could be like, oh, stop here at 120, and you can see this. I ain't watching.
Third quarter? Was it the second quarter? Was it the fourth quarter? I mean, it got to be a point in the game where you remember LeBron just.
I mean, we could go to the fourth quarter of game 2. What game is this?
It's game 1, like you asked for.
I said game 2. Game 2 at the end. Hold up. I said game 2 at the end. I don't know about game 1 because game 1 wasn't. You could. All right, let's go to game 1. Look at game 1. Let's just see.
Okay, so where do you vividly remember them just going under, leaving LeBron open for a shit ton of open jump shots?
I didn't say a shit ton, but okay.
Fourth quarter's clutch. That's clutch.
Let's go to the fourth quarter. Yeah, let's see what clutch. Let's see what he did in the clutch.
Okay, so it's a fourth. 9 minutes to go. All right. Let's just see. All right. Cleveland already down big.
And look at Ori. Look at my boy Ori.
All right. Well, I told you, like I said, they picking him up 3-point line extended. He said versus a zone defense. I don't know. They might have went zone in the fourth. I don't know.
I just remember. I definitely remember. He said this series made him want to work on.
No, that's why we play. I know. Right. I don't know what y'all be expecting to see. Y'all be acting like Greg Popovich is dumb.
That was good defense on even though Tony Parker hit that shot.
Well, that's what stars do. When you have more stars than the other team, you make tough shots. They have better players.
Damn.
That's what I mean. They act like
No. I mean, it was just funny that you saying that. Yeah, it's funny. That's all. I agree with you. It was just funny.
I don't pretend like the Spurs just didn't have a significantly better team.
But they played bad though.
Who?
That was one of their worst finals.
Who?
San Antonio.
Okay, why was it one of their worst finals?
Because Tim Duncan didn't play well, and Ginobili didn't play.
It was one of their worst finals.
Play well. Tim Duncan
didn't play well. Worst
finals
because this Cavs team was actually a good defensive unit. And
but they still had one of their worst. They still had their worst.
I don't just like to say Tim Duncan played bad. I actually just like to give the defense credit for making them struggle to a certain degree.
I respect that because Ilgauskas is a big dude. I mean,
stars in this league don't just struggle just without nothing happening. Something usually makes them struggle.
That's true.
Like you ain't gonna play Jason Tatum and then all of a sudden he's just missing shots because he's struggling by himself. He probably, you probably got a squad of college or NBA players behind you. Yeah, y'all doubling them, fouling them, doing all types of stuff. He ain't just out. You gonna play Jason Tatum one-on-one? He ain't just gonna have a bad game. He gonna light you the fuck up.
It looked like LeBron was even discouraged to even touch the ball at this time.
Man, now he's scared to touch the ball.
No, I said it looked like. See, how you, dude? I swear you should be like a prosecutor. It's not what I said, nigga.
You said he's scared.
I said he looked like he's afraid. I said he looked like he's afraid to even touch the ball. That's what I said.
Hey, I gotta move this along. Let's see if we can.
I wonder what he was up to this point, and if he did most of his shooting even before this.
I don't know if he scores again. They'll probably put it on the screen.
I forgot he was ball. He went almost with the ball.
All right, so there's Bruce. There's a switch. And they hedged and recovered right there. What did they do with LeBron there? They forced him up.
So we're doing one play. We're gonna do one play.
I just explained what happened that one play. I just explained what happened.
You say, you also said that they was picking them up full court. I ain't seen that yet either.
The defensive strategy, from what I heard, was to do what? Let LeBron shoot. This is called a hedge.
Okay, so one play he didn't shoot.
No, one play. Hold on. So on this one play, Duncan, he's supposed to hedge, and when you hedge, you're supposed to recover quickly. Duncan, who's gassed, they just showed his stats, 22 and 12. He didn't recover fast enough. What does LeBron do? Because obviously they're not giving him open jumpers. LeBron immediately makes the read. He just makes the good play. He makes the read.
That's a good play. That's a good play.
It's not because they're giving him open shots. So
I didn't say it was on every play. I didn't say it was on every play.
On this one play.
Okay, just the one play. I got
late on the recovery dunks. We'll go to the next play.
Okay.
So that's just one example of why Popovich is not dumb enough to go under on LeBron. His playmaking is too elite. They're always going to hedge. They're always going to ice. They're not going to go under on him.
So they didn't go under on them in this series at all, or 2013, right?
Remember, if they go under, it's probably by accident, and it's not in your game plan to go under on LeBron.
So Dallas didn't go under either.
Bro, we're talking about this series, not Dallas.
No, I'm talking about in all the series. I just named this series. They did that strategy. In 2013, they did the strategy, and in 2011, they did the same strategy.
Saying it never happened. But
what I'm saying, never happened. Okay, it never happened.
What I'm saying is, it wasn't in their game plan to go under on screens for LeBron. If it happened in game, it was just because the game is so fast, things happen, players make mistakes, but it wasn't by design.
He went over the screen just now.
I mean, I know. Sorry, LeBron has the ball. I thought he was gonna swing it to LeBron.
Nah, he don't have. They're not even.
Good has the ball now. Bum. This is what happened when you got bums in the game in NBA Finals.
Yeah, first of all, Drew Gooden is not a bum.
And
he's not an all-star. He wasn't a bum though. He wasn't a bum though. That's a lie.
At this time, he was a bum.
No, come on, stop it, bro. Stop.
Bro, he was a bum, man.
He was not a bum that year. Stop.
All right, hold on.
He wasn't no all-star. He wasn't no all-star. He was a good role player. That's all he was. He shouldn't be taking that shot. He shouldn't have took that shot for sure, but he ain't no bum though. That's a lie.
All right, so let's look at this next possession. Herm, I'm about to drop the link for you. I just want to see a possession where Bruce Bowen says, you know what? I think I'm going to go under on this screen. Or is he going to stick to the assignment and continue to fight over ice or hard hedge LeBron?
And you do realize we haven't watched the full game, so you ain't gonna see a whole bunch.
I know, but I just want to remember it's not hard to see a team's strategy against a player. You don't have to watch a full game to see a strategy. Oh, Bruce Bowen fought over the screen in a good ice. We'll go.
This is just getting ridiculous now.
Hold on, we'll rewind it. I swear I saw that. Did you guys see that?
Come on,
I saw four of them.
Now look, how does all of a sudden we randomly pull up a fourth quarter in this game? And the only thing we've seen guys fight over the screen and we've seen hard hedges, but we haven't seen somebody willingly just go under and leave LeBron open just yet. It just ain't happened once. But everything that I said is already happening. And this is not something I didn't select. We just selected a random portion of this game, and everything that I said is still happening. Look, Bruce Bowen is not a dumb defender.
You know how many players?
What he's doing right now, y'all?
We still ain't watching. We still only
Bruce
watching.
Bowen is doing. Hold on 1 second. I'm breaking out real basketball. What Bruce Bowen right now is doing something what coaches call getting skinny. So he's making himself. He's digging into the screener. So right now, Bruce Bowen could do one or two things. If he allows himself to get screened, Bron is going to fuck somebody up. So he has to now fight through.
How is he going to fuck somebody up?
Because if he allows Verjao to completely eliminate Bruce Bowen from the situation, Bron has an ISO at the rim on Duncan, and we know what happens when Bron has ISOs at the rim on Duncan, especially in his prime. Just go ask Tim Duncan about some of them instances. But let's just go.
He didn't attack.
So what happens is
like that, bro.
So Verjao needs to roll hard, but Bruce Bowen is fighting.
He's either going to look.
Bro, hold on.
He's not attacking.
You're just talking and just making the audio crazy.
No, I'm not. You're making the audio crazy. You just said that he'll go at Tim Duncan like you.
Just let me do the breakdown.
You're still talking. I don't get it.
Just let me do the breakdown. Now, this breakdown is for the chat, not for you. So Bruce Bowen fighting over the screen. This is late in the game. Remember, San Antonio's up 12 right now. So they remember 3 minutes in the NBA is still a long time. He's fighting over the screen. That's called icing the screen. He's sending LeBron to Duncan while he's fighting behind. It's basically to walk a dude into a double team. And what they're essentially saying is, LeBron, you ain't gonna beat us. Verjao's gonna have to beat us. You're gonna have to throw that ball to Verjao to make this work. All right, but they did a good job of crowding his space. Bruce Bowen did a good job of fighting over. Duncan did a great job of icing the screen and playing two. So he played two. He iced the screen, forced him to kick out because their whole game plan was predicated on, Brian, you ain't gonna beat us, but we gonna kick it to this scrub out here. We're gonna let Pavlovich at the end of the shot clock get a shot off.
Hey, can you rewind that play though? Can you rewind it one more time?
We can go to the number. We can go to
no. Hold on. You said, oh my God, but I'm about to tell you why I'm asking you to rewind. I just want to see if you saw something. I just want to see if you just saw something.
Has the ball. It's gotta be good.
And he didn't rewind it. He didn't rewind it to the play. He didn't rewind it.
This team going under. Now they went over on number 19, whoever that scrub was.
Yeah, he went under. I saw him go under it. But even on that other play that you said before, that you just showed before, that you was breaking down, Tim Duncan was in drop coverage. He didn't even come up.
That's not drop coverage. He iced.
Okay, I mean, he didn't put it like this. He stayed closer to the paint.
No, yeah, but so.
But LeBron came to him. LeBron ran to him.
I see a lot of people confuse drop coverage and ice because it's kind of similar in nature, but you got to see it to be able to tell the difference, and you can always tell by the way the guy chases over. So some and drop coverages, especially how you see drop coverage played today, some teams will do what is called an exit, where that guard that fights over will exit and then go guard the big, and they will do a complete switch.
Yeah, the complete switch. Yeah.
So you have to watch. They went in the ice because they just swarmed onto LeBron and said, "You're not beating us. You're kicking it out, and somebody else is beating us."
LeBron not in the game right now, by the way.
Here, let's go to possession where the Cavs have the ball. We go here.
I'm just trying to figure out why Bron gave them.
That was a contested three. They didn't leave them open. We could go to another. I mean, we can get like.
He didn't. They didn't. No, I mean, of course they. First of all, he didn't even try to do a screen or nothing like that at the time. He just caught the ball and shot. Yeah, somebody gonna test. So you gonna contest it? Like they ain't gonna disrespect. I didn't say that they was Russell Westbrook in the nigga, but they was letting him shoot.
Cleveland has the ball.
Look at how look. Is that? Oh, that's Larry Hughes. You said Larry Hughes, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was Larry Hughes with the ball, not LeBron.
Yeah.
Look like under the screen again, brother.
See, like I said, I mean, you can see what their game plan is. Their game plan is them other guys are gonna beat us, not LeBron.
This is ridiculous.
I mean, we can go to any game 2, 3, whatever game you want to go to. We're going to see the same
Go to the end of game. Go to the end of game 4. I saw that one recently too.
All right, so we'll go to game 4. Let me take this one off the screen. So hold on.
I like Tony Parker in that.
Right, so game 4. Well, now this was. Are you saying this was a game where they went under on LeBron?
No. I just saying go through it because I do forget if they. I don't know if they blatantly dropped on this game though.
All right, True the King said link here. True, I'm about to drop the link for you.
Where Herm at? I thought Herm was coming in.
I know I forgot to drop the link for him. I got to drop the link. There was a couple people that wanted to come in. That was my bad. All right, hold on.
Hey, but Lamont, real talk. I'm not now. Real drop coverage is what they was doing in the 80s, where dudes would be like at the 20, like at a like shooting 20-footers. Niggas would like drop hard. They wouldn't even sometimes cover them.
But I mean, a lot of coaches. It just depends on the coach on how they want to run a drop coverage. But I don't think a lot of teams like it.
And he hit that too.
Like I said, if they go under on LeBron was hitting it for the most part. That was again another.
They didn't go under on purpose, by the way. He set them up.
Nah, but Lamont, I gotta be real. The Spurs knew every set that the Cavs were trying to run. Cause Mike Bryant we were running the same sets that they were using when he was in San Antonio.
Look how he said he's gonna set going.
So look, when Bruce Bowen made a mistake, LeBron punished him immediately.
And one shot.
No, hold on. No, what I'm saying is, I said before we even saw a video, I said whenever they made mistakes against LeBron, he found a way to punish him. And Bruce Bowen got lazy right now. I'm gonna show you why it was a mistake. Because you see here, you're gonna catch Bruce Bowen what we call ball watching, and watch him get lazy because he's ball watching.
Watch your go.
He's ball watching, right? Now, what he's supposed to do, he's supposed to be chased over. When he makes the mistake, you don't want LeBron.
He let him do it, man. He let him
do it. That was a mistake.
He could have fought over that screen, bro. He ran behind it. He ran behind Ilgauskas. He could have easily went over.
Bro, I'm telling you right now, that was a mistake. LeBron made a great play towards the ball, then he cut back and he caught Bruce.
But I'm saying, you said Bowen was caught ball watching, but he clearly goes under the screen. He could have fought over that.
No, it wasn't clear. He didn't even see it coming. He got caught by surprise.
Because he was recovering.
That's what I'm saying. He was just watching, but you see, he could have fought over that screen.
No, he couldn't. He was recovering.
Yes, he could. There wasn't no mean.
The opposite side of a 7'2", almost 300-pound man. What are you talking about?
No, he ran behind. Dude, go look at the play again.
All right, hold on. We're
when
gonna go to another.
Recovering on defense, you don't know where the hell you running to, really, because you're recovering, nigga.
We got Dwight Gooden shooting shots to the bum.
Everything said Dwight Gooden.
Why the hell we still talking about LeBron and Cleveland, bro? I thought it was 2023. I thought it was in 2023. You talking about LeBron and Cleveland, bro?
Look how far, nigga. Wait. Rewind that. Rewind that.
Nigga, what the fuck are we talking about Brian and Cleveland, bro?
Wait, rewind that just now. Did you just see that?
Y'all hear me?
Yes, that was a different.
You see how much space he got? You see how much space? Look, watch.
Why did he get to
take a shot?
Look
at this.
2 picks, and then he shot.
He went
up. He got a double screen.
I'm gonna leave it.
He got double.
Hey, man, who is this? This a Brian hater? I just hopped
I
in.
don't
Who
know.
is this?
No,
This a Brian
no,
hater?
he's one of those. Like, remember for me, there's these people that like to push narratives about LeBron, and they push the narratives about LeBron because they think we don't want to go back and watch. But when we actually go back and watch, ain't no smart coach just saying, hey, we're going to go over and just let LeBron do whatever he wants on the perimeter. He can shoot all the shots he wants because LeBron is a high IQ player. When you give him space, that's just more space to attack. He's not just going to shoot. He's going to attack the space. This is the same way Draymond Green beat the Memphis Grizzlies in the playoffs a few years ago. Them idiots were stupid enough to sag off of him and say, shoot the ball, Draymond. Draymond Green said, you fucking dummies. I'm not shooting the ball. I'm driving into space, and I'm going to still score. I'm going to create something. Like, the NBA defenses are, like, players are not stupid. You can't
I don't. First of all, whoever that dude was,
without a jump shot, Ben Simmons should still be an all-star.
I don't hate. Hold up.
How open you leave.
And not only that, I mean, like they said Zion couldn't shoot, and you damn straight ain't about to give them space.
But hold up, this dude that came on. This dude that came on
in his prime. You can't do that to Russell Westbrook in his prime.
Hey, hold up. The dude that came on, I don't hate.
Niggas don't know basketball.
I don't
You say
hate
you don't
no
hate
player.
who?
I said I don't hate any player.
But you pushing narratives though, bro. That's hate.
I'm not pushing narratives because the fact is, hold up. Because the fact is, to this day, LeBron James gives the Spurs credit for him working on his jump shot. Why? Because they made the game plan for him to make him shoot. And then they did the same thing in who you call it, Dallas Mavericks, said they got their game plan from watching the Spurs too.
No, they didn't. The Dallas Mavericks ran. Dallas Mavericks ran one of the most unique songs in NBA history.
What was? Hold up. What was the game plan?
Hold on. The game plan was to make everybody else beat them. Mark Cuban even said
it. Mark Cuban.
No, it was to make him shoot jump shots. He didn't want to shoot.
What did Mark Cuban
say? To make him shoot jump shots.
No, it was not. That's not what he said.
Yes, it was.
Okay, let's play what Mark Cuban had to say. Let's see it.
Okay, so if we're doing that, then play what LeBron had to say. If we're doing that, if we're gonna do that, then play what LeBron said about him.
Man, bro, I don't like LeBron personally, bro. We can't give our lies about the nigga though. You know what I'm saying?
Man, that's what I'm saying, Herm, bro. Niggas be lying on this hoe, bro. Just cause, and that's why I said, hey, bro, we gotta come out and lie.
We can hear what Mark Cuban had to say.
Okay, if we do that, can we put what LeBron said about giving the first credit for him making his jump shot better?
We're gonna play what Mark Cuban said. Mark Cuban was on the.
Oh, we ain't gonna play what LeBron said though, huh? Okay, all right, I got you.
No, we're not. We're gonna play what Mark Cuban said, and I'm gonna play what Mark Cuban said, bro.
Hold on.
Yeah, we play what Mark Cuban said, but it's not the man himself. I got you. I
gotta mute so everybody can hear.
No, we're gonna play the opposing team, homie.
Here, let's listen to this, y'all.
Biggest issue with Skip. It's not just Skip. It's sports writers, sports media in general, where everything's generalities.
This
right?
jackass on the panel too.
What the hell is that, right? You know, it's
appreciating pressure.
meaning what, Skip?
Meaning that you personally watched up close and personal what LeBron went through last year against your Dallas Mavericks. Was it not the biggest collapse of a superstar that we've ever witnessed on a finals or championship stage?
No, I mean, first of all, it's a team game, right? You guys like to talk in complete generalities where no one can question you, right? You don't ever use facts. You don't ever use substance. You don't ever
use facts.
No.
That's all I use on this show.
What, excruciating pressure, undeniable this, you know, it's just all generalities.
There's never been a star under more pressure going into a finals, a championship series or game than LeBron James was under after 9 years and 3 league MVPs.
Well, first of all, you have the presumption that people care what you say. They don't. That when guys go out there, when guys go out there, no, I'm talking about media in general. When guys get ready to play and they're in the locker room, they're not thinking, okay, well, what's written, what's going to be written, what's being said, right? I mean, they're getting prepared. And if you've got a good coach and you've got a good culture, then guys are ready to play no matter what. Like you guys were just talking about, you know, Miami wanted it more or less. Like that is just such horse, you know what, right? There's no such thing as it's not that Oklahoma City don't want it more. I think Miami was better prepared to play the game than Oklahoma City in terms of adjustments and changes. Now, if you want to talk about double teams and how they were used, whether or not they should have played zone, what defensive structure was in place, that's a valid conversation. But just saying they wanted it more, that's ridiculous.
Okay.
When you're Kevin Durant and you're Derek Fisher and you're Russell Westbrook, etc., and you're at that closeout game, there's nobody that wants it more. It's just a question of who executes better, and then you decide why.
Who played harder in the last games? Miami did every game. LeBron played harder than Kevin Durant did 4 straight games.
That is the most ridiculous thing any sports writer has ever said. Now, if you think when Kevin Durant walked off the court, you thought, yeah, I didn't play quite hard enough, right? Now, you can say like he wasn't put in a position to succeed. You could say that they didn't run the right plays. They didn't get the ball to him on the block enough. And if you were smart, you'd come out and you'd have substance. You say, you know what? This is how many plays they ran to him on the block. Here's how Miami defended it. Now, you can also argue that the Pat Riley way is always the same way all the time. Miami played it the same way all the time. And then we can have a discussion about adjustments. Like last year, did we play harder than the Heat? Is that what you think it was?
No, I don't. I think LeBron disappeared and shrank in crunch time of the fourth quarter, and I can just show you the numbers of what he didn't do in every fourth quarter.
So we get no credit for not putting him in a position to succeed. Right, we played the Heat.
He put himself in. All he did was stand out on the perimeter.
Now, how do you think we defended that? Why do you think he was standing out there?
You didn't have to defend it.
Oh, right. So no matter what we did, he was just going to stand there and do nothing.
Well, that's all I saw. That was a lot of it.
That's exactly right, Chip.
And hope
that's
that
all
Dwayne
you
Wade
saw.
Saved the day for him.
You're exactly right. That's all you saw. You didn't look, right? I mean, and that's a complete insult to us to say, you know what, the adjustments that we made.
What did you do to force him out there?
We had like 6, 7 different types of matchups in our zone, right? And we played man-to-man, and we had a variety of different switches, right? So we knew that 90% of his shots were going to come from the left-hand side, right? We knew that if you gave him room from the left, he was going to drive. Now, we didn't have the athletes that Oklahoma City did, so we had to plan differently.
Sure.
So we need to make sure that we pushed him out away, and then we gave him different looks every time he had the ball, because just forcing him to make a decision, right, to think about what he had to do, taking the time to read. Are we in a zone? What type of zone we're in? How are we matching up? What type of rotations are we in? Making him think made them pass the ball around the perimeter, which gave us a chance to adjust, right? Now, they're smarter. They're a better team this year. They deserve to win this year. But, that's the way we played it. And so it wasn't just LeBron. LeBron actually played it right more often than not. He made the right pass to the right guy who didn't make the right play. And that's exactly what we wanted. We wanted to get the ball out of their hands and into the hands of somebody else. We wanted him to play Michael Jordan and make somebody play Steve Kerr. Now, last night, Mike Miller.
It wasn't no damn, we're going to turn him into a jump shooter. Shut your dumb ass up, nigga. Shut your dumb ass up, nigga.
It's bad.
That's how you cook a nigga online, bro.
It's bad.
Talking to dumb ass shit,
bro. Hey, hold on. Did you not hear what he said? He said they did a variety of things. You dumb son of a bitch.
Exactly what he said.
So shut the fuck up, then, you little faggot.
Why am I a bitch?
Shut up.
Oh, you mad?
So and it all ended with him being in the corner. It all.
Watch that word, bro. Watch that word. That shit get Lamar shit taken down.
Hey, Lamar, he called me a bitch. He mad.
You sound stupid, dude. You sound stupid. You don't know what you're talking about.
Hold on. Let him make cook. Hold on. Let him make cook. He just pulled up.
I heard Lamar. I came on
No,
here.
you didn't hear it right because he said they ran a variety of things, and it all ended with him being in the corner, standing in the corner, wide open.
Hold on.
No, it didn't. It said,
no, that's not what he said.
Yes, it did, stupid. Yes, it did, stupid.
Look, I ain't gonna say play it back because I don't give a fuck about that shit. That's 10 years ago, bro. What's over 10 years ago?
Then. Shut up, then.
We talking about today. No, you don't know how to listen. That's your problem. But Lamar,
you don't know how to listen because you only heard one thing. That's your problem. You don't know how to listen. He said they did a variety of things.
You don't listen.
Hold on.
All right. Everybody,
hold on. Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
About what I'm saying. Am I lying about what I'm saying? Yes or no? Did he or did he not say that they made LeBron James become a playmaker? Yes or no?
Yeah, pretty much. Made him read the defense.
That means they're not leaving him open.
Basically, it's exactly what he said. If you could go back and listen to that shit, you could play it again on my. That's a waste of time because you're wasting your time with idiots on here. I want to ask you a question about what you said about the Suns.
All right,
Like, fuck what this dude talking about 15 years ago. You said the Suns was basically you said, oh, I told y'all the Suns ain't really built for this and this and that. Bro, it's 5 games in the season, bro.
That's not what I said. What are you talking about, bro? You just want to come on here and talk mess.
No.
You just want attention. I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to Lamont.
Just shut up.
No, I'm talking
you like
to
one of them dudes that get knocked out on the street.
You're mad. Look at him, Lamont. He mad. He mad at what I said, Lamont. He ain't ready for me.
No, because you sound stupid. I didn't say nothing about no Suns.
Hold on, Rob. Hold on.
I didn't say nothing about no Suns.
I got to mute him. Hold on. Hit me.
I didn't say nothing about no Suns. What are you talking about?
You in that pot because we lost to the
Spurs.
y'all.
Hold on. Y'all.
Yeah, put that clown in the back stage. I'm talking to Lamont.
You come here and make it on his story. Shut up.
Okay,
right,
let me answer.
Bro.
Herm, let me answer. I
didn't mention nothing about no Suns. I didn't mention nothing about no Suns.
He in his panties.
Yeah,
He in his
feelings. You try to.
He in his panties, y'all. Look at him. Get him out the chat, bro.
Let me answer the question.
You get you out the chat. You come here making all this noise.
Oh man, y'all cannot answer the question.
I ain't nothing to you, nigga. I just
said
that.
Man, you sound stupid. Get out of here.
You call me a bitch.
You got it.
I didn't call you no bitch. I didn't call you. I said you were son of a bitch.
You did call me a bitch, bro. Play the CD.
He did. I said you were son of a bitch.
Oh, son of a bitch. You see how you doing semantics? Come on, bro. Let's not do that.
Yep.
But, hey, like
that's exactly what I said. Get it right. That's what I thought. Because that's what you are.
So what did you say? Why are you still talking, bro?
Yeah, because why are you still talking? Period. Shut up.
He's a nobody. We don't even know your name.
You're a nobody. You just running your mouth.
Like I said before, Lamont. Yeah, thank you, Lamont. Get him out the chat. He's irrelevant, bro.
He's on the backstage. I'm gonna bring him back.
What are we talking about with the Suns, bro?
This is what I'm saying.
Yeah, cool. Fuck what you talking about, though, bro.
So the Suns. I said, when you build a big three, it only works in today's game if you keep all 3 of them healthy, because your success is contingent on those 3 playing with superior chemistry and hitting on all cylinders. And I said, over the last couple of years, whenever we've seen these big threes, when any one piece or 2 pieces of the big 3 is out with an injury, it completely disrupts the chemistry because you have so much money invested in those 3, you really don't have the talent on the bench to come fill that void to a certain degree. And I said, right now, the Suns are dealing with the problem that I said. They're dealing with injuries to those 2 of those stars. Even when they got one of them back in Devin Booker, they still lost to San Antonio because you still have that big gap of Bradley Beal not being there that you need to fill, and nobody on your bench can kind of play that Bradley Beal role temporarily. So it almost looked like a little bit of your turn, my turn basketball, and they kind of struggled all night. Now, you could be right. This could probably be temporary, and maybe they'll get back on the right track. But I think we're not going to see the best version of the Suns until we see Beal, Booker, and KD on the court for an extended period of time, and those guys got to stay healthy. They got to stay healthy.
Right, so you kind of sort of contradicted yourself because you said, "Oh, it's your turn, my turn," but then you said we're not going to see the full. So your argument is convoluted, and it's like, okay, bro. At the end of the day, like you can judge us off of one game with Devin Booker against the Spurs because the game before we had that game 1 and we fumbled the bag and we lost without Devin Booker. You know, so I could use the good parts of that and be like, oh, well, this is who the Suns could be. And like you said, the chemistry, that's an absolute fact. But all in all, it's only 5 games. My whole point and premise of this, let's say we would have went 5-0. It's still only 5 fucking games. We're sitting here analyzing the Suns as if it's already the end of the season and the playoffs starts tomorrow type shit. That's bullshit. Bro, the playoffs don't start until April.
My example correlates back to when the Miami Heat big 3 got put together. I think we all knew that big 3 is just going to be the best team in the league. But the one thing that we knew is they got to play together and have that adjustment so they can understand how we're going to make this work on court. We knew there was a ton of talent. And so when that team got put together, that first couple of weeks, the chemistry kind of looked off.
Looked bad, right?
So, what happened? They stayed healthy. They played through the storm. But when they got healthy, when they figured out, okay, this is my role, this is your role, this is how we're gonna make it work, they was damn near unstoppable. So that's why I said I don't expect the Phoenix Suns, even if all 3 of them was healthy. I didn't expect it to look perfect right out the gate. I said this even before the season started. I said, y'all keep talking about the Suns. Y'all keep trying to shit on them. But I said, if they stay healthy and they figure it out, the whole league is in trouble. Because I know the potential danger of a healthy big three if they figure it out. It's all contingent on they got to, get on the floor together. They got to deal with them growing pains. And then they have to figure out those. But if they figure it out, they unstoppable. But Bill just can't come back. Let's say Bill's out the whole season. He comes back at the start of the playoffs. No, I know he's not. I'm just saying, let's say he's out an extended period of time. He just comes back right before the playoffs. And then all of a sudden, it's just supposed to work.
It's not going to work. Yeah, you're right. It's not going to work. Yeah.
So, but if I said before the season, I said, if the Suns figure it out, because remember, I labeled Booker and KD the best duo in the NBA. So I know how lethal they are. But I said, if they figure it out, the league in trouble.
If they can figure it out, they're the best team behind Boston. You got it.
I think they're ahead of Boston if they figure it out.
Oh, down, y'all hear me?
You talking about with Bill?
Yeah. No, I'm saying with Bill, if they figure it out, they're ahead of Boston because of Eric Gordon and the shooters. Yeah, I hear you, True.
Yeah. Hey, slow down though with that. I mean, we're gonna call. I mean, listen, man. They behind Boston.
No, but my final prediction was
we slightly behind Boston. Boston defensively, and they got the chemistry, like you were saying. You was alluding to the chemistry and how important that is. Boston had their core guys for the longest. You know, you got to give them credit for that. So I'm not knocking Boston for what they're doing right now. They're undefeated, so you got to give them their credit. But I'm saying,
man, no, I'm not sleeping on the Suns. Like, I know how lethal they can be. I'm not sleeping on the Suns. I'm not one of those.
Because it sounded like you was alluding to the fact, like, oh, we're losing because you said so, and I told y'all about the Suns. I'm like, and I hear that all the goddamn time. It's like, all right, you keep that same energy in the playoffs.
It's the injuries, though. The thing is, like, if you look at the Suns, I mean, even Devin Booker, if you notice, he's been getting an injury bug these past couple of years. So it's like you have Bradley Beal, he kind of an injury prone player, KD, and then you add with KD been healthy all season, but like Devin Booker, that's kind of, you can be alarming. And one thing is, chemistry is a big thing. So they gotta be on the number one ability is availability. That's the number one important thing, and you gotta be.
But even with our quote unquote injury bugs, we still nearly made it to the Western Conference Finals. We didn't make it to the Western Conference Finals last year.
I understand that. Y'all got the talent. Y'all got the talent. You're not trying.
$30 million sitting on the bench for 4 games. You know what I mean? So we gotta keep everything into perspective, bro. And we traded that guy for Bradley Beal, who's hurt right now. We traded that guy for Bradley Beal, who's hurt right now. Completely restructured our roster. It's going to take time for Frank Vogel to get his rotations and for guys to buy into that philosophy defensively. But I see flashes in which that's going to be a nasty defense, a top 5 defense. Offensively, I've seen flashes. That's going to be one of the best offenses in the league. And as long as that stays intact, bro, it's going to be Boston and Phoenix in the finals, bro.
I mean,
just
look,
telling you.
They showed you against the Spurs a glimpse of what they could be once they get their chemistry right when they came back from 20 points in like 2.2 seconds. These motherfuckers was down.
No, the game before that, Lamont, they had them down by 20 and they laid their foot off the gas. That's how we lost that game. They actually like let their foot off the gas. They had them down by like 20 in the first half.
That was, I'm talking about the game with Booker. I'm talking about the Booker. I'm talking about the game with Booker. I'm saying this that tandem. It got to a point where these motherfuckers wasn't missing nothing. So that's what I mean. Right. I know the lethalness of this team, but I want to see Bill out there. I love seeing super teams cook everybody. So I want to see.
I don't believe in Bill though. I'm gonna be real with you. I don't believe Bill is really that type of player that makes a difference.
I think Bill can help the team out.
I don't think it's that worse. No,
I think it
is. You said what?
I think Bill's problem is his injuries. To be honest with you, Bill is a baller.
I don't think it's that bad though. I think it's he just trying to low manage and coast through the season and get to the playoffs.
I don't think it's that. I think
that's not going to work.
Bill is not that. If Bill could play though. I don't think he's that at all though. I think he's been missing a lot of games. I mean,
that's what I'm saying. Like, under what pretense are you making that statement? Because he ain't never showed us a level of, I'm gonna play through injuries. I've never seen Bill playing through injuries, bro. So I don't know where you're getting that statement from.
I think, but first of all, every type of player playing through some type of like it don't gotta be like something crazy, but people play through injuries.
But Bill, like he has
That's
legit.
real cliche what you saying, true, but like I said, when it comes to Bill,
you think the type of dude is low? I don't think the type of dude that low managed. It don't make sense that the low managed. Like what? That don't make any sense right now.
Wait, so you never seen Bill tank and just get injured, and then the team so bad he just doesn't come
Bill
back?
has tanked a little bit. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah,
he
come
may
on,
be
man. Like,
but going back to that point though, the Wizards like listen. They shut him and Porzingis down last season because they was going to trade those guys. So they do that. The teams do that all the time. Trash teams do that all the time. It's like there's no point. You know what I mean? Y'all play. They did the same thing with Mavericks. Mavericks did the same thing last year with Kyrie and Luka, though. You know what I mean? They could have played them last
game, though. It was like the last 2 games, though, bro. That's a different.
But still,
example.
though, they were fighting for a playing. They were fighting for a playing spot. They teams do that all the time, though. If you're not a good team, so it's like I mean.
But true, the strippers shows you a prime or something, but when you tank and take shortcuts throughout the season, it ain't gonna work out for you. You just gotta find the balance. You gotta find a way to balance their minutes throughout the season. Don't sit them out all the goddamn
I ain't gonna put that on Bill Jacket though. I think he'd really be hurt. I ain't gonna put that on Bill Jacket.
I don't think he really hurt now. You wanna know why I say that? True. He had the same back injury in the preseason. He played the first preseason game against Detroit. And then the second game against the Denver Nuggets, he sat out. Then he played against the Portland Trailblazers. The whole time he had a whole back issue. So that's why I say it's not that big of an issue because they were saying he had a back issue the first game and he played through it. So my thing is like if it really matters to Bill, he'll play. So that's the whole point. Like that's why I say I don't believe in him. I don't believe he really want to win.
Why are most of the NBA teams benching so weak?
Bro, when you turn 30, you have back issues, bro. Let's just keep it a wrap. Anybody that's 30 plus, know your back gonna hurt. And it's back tightness. It's not it's no real specified injury, bro. It's just back tightness, back soreness. Like that's being 30, bro. He's up there in age now. He's not 25 years old anymore. So I feel like he can play through that shit, bro. He making excuses and load managing. I don't respect that, bro. I don't believe in him.
It's like you said, Lamont. I just want to know why are most of the team benches so weak? Why are they benches so weak?
What are you talking about?
Most of the teams.
What teams?
Like just like the Suns.
What are you talking about?
George? Oh, hell.
George saying anything, bro.
I said, why are they benching? Why are they benching so weak?
Like a complete. You say something that's a complete opposite of what it is. George, you gotta stop doing. You will legit say the complete.
Like if you talking about Memphis or somebody, man.
I'm saying why are their benches so weak? Just like the Suns, they got players hurt.
How they bench weak when their bench can come and perform when guys like Brad and Devin Booker are out? How that don't make any sense.
And Lamont, you don't say that. Lamont, how many points a game is the Suns averaging? And then how many points a game is the bench averaging?
Like that don't even. I'm not even saying that.
Hold on, True. I'm about to really fry this nigga. Two of the bench guys are starting right now. So whenever the 2 starters come back, Booker just came back. When Bill come back, Grayson Allen and Eric Gordon going to the bench.
That's just
how many
the Suns. Look at the rest of the league.
The Wanabe.
Look at the rest of the league. That's just the Suns.
Answer the question, George. You in the pot now, nigga.
No. You just talking about. I said most of the league. I'm not just talking about the Suns.
No, you said like the Suns. You said the Suns.
I said no, I didn't. I said most of the league benches are weak. Ain't nobody just talking about the Suns.
No, you said the Suns though.
You did say the Suns.
He said, bro. I'm like, y'all acting like I'm hearing shit, bro. I heard you say the Suns, bro. That's why I said like, how are the Suns? That's a bad example.
That's not a bad example from what I saw.
They have like 30-some points a game. They have like 30-some points a game. The bench.
They have 36 points a game.
What are you talking about? George, you was wrong. You was wrong, bro.
Did you see those players sitting on the bench for most of the game, and when they put them in the game, they're horrible.
See, you was sick, bro. George, you were wrong, bro.
Who are you talking about?
I ain't going that true. Yeah, he bad.
George, you depends on what team.
As you look around the league and you see those guys sitting there in their warm-up suits, and when they put them in the game, they're horrible. Most of the teams around the league.
That's not true. Because because when I watched even when I watched the Spurs play, those bench guys came in. When I saw McDermott come in, that guy came in flamethrower, knocking threes down.
Spurs
Right?
bench is good. They got decent bench.
It's a lot of teams where, like, now I can go to Memphis. Their bench looks bad and discombobulated. Portland's bench look bad, but you say every team. That ain't every team.
Keep on going down the list. The Bulls, the Jazz.
I haven't watched the Bulls play.
I'm just saying.
I mean, I'm saying this. I'm not gonna act like I pretend like I watched everybody play. Teams I watched play, I haven't seen that many teams.
Hold on, Lamar, you heard what he just said? Lamar, he said the Jazz. They got Colin Sexton. Hold on. They got Colin Sexton and Chris Dunn coming off the bench.
And Kelly Olynyk.
And Kelly Olynyk. Yeah, come on. They bench is trash.
Be talking, bro. You be talking like this.
How am I talking? Colin Sexton just got traded from the Cavs. He's supposed to be a superstar.
2 years ago.
I know. He's coming off the bench now.
He's scoring on the team, bro.
I think y'all still could beat the Clippers with no problem.
Who?
The Suns. I still would choose your Suns.
No, that's one team we don't match up with. Nah, hell no. That's one team we don't match. Now with James Harden, probably
well, because
that's a good ass shit. That's good ass shit. That's a good ass shit.
One of them niggas ain't
I don't know about that. I don't know about that. It's two teams I think we're a bad matchup for. It's the Clippers and the Warriors, bro. We're a bad matchup for them.
The Suns gonna be all right. Suns gonna be all right. They'll be all right.
We'll see. But like I said, it's not as bad as everybody trying to make it like, oh, we frauds and this and that, bro. That's all I'm saying. Like, we're going to be competitive, but I don't think we championship contenders right now. You know what I mean?
Oh, you could still make a trade, and then Okogie can play better. He can play better than
No. You can't bail them out with no trades, bro. You just got to build through it. That's why I say, like, every time something go wrong or it looks bad, everybody want to holler about trades, bro. No, you got to
build. I meant like something.
A trade is going to throw off the chemistry.
I meant something. I didn't mean like something big. I mean like a player that they could bring in to fill out a gap they may need, like maybe a little more size,
I get
something like that.
Like a wing, like get Nasir Little ass up out of here. Yeah. Get his ass.
You don't like Nasir Little? You don't like him?
You don't like Nasir Little?
No, like, man.
That's one of your bench players, ain't it?
Hold on, I think
that's one of your bench players, ain't it?
When you put him
bro,
alongside,
he's not playing in the playoffs, bro. Let's just be real, bro. He's not.
No. But Hitman. I feel like if you have a healthy Bill, Booker, and KD, I feel like he plays better when you put the optimal guys out there. Like right now, he's kind of thrust into a position where he has to be more than just a bench player, and that's where a lot of these guys are struggling, because you asking some of these guys like Eric Gordon to do the Devin Booker and Bradley Beal.
Yeah, you're right about that. Yeah, I see what you're talking about now.
Just asking them to be a floor spacer and just kind of grab offensive rebound putbacks when you got Bill, KD, and Booker out there. I think he can do a hell of a job with that. But right now, he's just being asked to do more than what
a little bit too more. Yeah,
because it's outside of his skill set. So obviously, that's why I looked in Portland, because you got this shit little out here. You asking this man to beat Jeremy Grant and do all this? No, bro, that ain't working. You can't do all that.
But hold on, when Kata Bates Diop is out playing you, homie. When Kata Bates Diop is out playing you, I'm gonna push you down the depth chart.
Diop is a hooper, though. I always thought that was a great signing. That motherfucker, I don't know why they had.
You talking about Bates Diop? Yeah,
I've been watching
Bates Diop.
He always.
He nice. He nice.
So, I don't know why teams.
Hey, how you like it?
Hey, I got some more for you when you.
How you like it?
I got more proof for you, brother.
I couldn't even hear you.
I said I got more proof for you when y'all done talking about.
You're right on Bull Boyle. You're right on Bull Boyle. That was good too, wasn't it?
True, what's happening? True.
Hell no, that wasn't good.
Lamar went off on Bull Boyle. He did his SAS on him.
I couldn't hear you. What was
Lamar? Hey, Lamar, that was a trash signing, Bo, bro. Let's just be real, bro. We could have got Dwight Howard.
Yeah. Well, look, Bo is a signing where because he's so unique of a player, it always sounds better than it actually is. Because you're thinking of what he could be as opposed to what he actually is. And so I think it sounds good in theory, but when he gets on the court, you're like, damn, this ain't going.
I'll be trying to tell you about Bo.
Kwame Brown 2.0, basically, right?
Nah,
Kwame Brown 2.0.
I've already labeled my Kwame Brown 2.0 for this year.
Why you do that to him, though, man? You don't have to do that to him.
That's
Hey, Lamar, who is it? Who you talking?
Scoot Henderson.
Oh, don't do that. Don't do that,
Oh
Lamar.
man, no, bro.
That man said
Hey,
Scoot
Scoot
Henderson
solid,
is
bro.
crazy.
No, he's not, bro. I
Scoot-
told everybody
Scoot
before
solid,
this
bro.
year. I told everybody when we drafted him, I said
Scoot
he's about to be
solid,
a
bro.
bust.
He's
Scoot
not a
Henderson
bust, bro. He's not a
he's
bust.
trash,
Hey,
bro.
give him, look,
He-
you got at
he's
least
not
give
a
him
bust.
some time, though, Lamar. Come on, you got at least give him some time.
True. I mean, Lamont, y'all drafted. Remember, y'all drafted old boy out of high school. Who was that one guard y'all got over there?
Bro,
The other
I'm
guard
saying,
y'all got.
look, bro, this is what this man averaging,
He
bro.
was trash. Hold on, he was trash his first year. Hold on, hear
What,
me out,
Shaden
Lamont.
Sharp?
He
Shaden
was
Sharp?
trash
Shaden
his
Sharp?
first year. Everybody
No.
was shitting on that dude.
No, Shaden
I was
Sharp
talking to
shows
Vikings
glimpses.
fans. I'm like,
trash,
dude, be
bro.
patient with him.
No, this man
You said
averaged.
what?
This man in this man is averaging in 30 minutes 8 points, 2 rebounds, and 4 assists. Man,
Mind
hell.
y'all, hey, since the audience, mind y'all, this is his first 5 games.
He out here
Now-
looking
now
like
pull
Eddie
up-
Dick in Toronto, man.
Now
just
pull up
trash.
old boy that y'all be gassing up on your team. The other guard that's hurt. Pull his stats up in his rookie. season.
Who?
What's the one? What's
You
the
talking
other
about
guard that
Simon?
got?
You talking about
Bro,
Simon?
I don't gas Simons up.
Pull this shit up.
Hold on. I've been said we should trade Simons. I said he was Taylor Horton
No,
Tucker.
I'm not saying that. But you see, he's made improvements since his rookie season.
Bro, he
was
bum.
like 18. He was the same age as Scoop when he got drafted. And everybody was saying, "Oh, he's trash. Why did they draft him? Because y'all drafted him in the first round. Why did they draft him? Why did they draft him? And look what he's at now."
The only reason he scores is because he's a decent player on a horrible team that's not trying to win games. So they just throw him out.
It's because he got
why don't they try using?
Stop doing it.
Bro, we
Why
need
don't
to
they try
trade him
using
ASAP before he
Why don't they
tricks
try
us.
using Bobo finish? Why don't they try using them?
Bro, I've
But
been
he's
with
not
Blazers
serious,
fans,
bro.
He lazy.
I
He
know
don't
a
work. He
bum,
don't work
but one thing being a Blazers fan is you learn how to identify a bum before he evolves into full bum mode.
That's
Oh
crazy.
wow, Lamar.
Oh shit!
Oh wow.
Hey, free Robert Williams, man. Hey, free Robert Williams, man.
Bro,
I know you guys talk about.
Check this out. Look, I was so happy that my boy Caleb, rest in peace, Caleb Swanigan, got drafted to the Blazers. I knew he was going to be a bum. Like, I mean, all these picks, all these draft picks, Nassar Little. I knew there was a ceiling.
See, he just contradicted himself.
But we traded him. We traded him. I'm happy. I can gas him now that he's not on our team.
Hey, just like I'm gassing. Hey, that's why I want to ask you again. I want to ask you about how you feel about Aiden.
Y'all should have packaged that.
Just like with Aiden.
Aiden ain't it,
Nah,
man.
but they should package that pick and Simons in the offseason. That should not even you draft.
It looked good. But we got like literally some of the oddest players. We got Jeremy Grant, which I don't think he's good. We got Anthony Simons, which
he's your number one.
He's not good. Scoot Henderson has just fooled everybody. We just got a whole bunch.
Free Time Lord, man. Free Time Lord.
Blame the media for pumping them up. Timestamp this and come back in a year and then rewatch this shit. That's all I gotta say.
You don't blame the media for that?
Well, for what?
For what?
For Scoot.
No, Scoot was balling in G League.
I blame Portland for that. Portland the one drafted him.
Who the Hooper?
No, he's not, bro.
Who was y'all going to draft over him, Lamont? That you would have drafted. No, who would you have drafted, Lamont? Who would you have drafted?
Let me look at the draft board. Hold on.
Now you gotta look at the draft board. See, I can tell you off the top of my head.
So you guys ain't gonna tell me that you guys gonna say ESPN and all them when
so we should have got, you know who we should have got? And this guy he's probably not gonna evolve into like a superstar, but I feel like at one point in time in his career, I feel like he could be an all-star. I feel like we should have got Asar Thompson.
Yeah,
you like over his brother.
Over Scoot. Yeah, I like Asar, but either one of them you can't go wrong. I think Asar.
Yeah, you can't. Yeah,
is a little bit better.
Yeah, like Asar is better defensively. Amen is a better playmaker. I mean, they both did
and better athlete.
Yeah, they both do other things well. Just
remember, dude, this is the one thing I said where I didn't believe in Scoot. we have yet to see a player from that G League Ignite team actually pan out to live up to all the hype.
Kaminga's getting there, to be fair.
Kuminga really ain't living up to that hype.
But he's slowly. But Kuminga is stepping up this year. To be fair, Kuminga is stepping up. I mean, it's hard to ask for like a rookie like that. It be putting in a dynasty like the Warriors. You know what I mean?
Look, I'm gonna tell you some of the
That's
most
almost
recent
like a
G
Duke
League
player.
Ignite players. You got these guys, all the players I'm about to name, they decent players, but they ain't really blossoming into nothing special. You got Dyson Daniels. He's finally starting with the Pelicans this year. You got Marjon Beauchamp. He all right. You got James Hardy. He all right. You got Scoot Henderson. Man, come on, man. This ain't nothing
I think it's a little too
Who
premature
else?
to
Keep
say
going.
that.
You gotta keep going, Lamont.
That's
It's
a
a
little bit
names down
premature
there.
to
You
say
gotta
that.
keep going, Lamont.
Wait, hold on. Let me pull the full list.
I'm trying to think. I mean, it's not like really a G League player that came off the gate. You know what I mean?
That G League Ignite team been just full of hype. It ain't really full of no players.
Well,
But
can
to
you
be
say
fair, though, like
about
you
Duke
said,
besides the younger ones?
They all young though. You gotta think about it. They all young. So it's still
yeah,
a
you
lot,
gotta give
a lot
them
of
a little
room
bit more
for growth.
time. Than them. You know what I mean? You gotta give them a little bit more time.
Okay, so you got Jalen Green. He all right.
I mean,
He just got a contract extension.
Yeah, but Jalen Green
He's a
just looks
starter
like
he a starter on a contender, on a playoff contender. He's a starter on the roster. On
no. Jalen Green, he's on the Houston Rockets.
Roger ain't no playoff contender.
Oh,
I'm
you talking
sorry.
about Jalen Green? I thought you talking about Josh Green. My bad.
Nah, so you got
Yeah,
Isaiah
Jalen Green,
Todd.
averaging a dub, right? He averaging like what 25 points a game.
You got Jonathan Kuminga struggling to get off the bench sometimes.
That's politics.
Hold on, how many more we got? So I've only had 10 players drafted. I named all 10. They had another dude named Leonard Miller. Don't know who the hell that is. Man, come on.
He from Minnesota. I like him. He a rookie though, Lamont. He's a guy like he just got drafted by Minnesota.
Bro, the G League Ignite is full of a whole bunch of just overhyped, man. The college guys just been out to be way better.
No, not Duke players. Not Duke players.
No, the Thompson twins didn't go to the G League Ignite. They was at
No, yeah, exactly. They went to overtime elite. They went to overtime elite. Okay, so you got the Thompson twins, and who else came out of overtime elite?
Yeah, but AZ Compass and like Shaden Sharp came out of AZ Compass, the prep school. Like they're coming out of different programs. Like these kids are coming out better from the prep programs and from college.
Yeah,
like even if you go to Simons came out of old school in Florida.
Way more competition now.
Yeah, he came straight out of high school, basically. Yeah, he came out of high school.
But at the same time, though, I think you got to give those guys a little bit of time. Because, like I said, listen, Kuminga is getting better. You know what I mean? I've seen the improvement on Kuminga. So I mean, we'll see. You know what I mean? I do believe though. I do believe. I mean, I don't know, man. I think Kuminga should get more playing time. He better than a lot of people on that Warriors team. Truth be told, I mean, but right now, I mean,
they're not gonna say Draymond down.
No, I'm not talking about Draymond. I'm talking about people that think he's still a max contract player. I ain't gonna say no names, Klay Thompson, but you know what I mean. But hey, I mean,
hold on, you keep it Kuminga over Klay Thompson.
I mean, they're split minutes.
Well, I would hate to be the Warriors GM right now.
Yeah, for real, man. They got a lot of
Bob Myers left. See why Bob Myers left?
Because you don't want to be that guy that breaks up.
No, he wasn't. It's not about break. He was so emotionally invested. He kind of admitted he was so emotionally invested. So it's like I was gonna step away. I don't want to make that decision.
Like who wants to be the guy that breaks up the Splash Brothers over money?
Right.
Yeah, but at the same time, Lamont, are you paying that man Klay Thompson? He talking about this report. I don't know if it's true or not. I don't have any Warriors fans out there. He wants near Jaylen Brown money.
Yeah, he probably does.
Well, no, I ain't gonna pay him near that. I mean, yeah, near it, yes.
Because,
I'm not paying him.
But there's other thing too, though. Like there's other thing too, though, about Klay Thompson. You got to understand, realize if Draymond Green can take a pay cut, why you can't take a pay cut, bro? That's all I'm saying. Like
because Klay knows shooting right now in the NBA is at a premium, and if the Warriors don't pay him, I guarantee you it's another team that will.
I
Just
mean, he gonna
because
get. Listen, he gonna get decent. I think he get like. I think the most he can get 30 mil.
Yep.
I think he can get at least 30 mil a year though, Lamar. I think that's the
Bro,
most.
from the Warriors though, bro, you got to think the Warriors been in the luxury tax. Like when if to pay him that type of money, paying the super luxury tax.
If Clay shows up this year, he gonna get that money.
No,
Bro, Clay is not. But Clay, listen, Clay getting the most he's probably gonna get is 30 million a year.
Okay,
that's a lot.
Which I do. But that's what I'm saying though. When you going back to you saying, Lamar, you said if somebody's not gonna pay him, I think a dumb team will pay him 30 million a year.
Bro,
I don't believe. Listen, I agree. Listen, that shit. Listen, Klay Thompson got to realize. Listen, I understand shooting is. I mean, if Draymond Green can take a pay cut, mind you, we don't know Draymond Green's unique skill set, how valuable that is when it comes to this. You know what I mean? The game today. So why you can't take a pay cut? I'm just saying, like. I mean, you still gonna get paid. You still gonna get paid.
let him show up and show out. He's gonna see who's gonna get paid.
Listen, it been 2 years and we ain't see. Listen, man. I'm just saying when they won the championship, he was like the 5th best player in the finals. On their team. Yeah.
Who was better than Clay?
Kevin Looney had a bigger impact in the finals than he did.
Oh man, now you're talking about impact, bro. We're talking about who's better.
I'm talking about if you look at the numbers. Okay, if you want to look at the numbers, Klay Thompson did not have a good finals. Klay Thompson did not have a good finals, bro.
He might be right there.
They don't get to the finals without Klay Thompson.
Wiggins was balling.
No, yeah, but he might be right. They don't get to the finals in general without Klay.
I'm just saying, bro, like defensively, like the Warriors won that championship off of defense, and Klay, mind you, Klay is a shell of himself. So I'm just saying, like, Klay was struggling at finals like 2022, bro. I mean, I'm just saying, like, that it's the reason why. Listen, if he was that, what y'all say, if people think he is, he would have got paid that extension by now. Just saying. It's the reason why the Warriors are reluctant to give him what he wants or deny him what he wants.
That's what you just said. He's a shell of himself. But if he show up and show out, he's gonna get that money.
Listen, listen, everybody can't be Steph Curry, LeBron James, and KD, bro. Everybody can't be in their mid-30s and be balling like this, bro. Y'all getting caught up with those guys that Klay not one of them. Klay not one of them, man.
We're gonna have to win a championship to get
KD is selling himself.
That's what I'm saying.
Georgia's right there. They win a championship.
KD is selling himself, but KD is still a top 10 player in the league, though.
He can write his own check. He can write his own check if they win a championship.
There you go. If he show up and show out, he's gonna get that money.
Yeah, no,
the Warriors write his own check now. They're not. Hold on, he's a 4-time champion. He can write his check now. What you mean?
But that people don't care. But people don't care about
this. He can write his own check now.
Hey, true. I gotta throw you out, of course. If your Boston Celtics don't win a title this year, is it time to break up the duo of Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum?
It's just time to break it up. No, I want to say that. Only because here's the thing. The only way I see it losing is because of injury. I mean, let's be honest with you. The only time I really see it losing of injury, I like the, you know what I mean, how Drew Holiday is integrated on the team so far. Derek, I mean, listen. The Celtics team to beat, man. I mean, it is what it is.
Man, stop it, True. You just
No.
Like I'm being serious. Though. Listen, here's the thing, though. Listen. I'm just being.
No, they look tough.
I'm just being real, though. Like
you had.
Bar injury. Like, listen, and mind you, the only thing we really got to work on is the camp. Listen, like we need the team to beat.
But True, I said this at the beginning of the year. That's my pick to come out the East.
Hey, no, but True,
yeah, when you got Drew Holiday guarding Julius Randle, bro, that's a wrap.
True.
Well, Julius Randle been looking like a bum this year. Have y'all been seeing that?
Yeah, but that Boston game was Drew Holiday though, bro. You had a point guard guarding a whole power.
But Hitman X, he's averaging 13 a game right now, and I think under 10 rebounds, bro. He's been
they waited too late to trade
like 20.
Him.
I seen the stats. He's shooting well under 50%.
They should have been traded his ass.
You can't. Nobody wants him.
Hey, Lamar, what happened to the Suns trading for that dude, man? Remember you was talking that shit, talking about we gonna trade Aiden for that nigga? Talking that bullshit.
That boy Randle. The only thing Randle could do is rebound, bro. That's the only thing Randle could do is rebound.
I can't remember.
For Aiden, you said Aiden for Julius Randle in the first round pick. Remember you was talking that shit?
Did I say that?
I think you took Evan Fournier. Yeah, you said that. You said Evan Fournier.
Knowing you was trolling.
He was probably trolling her. He was her.
I don't remember that. I don't remember that.
I got
Come
the
on,
DMs.
man.
You saw me in the DM. You said Aiden for Randle in the first round pick.
Any trade that I send you, if I send you something on IG, it's probably because my buddy Ryan sent it to me.
Ryan McDonough, yeah, that goofball, yeah, the guy that ruined this franchise.
Yeah, but he still got the insider information on all the moves like that.
I give you that, but his intellect on basketball is trash. Stop listening to that goofball, bro.
Bro,
he signed Eric Bledsoe. Hold on. He traded Gordon Dragic and Isaiah Thomas.
I know, but I can't smack. Hey man, I'm gonna have him on the show. You can't ride him too hard. Right
I know. I hope he's listening too, because I want him to know he ruined our franchise.
The Boston Celtics make bad decisions in close games.
It all worked out then, though. It all worked out then.
This ain't on Ryan McDonough. It's on me. I'm saying this, Ryan McDonough. It's me saying this. You a bum.
Nah, but
I'm
we
glad you
about to blow up the Nets. We about to blow up the Nets now, man. We about to blow up the Nets now, man. It's over with, man.
Hey, I mean, Boston started out strong last year, though, too, true. So, I mean, I can't put no stock in that right now.
Yeah, they make bad decisions.
No, hold on. It was a different. Hold on. Time out. It was a different energy last year. We lost to the Knicks. Our first game we lost last year was against the Knicks. It was a different energy last year. Don't do that now.
How was it different?
I mean, listen, the coaching change. That coach changed out of nowhere. I mean, listen, a lot of things happened. The defense. I mean, we wasn't playing this greater defense last year either. So the key is though they got back to their philosophy that got them to the finals in 2022. So
since we're on the subject of the Celtics, does not the same logic that you said about Bradley Beal apply to his former teammate in Porzingis?
Porzingis that played more games than Bradley Beal in the past 4 seasons.
It doesn't matter about more games. It has not. Porzingis had an injury.
Hold up. Since let me answer that, and I answer that question. Okay, so you said, well, Porzingis ain't missed a game yet, and listen, to be fair, Porzingis played what 6
about Porzingis versus Beal. This is about.
I mean, listen, Porzingis.
If you're gonna say that is about Beal, keep that same energy.
I already said, but here's the thing. I already said the injuries will be the big. Hey, barring injury, I don't see us losing. So, like, hey, that is something you have to worry about. But Porzingis played a good amount of games last year, and like I said, the only reason why he missed games last year because he wasn't injured, he was sick. Not because of no injury per se, he was sick. He had a cold, whatever.
So, and just like Bill, he tanked the season so y'all can get a good.
No, he didn't take the season. He told well, I'm gonna go off what he said. He said, well, the end of the season. Well, the reason why he didn't play the end of the season games, the end of the season, because he was going to get traded, and they just set him out. That's what Porzingis said in his own mouth.
The key to winning. The key to the Celtics winning is for y'all to run plays. Not to run one-on-one.
Right. I mean, you're right. Definitely, we got to move the ball. But like I said, that takes chemistry. That takes chemistry, though. I mean, Drew Holiday got to the team. Porzingis got to the team.
Listen, we're not get away with that, bro. If you've been watching the games, I have not been playing one-on-one basketball like that.
Like, I'm saying, I know George. I know George ain't been watching. I do think the ball move got to be better, though. There's always room for improvement. You know what I mean? But when you can be open, the space that the Celtics got, you know what I mean? Listen,
the dynamic of Porzingis, like you said, if healthy, the dynamic of Porzingis, it's not too many teams that can defend that shit, bro.
No.
It's just right. And here's the other key too, though. Right? Because the Celtics are taking it. One of the reasons why the Celtics lost last year, the downfall, because Celtics was just so dependent on the 3-point shot, and that was like they had no plan B. Now the Celtics shooting the same amount of threes this year. The difference now is we added more inside scoring. That's why you notice the Porzingis. That's why Porzingis is there. That's why Jason takes
and Taylor been taking it to the basket a lot more.
Right. That exactly. So listen,
you got a point guard.
I gotta hit you with this though, True.
They've been at a point guard.
No.
Derek White did. Like, come on, y'all gotta stop. Like,
is Jason?
Yeah. He been at a point guard.
Take the step. Is he gonna take the step of being a legit superstar? Is he finally going?
I mean, you seeing it now. I mean, listen, you seeing it now.
Nope, in the playoffs. Nope, in the playoffs, nigga. Not now. I'm talking in the playoffs.
I'm listen. I mean, Tatum, listen.
He'll give you a goose egg in the first half of the
playoffs. Listen, Tatum is a good playoff performer. I don't know why he's like that he has shortcomings. Like, yeah, a lot of people got shortcomings. But at the end of the day, listen, now he gets better every year, and he be implementing the fact that he adding the post game and adding the mid range to his game. Listen, nobody's not team. It's gonna be hard. That's hard to stop. So yeah, he's gonna perform, do what he has to do. You know what I mean? Let's not get it twisted. Like Jason Tatum struggling. Still, that was a 6-game series against the Warriors. He was struggling. He played terrible. Let's not forget that.
Is Tatum over Booker? Is Tatum over Booker right now?
Tatum over Booker, of course. Tatum, of course.
Crackhead shit, bro. I'm tired of y'all saying that shit, bro.
I'm tired of y'all saying that. Hold on, I'm gonna tell you why he better. I'm gonna tell you why he better. First of all, he's available for one. That's number one. He's available for one. Scoring, offensive.
Available. He just played last game. You talking about available?
Man, compared to Tatum,
Devin Booker is definitely averaging a triple double right now on 30 points.
I mean, listen, but and offensively, if you want to edge it to Devin Booker because of his playmaking, cool, that may be fine.
No, that may be fine on both sides of the court. On both sides of the court, too.
But Jason Tatum also is an underrated rebounder in his defense. Like, so it's not even coming defense.
How can a guy that's almost averaging a triple double not be an underrated rebounder as well, though?
He's not a better rebounder than Jason Tatum. Stop it. He's not.
Jason Tatum's 6'9", bro. He's not going to be a better rebounder than that.
I don't care about the height. We talking about rebounding.
Devin Booker is not a better
for his position. He's a good rebounder
than Jason Tatum. I don't know what I'm hearing.
Okay, but for his position, he is a better rebounder.
No, for his position, that's fine. But Jason Tatum didn't play Devin Booker's position. So what does that really mean?
I don't think it's going to be a walk in the park.
Devin Booker in the playoffs. Hold on. Devin Booker in the playoffs. He's literally been averaging 30 points since the playoffs.
No, you're lying.
I'm lying. Pull up his numbers.
Are you talking?
In the playoffs? And then he had a historical. Hold on, jackass. You said I'm a liar. Now I gotta fire you. You said I'm lying. He averaged 30 points in the playoffs.
Are you saying for his career, you're talking for like the last, like the postseason and this year?
I'm talking about last year until now. I'm talking about last playoffs to now. He's been averaging a 30 piece. Really, since Kevin Durant came.
I thought you were saying.
That's what I'm saying. Like, you said I'm lying, bro. How am I lying, bro? I just gave you facts. Yeah.
Plus, you used the 2-game sample size too, though. You used the 2-game sample size too for Devin Booker, by.
No, I said since Kevin Durant came to this team, it's more than 2 games.
So I'm talking about you said it. I'm going back to conversation. I'm going back to conversation you said this season though. It's only been 2 games.
Right. Okay.
He's talking about a
so 13-game sample size. True the King. How many games you play in the playoffs?
7.
Oh, you talking about? Listen. That's cool. He listen. Devin Booker. Listen,
cool.
but that being said,
you said Tatum's a good playoff performer. Devin Booker's a great playoff performer.
I don't.
Right or wrong?
They about to say. They about to say.
In the hottest moments, we're seeing Devin Booker put out great
performances. Bro, he's just saying. You talking about against them?
No, Tatum is up and down.
He was cooking the Mavericks too. Hold on, he was cooking the Mavericks too. Now that last game and 2, yeah, he got shut down. That did you want to go into context as to why that happened, or no?
Man, listen, go look.
I watched the fucking game.
Oh, listen, Tatum. Listen, we ain't gonna sit here and say like we ain't gonna sit here and push a narrative about Tatum. Like we're not gonna push this like this ignorant narrative about Tatum.
Okay, so yeah, we're not gonna do that with Tatum, but you just did it with Devin Booker.
They don't make it.
Let's go on to Tatum. How many goose eggs? Hold on. True. How many goose eggs in the first half does Jason Tatum have in playoff performances?
Hey, Jared, turn your camera on again.
First of all,
look at that. Look, this alike. Hold on, now watch this.
Hey yo,
You a goddamn liar, nigga. You was a motherfucking liar.
Now, that's it, man. Now look.
Couldn't be
What
me.
you trying to say? That's his
Boy,
love
they look
child.
alike.
That's his love
You
child.
a motherfucking liar, nigga.
Well, they look just alike, man.
I knew you was going there too with it, bro.
Look,
Yeah,
I knew you was going there.
And Jerry
Lamar trying to save you, True.
Jerry was quick to turn his camera on too, though. Like he with no
Hey,
hesitation.
Lamar trying to save you, True. Yeah, he did turn it on quick.
Hey,
He trying to Lamar trying to save you. Answer the question though.
let me
Nah,
get the mic
nobody's
for
saving
let me
nobody
get
though.
the
The point is this
mic for a
though:
minute.
if Jason Tatum make the performer you say he is, though, he wouldn't have the success he had with the Celtics as the lead guy. So let's
What
not play
success
that
did he
game.
have?
True.
What success did he have?
He had better success than Devin Booker. Let's not play that game,
He
bro.
had better
Let's
teammates
not
as
play that
well
game.
from Jump Street. He had better teammates from Jump Street than Devin Booker did.
You know,
He had a
okay,
better
what about
team
that?
since
What about
Jump Street.
now? What about
Better
now then?
coaching since Jump Street. A better organization since Jump Street. Like, what are we talking about here?
Three head coaches. Okay, 3 head coaches in 3
And I'm
years.
gonna do my research,
Three head
and I want to
coaches
see how
in
many
3
total
years.
playoffs. Hold on. I'm gonna do my
Devin
research,
Booker
and I'm
never
going to
made
see.
a play. Hold on,
I'm
have Devin
going to
Booker
find out.
made a
I'm
playoff with
going
3
to
head
find out
coaches
how
in
many
3
total
years?
playoff points they have. Don't let Devin Booker have
He
more
ain't
total
gonna answer
playoff
that
points
though.
than Jason
Yeah,
Tatum.
but you know what, Hitman? The
What?
only
You said what?
problem is Booker. So he's probably more consistent in the playoffs offensively than Tatum, but if you almost look at every game where Tatum hasn't been consistent offensively, he's either elite defensively or elite on the glass. Where in Devin Booker's
On what
case,
metric, Lamont?
but in Devin Booker's case, if he's not scoring, there's really nothing else he can do. He can't help on the
Okay,
defensive
what
end.
metric are you using to evaluate his
Talking about in the
I
defense,
playoffs.
disagree. I
Lamont?
think
What
Talking about
playmaking
in the
brings
playoffs.
value.
In the playoffs, like
I'm
it's
saying what
almost
metric? No, in the playoffs. I'm talking about what metric though. What metric are you
What
using to measure that?
metric
the
you
win.
need to say about defense?
The fact if they win, if they can win a game, and Tatum, let's say, has an offensive night, but
What does that mean, Lamont?
but almost every time
What does it really mean? Let's go deep.
but every
That
time he
means
has
he
an
got
offense,
that means he has a defensive player of the year on his team. That means he has a runner-up for a top 3 defensive player in Robert Williams on his team. That means he has Al Horford. That means he has Jaylen Brown on his team. If Devin Booker has a bad game, for the most part, he had an old CP3 on his team. He had Mikal and DA who doesn't show up in the playoffs
That
on his
CP3
team.
was old in that when y'all went to the finals. That CP3 was old when y'all
When we
went to
went
the
to the
finals.
finals that 1 year, but the years after,
Right.
we seen regression from CP3. Let's not use that. Come on, stop it. Stop it.
It don't matter.
This is
CP3,
not
you act
even a
like
real comparison.
who the best
It's not a
playmaker on the Celtics?
legitimate comparison.
Who the best playmaker on? First of all, Jason Tatum has been the best playmaker for the Celtics. Jason Tatum been the best playmaker on the Celtics getting to the finals. Devin Booker wasn't the best playmaker going to when the Suns went to the finals. So
Lamont,
let's
you
not
gonna
put
sit here
that.
and let him lie like that? You gonna sit here and let
Chris
him lie like that?
Paul was y'all best playmaker going to the finals. Let's not lie, bro.
Okay, was Chris Paul our best player on our team? Yes or no?
No, he was y'all best playmaker.
When we went to the finals, was he our best player?
It was debatable. I can say
Okay,
you can say
no,
that.
it wasn't. Actually, it wasn't. Hey, hold on. Actually, it wasn't. And if we go to the finals, and if we go to the finals, it damn sure wasn't because CP3 disappeared. But when we go to the finals for the Celtics, actually, Jaylen Brown was the best player on your team.
no, that's cap.
No.
How was that cap? How was that cap? How was that cap? How was that cap, bro? Jaylen, you just said Devin Booker's the most consistent out of the two. Jaylen Brown was more consistent than Jason Tatum in the finals. That's a fact. Jason Tatum had to disappear in that.
Okay, with that
he
being
wasn't
said,
better. Okay. Because of you, because of your opinion. But if we're going off of what y'all use as metrics, if we're going off of y'all metrics, Jason Tatum paled in comparison to Jaylen Brown in the finals.
First of all,
Y'all are the only two that say that. I know real Celtics fans that'll say Jaylen Brown was actually better in the finals. Y'all are the only two jackasses saying that Jason Tatum was better.
What real Celtics fan do you know?
At my job, and I was arguing with him. I was telling them Jaylen Brown's better, and they was like, "Oh no, he's not." And then in the finals, we seen what the real was. Jaylen Brown was the only one that wanted that. Jason Tatum didn't want that.
Hold on. Since you want to say that, hold on, time out. Since you want to say that, right? Put context. So you refuse to put context to that. So if the Warriors game plan, what was the Warriors game? What's the Warriors' first game plan going against the Celtics?
You see that? You see that?
No, listen. If you want to say that, that's cool. If you want to say that, cool. So let's go and break it down. If you the Golden State Warriors in 2022, what is your first game plan to do? To stop Jason Tatum or stop Jaylen Brown?
To stop Jaylen Brown.
Get the fuck out of here,
You're
bro.
lying.
Now you
Is that what happened, or is that what you asking me?
that, bro.
But you just asked me what I'm going to do. Hold on.
But
You
don't
just
do
asked
that,
me
though.
what I would
I
do.
don't care what you will get
I went
fired.
to Golden
You will
State
get
Warriors. I'm
fired,
stopping
bro.
Jaylen Brown first.
This
I don't
man
know if
said,
that's
shout
really
out to
what
Jaylen Brown.
happened or
You're
not.
not gonna lie.
I
Like,
know
come
Jaylen
on,
Brown
bro.
showed
I'm
up.
gonna lie like
I know
this. It's
Jaylen
crazy.
Brown showed up. I know he showed up every fucking game. I know that.
No, he did not, Jaylen. But now you lying now. He did not show
Well,
every
okay, all
game.
right,
Stop it.
that's more than
Like
Jason
now you
Tatum.
gonna
Hold
lie.
on, more
It's
than Jason
crazy.
Tatum.
The fact you lying right now is
Hold on.
crazy.
He did
No,
in the
the fact that you're
finals, though.
saying Jason Tatum had a better
No,
hold
he
on.
didn't
The
show up
fact that
every
you're
game, though. He didn't show up every game, though. Let's not do
Jason Tatum had
that.
a better playoff performance than Jaylen Brown is wild. You're actually making an
I
argument
never
for Jason
said that.
Tatum in the
I
finals.
never said that. I never said that.
He had 2 back-to-back 40-point games. He had a
And
back-to-back
low,
40-point game.
and low, and
Jason Tatum,
low.
it don't matter. Jason
And
Tatum
he
lost.
was getting,
Hold on,
first of all, it was points in that series. Hold on, it was points in that series. He was getting outplayed by Chris
He got
Middleton.
the same amount of
It
championships.
was points in that
Hold on,
series. He
he
was
got
getting
the same
outplayed by
amount of
Chris
championships.
Middleton.
Hitman, can we move on from this now? It don't-
Hey, yo, I just want a second for me to say 3 things. Is that cool, with y'all?
Go ahead, casual.
Real quick. All right. First thing I want to say is shout out to you, Mike, for 100K. A lot of y'all in the chat, true. You know what it is. Typically, like he don't talk about it. Like he don't like to brag about it. But behind the scenes, Mike is like giving game and putting people in position to succeed. And I want to give you your flowers for that. A lot of everything that you're getting now, as far as like achievements and stuff like that, is very much warranted. Shout out to you, much love. Hopefully we can get to 250K just as fast, right? Second thing I
Not
wanted
fast.
to say it again.
No, I said faster. My bad. I didn't want to interrupt.
Oh no, you
We
good.
gotta get
You
that
good,
faster
brother. You
though.
good.
It took him 3 years. It took him 3 years to get to 100K. We gotta get 250 by the end of next year.
Nah, for real.
Real
But
shit.
second thing I wanted to say was true, the Clay and Draymond situation as far as like the Warriors contract debacle, it's in 2 different realms. Draymond couldn't resign. Draymond took a pay cut not because he wanted to. He actually wanted like something near what Clay is requesting. The problem is, 1, the Warriors can't give it to him, and then 2, nobody else in the league is really wants what Draymond offers in as far as like his play style, because everybody in the world understands Draymond's play style is best suited with the Warriors, not with any other team. So he couldn't go anywhere else, especially not a winning team, and they could be able to benefit off of what he does. They don't run the system that the Warriors run. So that's another thing. And then the third thing is when y'all see Young Africa, all right, y'all tell that man, all right, y'all tell that man, I hope he had a good class yesterday, okay? But I'm gonna need my matchup, all right? He had to do it. He got it. I need my matchup.
Shit.
All right. I need my matchup. I'm not playing with y'all.
I know Young African
Nah,
in the
but that's-
clouds too. He in the clouds.
Oh yeah, too. Shout out to Lamar. Hey, listen, shout out to the 100K too, Lamar. I think it was a mute. I don't know if you heard me when I first got it, but yeah, shout out for the 100K. Guys, definitely
Yeah, because
dope, man. Listen,
I can't speak about other people's situation, but mine knows. Like I started Hoops podcast about 3 months ago now. Is it mine? And the game that you gave me, like from the jump, almost immediately, he didn't even know me, and he gave me game as like me asking him. He was like, "Yeah, I'll give it to you," and he put me in positions for me to be able to gain followers to where we're almost close to getting 100 subscribers by the end of the year. And that's fantastic, to say. Like I could not say that if it wasn't for mine. So shout out to you, bro. You know what it is, OG, and I'll holler at you guys later.
Yes, sir, man.
Hey, I can attest to that too, man. I can attest to that too, man. Listen, hey, it's been like I said, it's been 4 years. How many years since I met Lamont on Ticket TV? Hey,
Yeah,
same here. Give me advice. And, hey, help. Hey,
Yeah, just don't listen to him when it comes to drafts, though. If it comes to drafts, just put him on mute and don't listen to Lamont. He don't know shit about drafts. He don't know shit about young players and shit like that. He like one of the old heads when it comes to drafts.
Shout out Lamont. That's dope. 100K, man. Listen, hey. I mean, listen, man. The first live stream, I was in the first live stream. Now I can remember the first live stream now. All the way here. That's dope. A lot of great content from then to now. Even from the first video I think I saw was I think it was before the LB video. I forgot exactly the first video I saw.
The LB video was one of the first.
Yeah, it's one of the first though. But I was like, it was some. I don't know. I think it was something about Ticket TV what he said, but it was
talking about the Magic Johnson when Ticket hopped on with it was the Magic Johnson versus when LeBron won his championship. I think Ticket hopped on with what's that one cat did that debate.
Yeah, that was when he shaved his head on the live stream.
Yeah, that was that classic. If y'all new here, man, go back to the archive.
You and Bro Mike had a roast battle, and he fried your ass. Remember that shit?
I didn't really try playing. He really wasn't saying nothing, and I was like, I didn't.
He wasn't saying nothing. You damn sure wasn't saying nothing, and then you fumbled. I was fumbling and shit, bro.
I wasn't fumbling. I wasn't trying to flame. I wasn't trying to flame though.
You called it out. You called it out. You the one who called
it. I really did. No, I really did. I really though.
You said you didn't get fried.
You go like fries, but that's another story though, man.
No, he didn't. No, he didn't. He ain't fried me. I let him. What you talking about? You talking about the one-on-one?
I'm gonna tell you the 2 times I did root for LeBron James. The 2 times he played the Spurs. Remember the time that they turned the AC off on him?
So you only went and rooted for him when you know the odds were stacked against him to win.
What you mean?
Yeah, that's funny as hell. You were foul as hell.
And then wait a minute, let me tell you another time. See, my twin daughters were Derrick Rose fans, and I used to tease them when LeBron used to come and beat up on Derrick Rose. So you can't say I'm a LeBron hater. I told you the reason I don't like LeBron.
I hear you. Boy, George, I be hearing you, dude. You are a LeBron hater.
No, I'm not. I told you I just like LeBron because you can't you can't self proclaim. But I did root for LeBron. Wait a minute, why y'all laughing? Let me talk. I rooted for LeBron. Not in 2007 because I know he didn't have a chance. But the other 2 times he played the Spurs, I did root for him to win those championships. But they turned the AC off on him.
Did he have a chance against the Warriors with KD? Did he have a chance against the Warriors with KD?
No.
George, did he have a chance against the Warriors with KD?
I said no. In my opinion, no.
Okay, then you rooted against him, right?
I didn't root against him. No, I thought he wasn't gonna win.
So that's another chance. That's another time. Then you said it was only 2 times. So
no, it was neutral. I just thought he wasn't gonna win. I didn't root against him.
Okay. I was just making sure.
That's all. I'm just telling y'all the truth. But I'm not. But you guys,
like I said, that's like saying I'm not racist. My neighbor's white, bro. Like you can't say
no.
that.
I'm not saying that. No, I'm just telling you guys the truth.
Because I've heard the retarded rhetoric that you be spewing on here, bro.
It's not retarded. You guys are just going way out the way.
In the chat room. If you wonder who
going out the way to prove a point that you can't prove to the public. You can't prove to the public when the public is always going to be against it. You can't go to stats.
But this is why I know you a hater though. Like I don't like LeBron. I don't like LeBron. You be hating, bro. I ain't gonna.
Bro. I be trolling. I be talking shit. Excuse me.
Nah.
George, how old are you, George? Hey, George,
y'all be out here trying to prove a point that can't be proven by numbers. The public only go by what they see.
How old are you, George?
I'm old enough, bro. I'm old enough to.
You older?
I'm old enough to have forgotten whatever you know.
It says old enough, man. Stop it. You too old. That's what it means. You too old to be sitting.
You see what I'm saying?
That's why.
I ain't know what I'm saying. That's facts.
That's
facts, homie. You too old to be trolling, bro. And then you be in the comment section spamming. That's why I timed your goofy ass.
Now I gotta be goofy.
Like a little kid,
now I gotta be goofy. Now if I said something out of the way, you'll be mad. Yeah, and you're too young.
I said that's goofy. I didn't say you goofy. I said that's goofy. I said that's goofy, bro.
Okay, bro. I'll take that.
I didn't say you're goofy.
But you understand, that's what I said. I never went against. I'm just saying you guys are trying to prove a point to the public. Some people don't believe in numbers. Some people only believe in what they saw or what they seen. And you guys keep trying to prove a point that doesn't, you keep dragging on it. And the public, Some
What
of the
point? What you
public
mean? What
is
point? What
not
you mean, George? What point you talking about? What point you talking about?
Stats don't mean nothing to everybody.
What you
Well, you
mean? They
can't.
don't mean
You
that.
gotta stop saying. You gotta stop
Or
saying
what the
that, bro.
public
Hold on.
see.
What about Jordan? Does Jordan stats not mean anything?
People still don't go by his stats. They go by what they saw,
Yeah, they do.
what
And the
they
hell they do.
see,
You gotta
what they
stop, bro.
witnessed. Remember in
Hold on.
Cleveland?
I
Remember in
always say about
Cleveland?
his averages
Hold
and
on.
points per
Remember in
average, scoring
Cleveland?
titles.
That big ass sign that said "witness." What they witnessed.
When you say that, hey George, when you say that, then you gotta take you gotta take away a lot of Jordan's accolades. The
Oh my
scoring titles, you
God!
gotta take them shits away.
No, you don't, because it still go by what people
Yeah, you do.
actually saw, what they witnessed.
What you mean when we saw him scoring points? I seen him scoring
Okay.
points. I'm old enough to remember. But you say you old enough?
Okay.
I'm old enough too. I'm old enough to remember.
Okay.
George scored a lot of points.
Just like
Scottie Pippen did a lot of dirty work. Dennis Rodman did a lot of dirty work.
Hold on.
Give them credit.
Hold on, bro. Just like Lamont said, he remembered the Bulls drafting people. He named Stacey King and who else? You forgot
Pippen
about
and
B.J.
Horton.
Armstrong, right? You remember B.J.?
Yeah, I remember BJ.
Okay.
Shooter, I remember BJ.
Okay. They traded for Scotty. They actually didn't draft him. So what else? Who else did the Bulls
They
draft?
did draft. They did. Hold on. They drafted Olin Polynice, and then they
Horace
just
Grant.
traded.
Okay, so they
traded
actually
him.
did trade. So they actually traded for Scotty.
They traded draft picks on draft night.
So they didn't draft him though. So
Oh, hold on.
that's
What
the
they
truth.
did was
But Joel, where you
hold
trying
on.
to
They
get at,
knew
though?
that Pippen was going to go early in the draft. So they traded another
I'm
draft
trying to
pick
see where you're getting at.
and
with this.
Olin Polynice to get Pippen.
I see where you're getting at.
So it's something called trading up to get. Basically, they traded up to get to that spot. Basically, so they traded up.
Like Lamont, that's like saying the Mavs didn't draft Luka.
Yeah, they drafted Luka. Yeah.
They drafted him. Like,
See the
come on, man.
difference?
You want to hear this idiot
you
say
got
they
caught
didn't
up.
draft him? You want to hear this idiot just baboon say, "Oh,
Now I'm a
the Hawks drafted
now I'm a
him." Come on,
baboon.
man.
Now I'm a baboon. So if I say something about
That
your
is
old girl, then I'm wrong,
yeah,
right?
bro. Let's just keep it real.
You got another
That's
old
what I'm
head in the
saying.
chat saying,
That's some
man, y'all
baboon
making
shit, bro. Let's just keep it real.
saying y'all
You
making
said
us
some
OGs look bad. He's saying y'all
That,
making
but
the
that's
OGs
the
look
really
truth. They
is.
actually,
It really is. And then he be in the chat spamming her. He be in the chat spamming, bro. Like that's
but that's
troll
the
shit,
truth.
bro.
They actually didn't trade. They actually didn't draft the man. They traded for him.
I mean, Georgians don't fuck with LeBron fans, hit man. That's all.
Who traded?
That's
Who
all
traded
it
for
is.
who though?
And he don't
For
fuck with the
Scotty.
new. He don't fuck with
Bro,
this
they
era.
traded
He
draft
don't
picks
fuck
on
with this
draft
era.
night. That's basically
Man,
draft
nah, I
night,
can't
guys.
respect that. I can't respect that.
So
I
who
mean,
else did
that's
they
what it is. I just
pick up
understand what
in the
it is.
draft? Then Lamont, that was so
You
good.
understand it, her?
Horace
Yeah,
Grant
watch
and
this.
Do you
Stacey King
understand where you
Hey,
coming from?
George.
Okay,
and
that's
B.J.
two.
Armstrong.
Hey, George,
That's
I got a
three.
question
Who
for
else?
you, George. I got a question for you, George.
Stacey King, B.J.
When
Armstrong,
you when
Horace
it
That's
comes
Grant.
three. That's three players.
Hey, George,
That's
you hear
four.
me, George?
Huh? What's up?
I better ask you a question. When it comes to this era of basketball, where would you rank this era of basketball all time compared to other eras?
Well, I'm not gonna rank the '60s. I'm not gonna rank them at all.
Uh huh.
So as far as not the '70s either. Well, not the early '70s.
Why not?
This rank
Hold on,
this
before you go,
huh?
why not? Why not? Hold. Why not those two? Why not those two areas? Why wouldn't you rank them?
Because I didn't see them. I started watching basketball when Magic Johnson left college.
Okay.
When he
So
was
break down the eras. What's the best? Go for best to worst.
the best was I say when I first started watching the Magic Johnson era, the Magic Larry Bird. Then you would say the Jordan. Then
Nostalgia.
You see what I'm saying? Yeah, facts. Because it's gonna go up. It's gonna go up
Oh,
from
he
there.
can't say the
You know?
90s because he said once they started changing rules, it got weak. So he said the 90s.
So then
Facts on my, yeah, you know, Herm really set
yeah,
you up for that.
yeah. This era, this era right here, this era right here, in my opinion, is the worst.
It's the weakness, right? Yeah,
it's the worst.
Yeah, it's the worst. Yeah, we knew that was coming.
Yeah, it is the worst. Even college basketball is turning. Even college basketball is getting bad.
You got guys like Wemby walking around here dominating the game. Like, come on,
he
man.
is.
Like, it's supposed to be the worst, though, right? He's a rookie dominating the game.
You know how bad your era, like y'all kind of really.
I don't even want to go back to the eras. I don't even want to do it. I want y'all guys to remember when the NBA refs went on strike and they let the college refs come ref the game. You know how,
Hey, Lamont,
did you see the difference?
The top scorer in Suns Nation,
Did you see the difference between the games? Did you see the
Walter
difference
Davis was a cocaine.
between the games?
He played in this golden era that this guy's talking about. Walter
Did you see the
Davis was a
difference between the
cocaine.
games?
What difference? What difference are you talking about?
When the NBA refs went on strike and they had to bring the college refs up to ref the game.
Hold on, you talking about when Jordan was hacking in the 80s?
No,
When they weren't
see, that's
calling
what I
them
said. See how stupid you
Hey,
want to
so George,
sound?
the best era.
How is
George,
that stupid? How is that stupid? That's facts.
George, the best
No,
era.
you said go back and watch, right? You said
I
you watched
said
those
when
eras.
the NBA I said when the NBA refs went on strike and they had to bring the college refs up to ref the NBA games. Did you remember when that happened?
I don't know why that makes any. I don't know why that holds any
Back
relevance in this
then, you could
conversation.
tell the
My thing
difference
is this,
between
right?
the games.
You said this era is worse. You said this era is worse. You had guys like Jordan and all those guys hand checking, right? Hand checking was a legal foul. By your logic, right? It was cool to hand check. That's a legal foul, right? So you can't do that now. How is it worse? Guys got to actually get in their bag and score or get in their bag and defend.
Well, I ain't gonna lie here, man. The best era to me is the early 2000s, man. For 2000,
2000s, it's easy work, bro. You had more talent, and it was hard.
The best era.
Exactly, Herm. I absolutely agree with you. That's obvious, bro. It's clear as day. You had way more talent. You had way more dynasties. Come on, bro. What we
Way
talking
more
about?
talent.
Talent.
What talent you
You
had?
had Kobe walking around. T-Mac walking around.
This was the
You had
Kobe
KG.
era, nigga.
You had Tim Duncan.
Tim
Shaq.
Duncan,
What
the
you
best
talking about?
power forward of all time.
What we talking about here?
You had Allen Iverson, Ray at the 96 class ran the 2000.
Guys that didn't even win a championship. Like, what are we talking about? Guys that didn't even win a championship. Just some of the most talented players we've ever seen in that era. Kevin Durant played in that era. LeBron James played in that era.
Compare that era to this era then.
Technically played in that era.
Compare that era to this era.
We just said it was the best era, so we think it's way better than this era.
Okay then,
Yeah, I agree. But I still think this era is better than the 90s, though. I think this era is way better than the 90s. Because you had guys, what's that one guy, John Stark? You had guys like that starting on contending teams. You had guys like Reggie Miller as a top 3 shooting guard. When he's not even better than Klay Thompson.
I don't know. I'll tell you, Reggie.
Oh my God! You see how far they go?
Klay Thompson's a better defender. Klay Thompson's a better defender and a better shooter than Reggie Miller.
You win, bro. You win. I give up. I'm not gonna go there.
And Klay Thompson can basically do everything that Reggie do. Reggie just
Clay is
and Klay. Thank you. And Klay got better moments than Reggie Miller.
He just hit a game winner the other night. He just hit a game.
Come on, man. Klay Thompson's overrated. I said this 3 years ago when I first hopped on Ticket. That's one of the first controversial statements I said. I said Klay Thompson's over Reggie Miller. They cooked me for that shit, right? Klay Thompson won the championship after that. You said what?
I don't think it's controversial. I mean, like, you can literally see the limitations in Reggie Miller's game. Like, he couldn't defend.
It really is.
Is Klay Thompson better than Ray Allen?
Klay Thompson better than Reggie Miller, man. I gotta stop.
Milwaukee Ray Allen, I don't know. I don't know about Milwaukee Ray Allen.
Yeah, he's not better than a prime Ray Allen, no.
Nah, he's not better than Ray Allen at all.
He ain't better than no Ray Allen, man. He better than my meat Ray Allen. Let me stop.
He better
than my meat Ray.
See, but he brought up Reggie Miller.
He
didn't bring up Ray Allen. He brought up Reggie Miller.
All started Ray Allen was almost MVP positive.
See what I'm saying?
Let me drop the link below. I'm gonna see if I can get low.
You see what I'm saying?
I mean, but all logo bring up is the clutch moments, though.
He said no, but he says Reggie is much better than Klay. I don't see it.
I don't see it either. Only thing you possibly could say that he's more clutch, but Klay Thompson clutch too, though. So I don't know.
Yeah, he's not more clutch than Klay.
This man said.
It gotta be the only argument Low coming from, though. They got
this man.
Legend, what you talking about?
Legend?
I don't know what y'all talking about. Some Klay Thompson better than Reggie Miller. Oh my God, please.
Hold on. What makes Reggie better?
He's a better scorer. He has way more responsibility throughout his career.
What responsibility?
To be the leader.
Yeah, thank you. That's what I'm saying. Like, what are we talking about?
I'm answering the question right now. If you start interrupting me, you'll hear it. when he felt like somebody who's a lead scoring option on a team that was consistently making deep postseason runs throughout the late 90s and early 2000s and even led a team to the finals. I don't like Reggie. I mean, Klay Thompson's never had that responsibility. And even as
he never had the opportunity to have those responsibilities.
That's great. Or even when he was a second or third option throughout his playoff career, he has been vastly inconsistent. Right
now, legend. You like to do the percentages because you rambling, bro. Like no. He's answering it, but he's rambling. Hold on, you like to do percentages, bro. Like let's go to the percentages on Reggie versus Klay.
Man, please stop and let the man talk. Let the man talk.
Percentages on that, and we can cook that. Because I clearly say he's a better defender.
Let him finish.
Okay. Yeah, you got it.
Somebody got some background. I think it's you, Hitman. You got a little background now.
When again, looking at percentages just blindly, when one player is playing with the greatest shooter of all time, while the other player is having to generate their shots way more consistently than Klay Thompson was able to, doesn't necessarily give us the greatest example of like who exactly would be doing what, especially when again. One player is leading their team while the other player is more or less being regulated to a second or third option. So that would be the difference.
And Lo, if it was for balance,
can I say this? Can I say this?
What ends up happening is that Klay will have like these great, historic, explosive games, and that tends to overshadow some of the other really bad, mediocre games he has surrounding those games.
Can I say this? Can I say this? Can I say this? Wait. Hold up.
No, we're not gonna make blind statements. Like what games?
Bro.
Hold up, bro. We're talking about prime for prime.
Hold up, bro.
What games are we talking about, bro?
I can answer for him if you want me to. I can.
Hold up. Can I say this? Can I say this? Can I say this?
Reggie Miller, of course.
Wait a minute, bro. Slow down. Can I say this?
Reggie Miller, what game?
Can I say this? Bro, can I say this? The Pacers were picked to win the championship when the Malice and the Palace happened. That is true.
Reggie wasn't even
interrupted us when he was 39 years old.
Reggie was well past his prime. That was last year. Hold on, answer the question, though, Lo. Answer the question, Lo.
Okay, I'll
please answer the question, bro.
I can't believe he interrupted us saying that.
No, you make that statement. You should have it off the top of your head, right? See, that's what I'm saying. We can't make general statements and not have.
I'm literally giving you an example right now. I'm literally giving you an example right now. So, for example, the 2015 finals. If you go throughout that entire finals, bro, he was mediocre. He shot 40% from the field, 30% from behind the arc. But what ends up happening is he has a couple of games where you tend to forget how bad he was throughout that series. So, for example, game 2, he put up 34 points. He shot like 50% from the field or something like that. And that looks great, but you tend to forget the next game, he only scored 14 points. The next game after that, he only scored 9 points. In the closeout game of that series, he was held to 5 points in the closeout game in the finals. That's Klay Thompson. Throughout the entire
right, as the second option, right? Hold on. Let's make sure we clarify this as the second option at that time. You said 2015, right?
You think that's acceptable as a second option to be held to 5 points?
Yes, in comparison to Reggie, yes. Because Reggie was also the second option when he made his finals run with Jalen Rose.
No, he was not.
No, he wasn't.
How he wasn't? He was the second leading scorer. Was he or was he not? Was he or was he not the second leading scorer on that team?
Nah, he was the leading scorer here, man. Reggie Miller was the leading scorer.
Well, I thought that was about even or close to, like, it was like 1 and 2, like 1A, 1B.
No, you were wrong.
In the playoffs, like we're referring to, Reggie Miller was averaging 24 points. Jalen Rose is averaging.
No, you just said no. You see how he moved the goalpost so much? He just said the finals for Klay, and he's talking about playoffs with Reggie.
I'm
saying the finals for Reggie.
But look here, man.
No, Herb. I'm saying finals. No, pull up Reggie's finals stats in comparison to. No, we got the statistician on here.
Stop.
We got statistician on here.
Even in the finals, Reggie Miller averaged more points.
I was going. About how many? By how much?
It don't matter how many. It doesn't matter how many.
It does matter. It does matter, George. I'm not speaking to you though. Hold on. Answer the question. What was the average?
By 1 point. By 24 points.
By 1 point, exactly. My point is that it's about 1A, 1B, and Jalen Rose had more responsibility offensively and was more versatile than one said Reggie Miller.
How did he have more
No,
responsibilities?
he did. He had Travis.
Because he was also the playmaker on that squad as well. He was also the playmaker on that squad as well.
Reggie Miller
Hey, but hold on, legend.
generated more shots. What are you talking about? You just chatting right
Legend.
now.
Let's just say,
Just talking.
let's just say, Reggie. We'll just give him the slight edge because they're both great offensive players. We'll give him the slight edge offensively. Now, there's again another component of basketball, which is the defensive side.
I don't think it's a slight edge, but you got it.
We don't want to talk about
No, but we all know.
Lamar, we don't want to talk about this offense, bro.
Now that even if we get, let's say the score is 50-48, Reggie's up 2 points, but now we got to computate in the defensive side of the basketball. Then once you figure in the other side of the game of basketball, which is defense, then how do they measure out as players?
Oh no, Clay's a better defensive player, and if you
But
want to
it's
say all around,
but it's by a long mile.
even if you want to say even if you want to say it's a long mile, that's fine. That still doesn't mean that he's a better player. There's several players who are significantly better offensive players than someone else, and are nowhere near as good.
Hey, Lamar, bro, I can't, man, nah, bro. This is finesse.
All right, cool. That's good. Thank goodness, because you just been sitting here talking the entire time. It's fine. Cool.
I've been sitting here talking. No, you've been sitting here talking and rambling, bro.
I literally just got here.
You've been sitting here talking, bro.
Hey, Hitman, you got some weird background noise, Hitman. You got weird background.
I got it. I tip out, but like I said, bro, we don't do that back talking and tap dancing, bro. You gotta keep it a rap. You said you clearly just admitted. No, you couldn't. You just got here and you've been capping. You clearly just admitted that he's clearly. Oh, he's an admitted better defender, right? It's arguable offensively. And he's not the better player. Look, I'm out, bro. I can't deal with capologists, bro.
Not arguable.
What you mean? Offensively, it's not arguable. It's not arguable offensively.
One player.
It's not arguably offensively.
One player is the lead option on their team and has been very, very consistent throughout their entire career, while the other player has been at most second or third, and he struggles throughout the playoffs throughout his career.
That is
and not only that, you just sat there and said it was acceptable for Klay Thompson to be held to 5 points in a closeout game.
I didn't say that was acceptable. You putting words in my mouth.
Hold on. So where did the stigma Game 6 Klay come from? Just him just having a few good games, or was he really good?
Game 6. He's great. Congratulations. What happens to the rest of the series, though? Why is it when it comes to Klay we talk about one game? What happens to the rest of the series?
I mean,
what year are you talking about?
You can go through all of them. I'm so serious. You can actually go through nearly every single last year of him in the postseason, and he's very inconsistent practically every single series. I'll give you 2016.
I know, but
2016 he was actually really good up until the finals, because in the finals he struggled again, but that's fine. Nevertheless,
but isn't that normal for a third option?
A second option?
No, he was second option that year. He was second option.
What year are you talking about?
You can go 2014, 2015, 2016. In 2016, in the first 3 rounds, he was fairly consistent. But in the finals, he was inconsistent. Then, when do you think he was a second option post KD, like in 2022?
No, he was a third option once KD came.
No, I said at post.
And then even after KD left, with at times Wiggins was the second option.
Do you think in the 2020?
Now, Lamont, think about all these years that we could talk. Think about all these years we could refer to Klay Thompson and his playoff performances, and then think about Reggie Miller and his playoff performances.
You can prefer Reggie Miller
in comparison to Klay as a second option. How Reggie Miller compares. Like for all the people that want to say Reggie clears and all this and that. Like I said, you can compare Klay as a second option to Reggie as a first option, and Klay still is comparable. So I could use your context and say Klay as a first option with more responsibility would do more offensively, and we already know he's a better defender than Reggie Miller.
So
that's my logic.
And that's great logic. When it comes to Reggie Miller, you can refer to 94, 95, 98, 99, 2000, and if you want to go to 2001, even though that's just a 1 series sample size. There's several, and even if you want to go back to 93, you can. But when it comes to Reggie Miller, I can point out to roughly a 90-some game sample size in the postseason, spanning from 1993 to 2001, where in the postseason he's averaging close to 24 points, shooting 45% from the field and 40% from behind the arc. again, while in nearly 90% from the free throw line, while getting to the free throw line nearly 7 times a game, while being the lead option. Shout out to Clay. He's an amazing shooter. No one is denying. He's an
Second
amazing
option
player.
too.
No one's. He's an amazing
How is Reggie
second
Miller
option.
a better? Hold on. How is Reggie Miller a better scorer than Klay Thompson?
Because I think if somebody has more responsibilities while still being able to sustain the accuracy, volume, efficiency more consistently, I think that makes him a better scorer.
How did he have more responsibilities than Klay?
That's all subjective. That's all subjective. He just made subjective points.
Subjective. When one player is the first option,
you said consistency and all that. How can you quantify that?
Yeah, but Legend,
how can you quantify
Klay was always
and all that? How can you quantify that? How can you prove what you're saying? It's facts.
Because when you look at Klay Thompson in the postseasons, you can see that he has inconsistencies. In contrast,
he has bad series. Okay, cool. Like Reggie Miller had as well. I could go cherry pick too.
I'm saying we're talking about comparing it to Reggie Miller. That's all I'm comparing it to. Not saying he's an inconsistent player. Period.
But Legend, it's almost like the I think it's almost like the Jimmy Butler conundrum, because with Jimmy Butler, his offense wildly fluctuates, especially in the playoffs, up and down. But because of the level of his defense, that's what elevates him, and which is why a lot of people have him as a top 15 player in the league, better than some guys who are consistent offensively, but don't defend. And I think similarly with Klay, especially during that time, was asked to defend some of the best players in the league, and then at the same time also come on the other side and be an elite scorer, which I don't think Reggie was ever tasked with defending anybody of any significance. Nor was he asked to be a defensive stopper on a night in and night out basis, while being the first option.
The difference is that when that Jimmy Butler comparison, Jimmy is still the first option. He's a primary scorer on his team, especially throughout his years in Miami, while still being an elite level defender. I personally just don't.
Just let him finish. Huh?
I personally I'm just not going to give somebody the same level of credit and responsibility as somebody who's a first option in contrast to a second option, especially the person who's a second option is on the team with arguably the greatest offensive weapon the league has ever seen. I'm just not going to do it.
So you at that time, hold on, one more question before my bad, Mac Duff. You got it. Because I want to ask him, like, Kobe in 2000, you would take Reggie over Kobe because Reggie was a first option. You would take his production over Kobe's as a second option?
As an offensive player? In the year 2000?
Offensive player.
Yeah, I think
in the year 2000. Yeah,
in the year 2000,
because he was a second option, right? In comparison to
in the year 2000, yes.
What?
Yes.
That's my point. Yeah.
Yes.
So my thing is this: we can both agree that there are second options in NBA history that are better than number one options. I would take Pippen. I would take Scottie Pippen over Paul Pierce.
Ooh.
Damn.
As an offensive player?
I would take as a player because we're not. So listen. Hold on. Listen. Hold on. Let me make it clear. We're not arguing who's a better offensive player. We are simply arguing that Klay Thompson is better than Reggie Miller. So that's all around. Now, Scottie Pippen is a second option, and I would take Scottie Pippen as a basketball player over Paul Pierce. Who disagrees?
I don't. I mean, I can see that. I can see why somebody would take Pippen over Paul Pierce.
I'll say this to you. I think if I were, it's because I genuinely believe that Scottie Pippen is like a transcendent defender. I think he's like has a very legitimate argument as a top 10 defender, which can make up for a lot of things that he may lack in. I don't think Klay Thompson is that great of a defender to make up the other way around, if that makes sense. I think he's a really. I think he's a better defender. Back to my argument. He's a better defender than Reggie Miller, without a doubt.
I just wanted to make that a
far better defender than Reggie.
I just had to give that example for him. I just wanted to give that example for him because we both agree that a second option can be better than a first option. But you're saying
can be yes.
Yes.
Just like Kobe in 2000.
But now, when it comes to Klay and Reggie Miller, we know who's a better, I guess, all-around player because of the defense of Klay Thompson. Now, is Klay Thompson transcended defensively? No. But Reggie Miller on the offensive end is not transcendent and far above Klay Thompson. I can definitely.
We disagree right there. That's what
you think Reggie Miller is a transcending offensive player.
I think for the 90s, for what he provided, I think he's closer to being transcendent offensively than what.
Oh, Reggie Miller.
Defensively. Yes.
All right, I'm done.
I think in the 90s.
You see what I'm talking about, Mac?
Hold on, y'all. Go one at a time. I can't hear Legend.
I think in the 90s to find a player who's giving you 24 points.
I know, but I can't hear when y'all kind of chatting in.
I think in the 90s, when you find a player who's giving you 24 points in the playoffs with that level of efficiency, that is like outside of Jordan, I don't really know if there's anybody else who can say that they were providing that level of scoring with that level of efficiency.
But that's why we were saying the 90s. That's why we were saying the 90s is probably the worst era, because that's your top shooting guards in that era. Meanwhile, you got guys like Devin Booker that's superseding that type of a level of efficiency offensively. We're just primarily speaking on offensively. He's a far more efficient player offensively as a scorer. And then the list goes on. You got plenty of scorers in this era as compared to the 90s. So you're using a false measuring stick. Like Klay Thompson, of course, he's not going to compare to a guy like Devin Booker, one of the top shooting guards in this league, because there's so many guys in his position that are far better than him. But if let's say we're comparing him by 90s standards, he would be one of the best shooting guards, if not the best shooting guard behind Jordan.
There's probably another thing to look at as well. When I say like far and away, I'm talking about like relative to the era that they played in. So again, to find somebody who is giving you 24 points per game, who is giving you 40% from three, who has a true shooting percentage of 60%, which is like 7 to 8% higher than league average at that time. Like that's again, unless you're Jordan, maybe a year of Hakeem and Shaq, there's no one else who's really doing that. Like there just isn't.
But what reason do we have to believe that Klay wouldn't be able to do that in that era? Though? What facts do we have to prove that Klay is not capable of doing that?
Yeah, that's a hyper.
He's doing that too. If I'm not mistaken, is he not doing that too for his career as a second option?
That's hypothetical. I don't know what he could do as a
first option. But low. This.
Well, I'm saying, let's compare it in this era. Then what is Klay's true shooting percentage in this era?
It might be.
What's his true?
It might be 60% as well, but again, that's as a second
option. It might be comparable, right? It's comparable as a second option.
As throughout the years that I'm using, which is the best version of Reggie Miller, like 93 to 2000 in the playoffs, his true shooting is still better than Klay's. Klay has never had a true shooting in a postseason and playoff run that was over 60%. He's never had it, and that's in an era that is more based off of offense, floor spacing, and while playing with one of the best offensive weapons in NBA history. He's never. I'm just saying. I'm saying he has all the benefits to work in his favor, to have a true shooting and to have efficiency that should be on par with Reggie, and he still doesn't have it.
But it's not below average, though, right? His true shooting percentage is not below average.
I never said it was.
Right, and that's on top of being an elite defender.
He would be a bad offensive player. I never said it was.
In that era, he'd be a bad defender? You mean a bad offensive player? You say in that era? You say in that era he'd be a bad offensive player?
No, I'm saying it's never below league average, because if it was, then we wouldn't be having this conversation. It's
we wouldn't be, absolutely. We're just primarily focusing on defense. We wouldn't be having this conversation either, because everybody on this panel can agree that Klay is far over Reggie Miller as a defender. I don't know where the argument's going.
Klay Thompson to me is a better scorer than Reggie Miller.
Like, I don't think he is.
This guy acting like the 90s didn't have no shooting guards. He killed it with that.
The efficiency.
What shooting guards?
If Reggie, hold on. If let's say Reggie Miller is more efficient than the in the playoffs, is what you're saying, and I'm saying okay, and then you're going to his best prime peak years. He's averaging 24. I would have to see the stats on that. But okay, to me, Klay Thompson, because we're talking about overall, not just playoffs, he has more 20-point per game seasons than Reggie Miller. He has more 40-point games, 50-point games than Reggie Miller. When we talk about efficiency, I mean, what's Reggie? 42 and Klay's 41 as far as 3-point percentages? Like efficiency, they're about the same. True shooting, they're about the same. I can't say that Reggie Miller, he's way more efficient because he shoots 2% higher. than Klay Thompson. When Klay Thompson, we know what he's done. And if you want to go to playoffs, we know who Game 6 Klay is. He's won games without Steph Curry in a playoff run versus Portland when Steph Curry got hurt in the Houston series. Klay Thompson, I think, was like 3-1 without Steph Curry in that playoff run, averaging about 26 points per game. So small sample size, but we've seen it without Steph Curry in the regular season, especially last year. We've seen it. He's led the league in 3-point shots. I just think Klay Thompson's a better overall player. But when we talk about scoring, I would still give that to Klay Thompson.
So they both have about 7 seasons of averaging 20 points or more. Mind you, one is playing in a noticeably slower
Klay Thompson has more
era.
seasons, averaging 20.
Klay has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Reggie has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, you're not counting the 19.9 year.
No, because
I guess. Okay.
No.
So one is 6 and one is 7, and Klay and Reggie has 19.
One is the first option, one's the second option.
Now, they both have 7.
No. I'm just saying 19.9. They essentially both have 7 years. Okay. While another one is also playing in just a slower pace era. Reggie is playing in a slower pace era.
But that still favors Reggie because
error tags.
Hold on 1 second, Mac. Hold on. That still does favor Reggie. The 90s always favored the number one option because of the legal defense. It heavily emphasized the number ones getting the ball almost every possession, and so that favored Reggie more so than anybody. Maybe it hurt Rick Smits or any number 2. But it definitely favored Reggie, even in that era.
But Reggie wasn't getting the ball every time in the regular season. As
No,
option.
No, he was the number one option. The legal defense favored.
Dylan was number 2,
but not in the regular season. Reggie Miller was never a volume scorer getting the ball.
You said Reggie was not the number one option in the regular season.
I'll say it again. Reggie Miller was never getting the ball at a consistent rate at a volume time to benefit him from. To get to the point where he's benefiting immensely from illegal defense. That wasn't his game. There's several years throughout Reggie Miller's prime years where he's not even leading the league in shot attempts. Leading the team, in shot attempts. There's several years where
he wasn't the number one option.
Well, if you think that
that's exactly what I said, man.
No, he was the first option, but for what you're arguing about the illegal defense benefiting a lead option, Reggie Miller's game was not that. He wasn't somebody that was on the wing dominating the ball while the lane or the whole side of the floor cleared out. That wasn't Reggie Miller's game. That's not how Reggie Miller played.
It sounds like Klay Thompson too. That sounds like Klay Thompson.
I agree. Neither one of these players play the way a game that would have benefited them with illegal defense. That's not how neither one of them played. They weren't ISO scorers. They're not post-up scorers. They're not somebody who can just say clear out the lane or clear out one side of the floor and then give them the ball and go. That's not how neither one of these players play. Both of these players are coming off screens. They're moving off ball. Yeah, that's so. I don't know. Illegal defense really wasn't a significant benefit to who Reggie Miller is, especially in the regular season.
But if we're talking about just the game.
Yeah, I don't know.
My bad. I didn't mean to cut you off, but we're talking about the total game of basketball. Who offers more to the total game of basketball?
I think
who offers more to a team than.
So let me ask you this: who do you think is better? You think Curry or Chris Paul is better?
Curry.
Curry, because of his impact on the game, and for him being such a deep shooter and what he does offensively, even as a playmaker. Like a lot of people say, he's not a point guard because he doesn't play the traditional role. He does play point guard. It's just off of his ability to shoot, and he makes the right decisions. Sometimes he turns the basketball over, but Curry can also play make as well. So I say Curry.
Who do you think is better, Chris Paul
Chris Paul or Magic Johnson? I'd say Magic.
You acknowledge that there can be a player, and I can do the same thing with like Russell Westbrook with his points, rebounds, and assists. You can acknowledge that there's players that can provide more, but not still be better or greater than somebody else just because of things that they may do at a higher magnitude. I personally just believe that Reggie Miller as a first option and being able to turn up his production while still keeping his accuracy and efficiency in the postseason is more impressive and shows a higher level of ability than Klay Thompson as a second option, who more or less sustains his accuracy while still having a lot of games and series and even a year where he's just not that consistent or accurate as much as Reggie, in contrast to Reggie Miller. I think that means way more than Klay having to be the point of attack defender. I don't know how valuable that would be in contrast to a lot of these conversations. It's valuable, but I don't think it's as valuable as you all are making it out to be.
But Reggie Miller as because defensively it's not close. On the offensive end, one's a first option, one's a second option. Now, to me, it's close. Like, I think Klay's a better scorer, but I don't look at Reggie Miller offensively as anything transcendent, even for his error. I don't look at Reggie Miller offensively impact-wise better than Klay, even relative to his error. I don't look at Reggie Miller at all offensively just way better and transcendent and impactful than a Klay Thompson. Like a Steph Curry who doesn't play.
Was a Klay
Steph Curry
Thompson
who doesn't.
era,
Steph Curry that doesn't play no defense. Let's say Steph Curry is the worst defensive player ever. Right?
Sure.
Let's just put it out there.
For sure.
Offensively, his impact and what he does is better than players that are two-way players.
Agreed.
So that's because he's offensively transcendent and special, all-time great. With Reggie Miller and Klay Thompson, relative to their errors and what they've done, I don't look at Reggie Miller offensively transcendent or way impactful.
They're essentially
level,
the same on offense, you guys. It's
That's
not like
what
we're
I'm
not
saying.
talking about.
I don't think they are.
We're not talking about staunch. Like, this is not a humongous staunch difference offensively. I mean, you can. I'm not gonna get on anybody that argues one over the other offensively. I just think whoever you argue at the top offensively is just a very marginal difference. I think Reggie might be slightly better than Klay offensively, or Klay might be slightly better than Reggie, but it's not this wide gap. I think the wide gap between the two players is defensively, and I think that's in the team spec. And when we're talking about the overall player, that's what adds to Klay's value more so than Reggie's. And I think that's why a lot of people would take Klay over Reggie, is because of the other side of the game where he adds so much there.
No, especially as a first option, I would just rather have Reggie. I just think Reggie's a better offensive player. I think he's a better scorer, shooter, playmaker. I think he's better than all those things. And not to say that Klay is bad at those things.
No, I'm saying let's say he is a better scorer. I don't think he is a better scorer. I would say he's probably maybe a slightly better shooter, but that's even really gonna be up in the air. Even if that's true, there's still more to the game of basketball than there's that. And because like when we're talking about Steph, the difference between Steph and most players offensively is a humongously wide margin. So that's why you would take Steph. The impact is there. But to say that Reggie's impact on the offensive end, I mean, you could easily argue that Klay's impact is far more significant on the offensive end just by him being on the floor, far more than Reggie's, man.
Far more?
Because I mean, you're talking about a guy that scored 60. You're talking about a guy that like scored 60 with little to no dribbles. I mean, you're talking about a guy who he's definitely a microwave scorer. That's how I would call him. Maybe Reggie's a bit more consistent, but these guys, they score in almost the exact same manner. They play a ton off ball. I would say Reggie's probably better off ball, but with the ball in his hands, you would say Klay's better there. Klay's probably better at finishing at the rim. So Klay's probably a better ball handler. Yeah. So there's things that Klay is better at on the offensive end that Reggie just struggles with or just can't do absolutely at all. And you talk about rebounding, Klay's the better rebounder and things like that. So I mean, I just think I don't know if it's just
those are all things that are marginal though, like rebounding and ball handling. Like neither one of them you really want to handle the ball. Like but
Klay is a far better ball handler. He can get to the rim far better.
Not enough for me to.
If we're talking about attacking the rim and scoring, Klay can do that.
not enough for me to even bring that up, but I guess.
Like Reggie Miller's ball handling was laughable. It's rare that you would say an NBA player's ball handling is laughable.
I wouldn't say that.
Yeah, it was laughable.
I think both Reggie Miller and
He didn't
Clay
have a crossover?
moments.
No, he did not have a crossover.
No, he didn't. But I don't think Clay's ball handling is. I think it's laughable at times as well. But I think with Clay. I think with Clay, we remember those moments where he has 60 points. We remember the moments where he shows up in game 6, but we just completely forget and damn near excuse all the other games surrounding those moments to allow us to get caught up in that and think that that's who he was. And in my opinion, I would rather me feel confident in you being able to give me 20 to 24 points on any given night, rather than on one night you giving me 8 points and next night you give me 12 and you explode for 60 and then 55 and then the next like 3 or 4 games.
But Legend, here's here's another thing I want to ask you. Is it easier to be consistent as a first option or as a third option? Because we can use the example of Chris Bosh. Chris Bosh in Toronto as the number 1, looked consistent, looked comfortable in that role, was consistent every night in and night out. But then when he goes to Miami, now we're talking about a different Chris Bosh. More because his role is different. Before he gets fewer touches offensively, he's struggling to have that same night-to-night consistency, and he still has to come out and be great and still be an all-star level player. Couldn't the same be said about Clay on being a second or third option, who's also asked to defend at a high level on the other side of the floor, can potentially get gas based on his assignment? No. Shouldn't it be like, wouldn't you expect a few inconsistent nights based on his role and based on his shot quality and production every night kind of goes up and down?
No, it could. The difference between those examples is that one player started his career off as a first option and had to adjust midway through. Klay Thompson started his career off as a second option. It was already understood that that's who he was going to be. I don't know too many players who started off their career with the understanding that they were going to be a second option, and then if midway through it, they just start all of a sudden struggling. That's just who they were out the gate. So that's more understandable for Chris Bosh for having to make significant adjustments in his game. But Clay came into the league as that player. Like, that's just who he has been. And if Clay was like consistent as that role, especially in the postseason, then I think we have a more consistent argument here. But what year do you think in the playoffs
Did you know that Klay Thompson in all the games that he played without Steph Curry, and where he was the number 1 or number 2, depending on if KD was there, his stat line is almost percentages and numbers wise is almost exactly what Reggie Miller's numbers were, if not higher?
Numbers or percentages?
It's both. So without Steph Curry on the floor, he's played 119 games without Steph Curry. He averages.
Oh, this is regular season and postseason?
Yeah. He averages 20 points per game on 40% shooting from the 3 and 45% from the field.
So it's not because those numbers are not the same.
Okay, Reggie's average is for his career. Reggie's average throughout his prime was about 20 points per game.
I know, but
21.
What were the splits though? I don't think Reggie. I think Reggie was like 49% from the field and like 41% on 3.
Hell no.
Between 1990 and 1998, Reggie Miller shooting splits were 48.5 and 40.7. It was 49 and 41%. It was averaging 21 points.
Wait, hey, Lamar, you calculate that, Lamar? You calculate that and make sure we get that factual corrected.
Between 1990 to 1998, which I would assume most of us would consider at his prime years, his shooting splits were 48.5 and 40.7. Reggie Miller has several years. Reggie Miller has a couple years where he's like over 50% from the field and like clearing 40%.
Yeah, he has a 50-40-90 season.
Yeah, he has years. Like, I don't like. It's not the same.
Hold on. But we're still talking about very, very small differences.
That's what I'm saying.
Offensively,
we're talking about a difference of 700 games versus Europe's sample size of 100 and whatever it is. And
but 119 games is being the one option actually in most of those, because most of that was without KD because Steph was hurt a ton. So he hasn't. We've seen what he can do as a number one. It's similar to what Reggie did, and similar production and efficiency. And he's still a much better defender, even in that case.
I'm still just taking the guy who did it for 700 games versus 100. I don't know what it's like. And not only did he do it for 700 games, he also had his field goal percentage is 4 to 5% higher as well. He's probably getting to the free throw line more times than he is also. And I would still argue he's probably he's still a better playmaker than him also.
Probably, or is he? Probably,
no,
or he is.
I don't. To be fair, I don't vividly enough know about these 100.
That's what I'm saying. It's so close offensively that Clay's defense just it puts him ahead already.
I don't think Clay's that.
Yeah, it does.
Hold on, legend. Man. You got something against Clay? Do you got a little beef with Clay like you got with John Stockton, man?
Why? Why would I have something about Clay?
I don't know, man.
Clay's a great
wait. Are you a Reggie fan? Are you a Reggie fan?
No,
I
have a whole video saying how Reggie Miller's overrated, but I think people have gone a little bit too far. So, for example, to Mac, that like in 2015, the first two series in 2015, the playoffs, he was sensational in those first two series. He was like literally spectacular in those first two series. I'll get the numbers so to make sure they're right. He's averaging 20 points. 48% from the field, 47% from behind the arc, 3 assists, 4 rebounds. He's playing great. The next two series, the Houston series in Cleveland, he's 16 points, shooting 41% from the field and 32% from 3. That's two series. That's not just one. That's 2 series of basketball in the conference finals and in the NBA finals. There's a handful of games in there where he's getting held, well, obviously under 20 points because he didn't even average 20 points. There's several games where he's getting held under 15 points during those games. There's 2 of which in the finals where he gets held under 10 points. So that's a definition of inconsistent. 2 series you're great. The other 2 series you're not great.
I don't think Clay's.
Yeah, that's hard. It's really hard to do that when you're not the number.
I couldn't put inconsistent in front of or in back of Clay's name. I'm sorry. I if anything, streaky. Maybe up and he'll have his ups and downs, but inconsistent.
What does that mean?
Nah.
Are we not saying the same thing?
No, we're not saying the same. No, we're not saying the same thing. Inconsistent. You can be consistent at being inconsistent. That's so when I say inconsistent, I think Klay Thompson, he'll have a game or two, but for the most part, he'll have bad games. Klay Thompson has way more good games than bad games. He has way more good series than bad series. I would never put inconsistent in solidify that with Klay Thompson. I would say streaky. I would say he has his ups and downs, but I would never say inconsistent. Reggie Miller has his ups and downs, and Reggie Miller has been streaky. But he's one of the greatest playoff performers of all time. But yes, he can be streaky and he has had his ups and downs. He's had 8-point games as well.
No, for sure. Do you think it's so inconsistent to the degree that I just explained to you? So here we can do the same thing in 2017.
Yes, Reggie Miller's been inconsistent he's one of the greatest playoff
for 2 series in a row. He was that inconsistent.
Reggie Miller has had bad playoff series.
I'll ask the question again. For 2 series in a row,
I couldn't tell you 2 question, series. I don't know. I don't know if he had. I'm answering. I don't know if he had 2 series in a row. And I'm not going to say anything past 2001. I'm not even going to go there. Yeah, for sure. But for his prime, from like 89 to 2000, yes. He has had bad series. Do I know exactly the 2 series where he was bad in that? Like you just said with Clay, no, I couldn't tell you exactly the team or year. But I know, yes, Reggie Miller has had ups and downs, and he has been streaky. Those are facts.
So we can do the same thing in 2017 with Clay. The first 2 series, he was pretty good. Last 2 series, he gets held to 14 points, shooting sub 40% from the field, and he's shooting 40% from behind the arc, but also only gets to the free throw line once or twice, and he's only making 70% of his free throws. It happened.
2017. What year was that? Who they playing in that playoff? Hold on. Legend winner. Who's they playing in that series?
That's a 2017 series. Run, and they played San Antonio and Cleveland in the conference finals and NBA finals in the last.
So those are the you said those are the teams that he was playing against. Yeah, Yeah,
You know,
the
those are
two powerhouses, right? In 2017, those two powerhouses.
as the
And how
third
much was he
as
averaging?
I think I said 14 or 16 points.
No, in 2017, did they play San Antonio? Because I don't think they
Yeah,
played
that was when
San Antonio
Kawhi got. That's when
2017.
Kawhi got hurt. Yeah, they did. That's when Kawhi got hurt. He
Oh, you
he
talking about with
averaged.
Zaza? Yeah.
Yeah,
You're right.
he
You're
got
right.
he
I
had
thought OKC put him out. I thought OKC
no.
put San Antonio out that year, but you're right. You're right.
He averaged 14 points on 13 shot attempts. Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
To me, as a third
option.
Go ahead.
No. You saying as a third option? I guess the third option excuse is going to have to stick. I guess.
No,
I just think third options have struggled with consistency because their shot count changes on a night to night basis. We've seen it with Kevin Love, and we saw it with Kevin Love. We saw it with we even saw it with the big three in Brooklyn. It was always going to be one odd man out. All three of them couldn't be great on the night. We even saw it at times when Philadelphia had those four really good players when they had the Ben Simmons, Embiid, Jimmy Butler, and Tobias Harris trying to figure it out on a night to night basis. Not all of them can thrive and survive on a night in and night out basis. So again, Klay has been put into a different, in a sense, a kind of a difficult role. You're talking about a guy that wants to get his volume of shots up, but he can't because he has some really good players ahead of him.
How many times do you see a player who started their career as a second option struggle and be inconsistent at being the second option? Because you're naming players who started their career
Jump
as
shooters.
option.
Jump shooters are always
just in general. You don't have to be
guys that scored a basketball who scored primarily off jump shooting always have consistency streaks. You know. Reggie had his own streaks.
They're ups.
Reggie had his streaks where he remember, you got to think in the playoffs. I mean, Reggie's cost his team in closeout games. There's been closeout games where I can't remember. I think it might have been against the Knicks where he closed out the series, played horribly, 12 points, couldn't make a shot against the Bulls. The Bulls in 1 year in '98 where luckily the Pacers pulled out the win, but they held him to 8 points. He had a bad night shooting the basketball. Sometimes it happens with shooters.
I want to say to chat again, I'm not saying games. I am saying entire series.
There were series in 1994. He had back-to-back series where he didn't play up to the level of expectation.
Up to the level or shooting sub 40% from the field?
So you're saying in 94, he had back-to-back series against Atlanta and New York where there were games in both of those series where he was not consistent.
The series or the game, Lamont?
So there was games within the series where he showcased inconsistency.
But what I'm telling you right now,
that's what makes you inconsistent. Good game, bad game here, maybe another good game, then two bad games. It's inconsistent.
What I'm telling you is whole series, back-to-back series. So we'll go back to when he was a second option. In 2022, when they won the championship, the first part of the run, the first part of that 2022 run, he was amazing in the first two series against Denver and against Memphis. He averaged 20 points, 45% from the field, 40% from three. That's what he was doing. Then in the second half of that run, he averaged 18 points, 40% from the field, and 36% from three. He was putting up 16 shots, which was the second most shot attempts on that team, to give you 17 points. That's what he was doing. Now, you said Indiana in 1994. That's what you said?
Yeah, across the Atlanta and New York series, those wasn't typical Reggie numbers, especially that Reggie in 94.
In 94, yes, against, I think it was Atlanta. I think he struggled. In the Knicks, he struggled. Is that the year he was against the Knicks, he struggled? Against the Knicks, he put up 25 points and shot 43% from the field and 42% from behind the arc.
Okay, his averages look good because he had those two games, one where he dropped 31, another where he dropped 39, that boasted it up. But when we look to that game one of that series where they lost, 14 points, right? He only took 2 threes, right? Mm-hmm. Didn't really give much. It was a minus 11 on the night. Well, I mean, how do we compute that? He follows it up with a game 3, a similar performance where he only gives another 14 points. Luckily, he has a team good enough to pull out the win, but he didn't do much offensively. Shot 1 3, took only 10 shots.
Well, I don't think he had to play that whole game, Lamont. They beat them by like 30. I think that's the reason why he didn't. He only played 20-some minutes. Everybody, he only played 23 minutes and they blew him out. That's why he didn't put that many points. They were blowing him out. So and you're right. No, he has two great games. He has two great games. You're absolutely right. That may have altered it. But again, I'm talking about full-fledged series from Klay. I'm talking about not just series, 2 series, back-to-back series. I'm talking about 3. I can point to 3 years of Klay Thompson's career where he is the second option, not third option.
So while he might have been not as great offensively, was he making up for it to any degree on the defensive end? So he's not a complete liability.
It depends on what series. Because some series I don't think so.
Because I think we've seen Jason Tatum. We just talked about this earlier. There'd be some series where the man can't buy a shot, but what he does is he rebounds the ball. He's grabbing 10, 12 rebounds a night, and he's defending his ass off. So he makes up for it when his shot's not falling. We see him step up on the other side of the floor. So we got to talk about his defense as well. Did he step up and take up a tougher assignment? Therefore, was maybe gassing him on the offensive end. What is the matchup that we're talking about?
What series? It just depends on what series. Because some of those series, I don't think that he did actually.
Yeah, well, the one thing that jump shooters hate is playing defense and getting gassed. So
like 2015 in the finals, who was he defending?
Who they play in 2015?
The Cavs.
I mean, you would assume he took up a few. Probably
JR
combined. Hold on, was Kyrie out that year?
Yeah, Kyrie played game 1. He was out for the rest of the series. He's
guarding
JR and Iman Shumpert. That's who he's guarding. So is he making up the value at that point? No, I don't think he's making up.
What did he shut them guys down?
Do I think? Let's say he did. Do I think that is then making up the value of him struggling offensively? No, I do not think that is.
Wow.
Yeah, I don't think shutting down role players would then make up the value of who you are as an offensive weapon.
Shutting down role players wins you championships.
I don't. That may be fair. Do I think that makes up the value?
Ask the Lakers last year against Denver. The Lakers would have loved to shut down them role players and just let it go.
You stretch
do I think that makes up the value? Because that's the question. Do I think that makes up the value of you struggling offensively? No.
Well, see, the beauty of Klay is even if he's struggling offensively, his value offensively is always going to just naturally be there, just by him being on the floor.
Yeah, I don't think he's a zero though offensively when he struggles. But we're comparing him specifically to Reggie Miller, and so when he struggles offensively, do I think that he's making up that much so defensively on the other end? That all depends on who he's playing.
So because of the consistency issues, how wide of a gap offensively do you have these guys? And we'll just agree that Klay can be inconsistent. We'll just and I can probably agree to that. I'm sure the numbers will support that. What is there a humongous gap between them offensively because of that?
No.
I personally believe until I see it, I have a hard time putting that much value in a player, especially with the way that these two players score. It'd be one thing I can hear like the argument as like a self-creating second option who can go get his own, that he could, you know what I'm saying, maybe in those regards possibly, but like in particular with these two, I would have to see him do it. I got to see him do it, especially when as a second option you're not even as consistent as you would need to be, in my opinion, offensively specifically speaking. I think.
Hold on. Do you know this guy, Lo? He coming at your take, man. He said he sounded like he been coming at you, man, in the chat for some reason.
Chris Paul, CP3 to Golden State didn't make sense. CP3 is not coming off the bench, outperforming D'Lo, who is starting for the Lakers.
I don't know if he's outperforming D'Lo. D'Lo been balling.
I was about to say these past I don't know what he did tonight. I don't know what he did tonight though, but
too early in the season. Too early in the season, guys. Come on.
Too early in the season.
Who you think is the most clutch player all time? LeBron, Jordan, Kobe.
LeBron, Jordan, or Kobe?
I'm just throwing names. Like, who's the most clutch player all time? That's what the thumbnail's about.
Oh. I guess Jordan. I don't know. I guess. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if I haven't seen enough, but I guess Jordan. When I do watch Jordan, he does like tend to come through fairly consistently when his team needs it.
After 21 seasons, you ain't seen enough.
I think I've seen a lot on both ends for LeBron versus Jordan. But not to say that I think LeBron is also clutch. Though. It's not like I don't think he's clutch.
Yeah, I think to me, what I've
I know Lamont may not have liked that answer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No. I told you guys, if if you stick strictly to the numbers and who's at the top of these lists with clutch, it's hard to not go with LeBron. But if you just, like I said, if I go off just like, because Sturdy asked me who was my go-to clutch player, who would I choose? If I'm just going off my gut, I'm going with a guy like Damian Lillard. But a lot of people would probably, have arguments against that. But everybody has, everybody has a guy that they would prefer just based on how they see the game and how they play the game themselves. Yes, I would. Dame in the clutch is crazy, bro. He's proved that time and time again.
Yeah, these players are clutch. In my opinion, it's hard to, as long as for me, clutch is heavily based off of like mentality versus results. Because there's a lot of times where I see players. Well, let me say it again. Getting the label of being clutch is based off of mentality versus results. Because there's a lot of players who are just literally afraid to take the shot. Like I've kind of witnessed that a little bit too many times. So Dame is definitely clutch. But again, it kind of depends on how much you value how well somebody performs throughout an entire series, throughout an entire game, throughout the entire second half, throughout the entire fourth quarter, versus how well somebody may perform or how accurate they are for the final shot.
Based on that, Steph Curry would be clutch to you.
I agree. I don't like the whole thing, a metric of like killing Curry because he doesn't have like that one shot in that particular moment where they say like the last 5 seconds of a playoff game to take the lead, like that whole specific type of. I don't think that should be the end all be all result of claiming somebody is clutch or not.
I agree. That's what I said earlier. I said I don't want to see no Steph Curry in the third or fourth quarter. I don't care who you is.
Yeah.
I don't want to have to.
To me, I think Steph Curry is clutch, even though he doesn't have the game winners. But I would still say, okay, well, who's more clutch, Damian Lillard or Steph Curry? I would take Dame. Yes, Dame doesn't have no championships, no finals appearances, but in those moments, because he sent people home, I would take Dame to take the last shot over a Steph Curry.
Yeah, but see that's going under the premise that your clutch situation is with 6 seconds on the clock and you need one shot. If you're talking about a game 7, series is tied, and you on the road, I might take Steph. You see what I'm saying? So it depends on what clutch scenario you're referring to, where there's different players you would take in those scenarios.
Correct. If for games, yes. I mean, for games, of course. But when we talk about, and that's what I'm saying, if we're talking about scenarios, which is totally different, there's a whole bunch of players. But when we talk about like the clutchness of like the last shot or the last 2 minutes of the game to give the ball to the guy to get a bucket, there's some other players that don't have the credentials, the championships or the MVPs, but we would still go with those players. A lot of people would go with freaking Robert Horry as one of the clutch players.
No, they wouldn't, man.
Yes, you don't think people put Robert Horry up there as one of the great clutch playoff performers?
No, he's not a clutch playoff performer. He's a clutch shot maker, but he's not a clutch playoff performer.
But doesn't that count as a player being clutch? You can't say Robert Horry.
But a clutch playoff performer is going to be Steph. A clutch shot maker is a guy like Robert Horry who makes shots and who's great at staying composed and making tough shots at the end of games. Different right there. What's more valuable is the performer.
Can a clutch shot maker be more clutch than a clutch performer?
What about Derek Fisher?
Performer, a shot maker.
Because remember, Kobe was a great clutch performer, but they still had Robert Horry on that team, and he made some clutch shots while Kobe was there. So again, you need Kobe to win games, to close out big games, or he's there for possessions. If we need a shot, we need to space the floor. If we need a guy to knock down the shot in a certain possession, what's more valuable is going to be the guy that can perform and get you the full game.
Let me say this, like Matt Dev. What do you think is more impressive or more valuable? I guess, or whatever, however you want to. I guess more important to this conversation: a game-winning shot, or a series-winning. Let's say a series-winning shot, or Curry. Game 6, what he did in Game 6 against Houston in 2019. Game 6, 2019, fourth quarter. He scores 23 points in the fourth quarter. and his team is down, I think, 5 points going into the fourth. He scores 23 points in the fourth quarter to win that game, but he didn't have a game-winning shot per se. But that performance he did in a quarter to me is actually more impressive than a game-winning shot. But that's just me though.
I would say he had a better performance, but what's more clutch? I would say hitting a game-winning shot to send a nigga home.
Okay.
Yeah, the shot
To
is
me,
the most
I'm not
memorable
saying who.
portion of it.
I'm not even saying who's a better player. If we're saying who's more.
Yeah, it's like this. This is what I mean by the performer and the shot maker. We remember that Ray Allen 3 more so than we remember LeBron dropping 16 that fourth quarter.
Taking them.
You see what I'm saying? So we remember the memorable moments, which is the shot, but y'all don't remember what even set that moment up, which is the performers.
But
See,
can a clutch? Go ahead.
Go. You got it.
I was going to say, can a clutch shot maker like a Robert Horry be labeled as clutch?
I think so, yes. But do I think that's more important in the conversation of being clutch than a performer? No. And the reason why I say this is because the shot is going to come once every 3 to 4 series. We may, like, you know what I'm saying? Like that comes every now and then.
Every blue moon.
Yeah, when people talk about like what somebody may do in these situations, we talk about players who have 10, 12, 15-year careers and their shooting splits is like 3 for 10 in these situations. So you're talking about 10 times out of the endless amount of games that you've had where you've had to show up in this one specific moment versus the more consistent theme, which is your team is down in the second half, or your team may need to rally for a run and you need to show up big for you to either close a game or catch up. Like, I think those just happen way more consistently. And I think to sustain that level of shot making throughout an entire quarter or half is way more difficult to do and way more important in these conversations than the one shot that may pop up once every like 5 series throughout your career.
I would say it's more difficult and important, and that would be the better player, the number one option. But when we talk about clutch, I think it comes down to those last 2 minutes. I'm not even looking at an entire series or a game. I'm just looking at clutch as far as like the last 2 minutes, game winning shots, go ahead shots, pressure situations. That's what I'm looking at.
But the last 2 minutes belong to the performer. And remember what I told y'all before. I said the performer dictates whether the shot makers even touch the ball. It's on them to make good decisions for you to even get that shot off. That's
a lot of times, yes. Yeah.
I'm still so looking at a guy like Robert Horry, because we know he isn't a great performer. Right? He's just clutch because he hits clutch shots. I would still put him above a whole lot of players that are all-time great as far as being more clutch. I would, because he proved it time and time again on 3 different teams and won championships. He's probably been more of an X factor on championship teams than a lot of people.
He ain't been no X factor.
As far as hitting shots, Lamont, yes, he has.
But do you think he was more clutch than Curry? Oh man!
I think Robert Horry is more clutch than? Hold on, I'm trying to think because I'm putting myself as far as in those moments. Is Steph Curry more clutch than Robert Horry? As far as shot making down the stretch and what Robert Horry has done, you have to say Robert Horry is clutch, bro. That is a debate. That is a discussion.
No. That's not what we said. Is he more?
I'm not. I don't know because I'm a Steph Curry. I'm a Steph Curry fan. But that just goes to show you how great Robert Horry is. When he's been asked and called upon to hit those shots, he has made those shots.
I think
those are just facts.
You know what's so crazy? Here's the other thing that also blows me with those players. People completely just forget about the moments when they don't make those shots because
I remember the moments he doesn't. I know that, but he's hit more than he's made. That's the point. The only game winning shot I remember he missed is with the Spurs in Game 5 of 03. That's the only kind of game winning shot I remember that Robert Horry missed at the buzzer. Other than that, he's been consistent. Game 3 versus the the Orlando in the finals. He hit a clutch shot to put him up. Versus the San Antonio Spurs in '95, he put him up.
I just showed you that
Lakers, we
video.
already
That's
know.
all. You only remember that because I just played the video, man. You acting like you're
What video? Hold on, hold on. Time out. If you played a video of Robert Horry, I didn't watch that on your channel.
Man, these
honest.
I hear what you're saying, but bro, this is like, again, these are one shots every 5 or 6 series, man. Like that,
if that, they're probably once every playoffs.
I would never say he's a clutch performer, but I would put clutch around Robert Horry, and I would put clutch playoff shot maker around Robert Horry.
Well, that's fine. No one's not debating it. We're talking about is that more important in a conversation when you're comparing him to Stephen Curry? That's what I'm saying.
Since you want to compare that,
it matters.
What was more
matter?
I'm not saying it doesn't. I'm just saying, does it matter more than what someone like Curry would do to make him a more clutch player? That's all I'm asking.
Okay.
If we're talking about, go ahead, George.
What was more clutch than Kobe in 2001 then?
What are you talking about, George?
When Shaq fouled out and Kobe took over the game.
That was one moment in Game 4.
No, but you bringing up what Steph did. So what was more? Which one was more than that?
Huh? What?
Are you talking about the performer?
That's what he's bringing up. What Steph did in one game in Houston. So that's what I'm trying to say. I don't get it.
I don't know what
we don't even get what you're talking about.
I don't know what.
So George, I'll try to answer it, George. So when he mentioned Steph Curry in Game 6, he mentioned as a performer what Steph Curry did, and he thinks that fourth quarter and all the points that he made was more clutch and better performer than just hitting a game-winning shot.
Right.
But he thinks that Steph Curry has had more moments of those than Robert Horry. Correct, Lo?
Not even more. Just like, let's say if they had the exact same amount of moments, I just think that performing throughout an entire quarter when your team needs it is more impactful than a single shot.
A buzzer beater, or a game-winning
shot. That's why I brought up the Kobe thing.
And the only reason why is because those moments or those quarters are going to happen much more frequently than that specific moment. So that's the only reason why.
But Legend, the proof in that is the proof in that is that when you look out throughout the history of playoff buzzer beaters, we've seen all types of levels of players make buzzer beaters, from the Paxsons to the Kerrs, just guys, some guys that aren't even starters or even 6 men on their team. We've seen guys be able to hit game-winning shots, and they not even close to being the best player on the team. And so I think that's what's a separator. Anybody can make a buzzer beater. Not anybody can be a playoff performer and lead a team and be clutch in the fourth quarter, be asked to go help a team win in Game 7. Not anybody can do that, but anybody can hit a buzzer beater. And there's a certain element to buzzer beaters. There's a little bit of luck there too.
Yeah, to me, they're saying
down there for 12 minutes straight, trying to rally back and keep up scoring for 12 minutes. At that point, bro, you're the opposing team has the time to set their defense, figure out counters, be able to try to combat what you're doing. There's timeouts being called, and you still have to, you know what I'm saying? You still got to keep that up for an entire 12-minute stretch to keep your team involved. I think that is just way more difficult than one single shot. And even if you don't want to say it's more difficult, I just think that's more important because how much more frequently you're going to see yourself in that scenario than one shot to win a game or to win a series. I just think that's just going to happen way more often.
Correct, but I think those are labeled for some of the greatest players of all time, and I would still put, and I'm a Steph Curry fan, I would still put clutchness in Robert Horry and Steph Curry. I would put them same tier. I can't even decide who's actually more clutch. I know Steph Curry is the better player, but as far as clutch playoff, I would still put Robert Horry same tier. Kevin Durant is way better than Robert Horry. Are we going to sit here and say Kevin Durant's more clutch than Robert Horry?
Yes. Hell yeah.
No.
What?
Oh, man, this is
Kevin Durant is more clutch than Robert Horry.
Hell yes.
If he'd have made that shot against Milwaukee.
Hold
These
on,
are
hold on.
nasty combos.
Bro, you just said, MacDef, you just said Robert Horry is more clutch than Kevin Durant.
More clutch. Who else in this? Who else in this? I wouldn't put James Harden nowhere near Robert Horry as far as playoff
But see, James Harden doesn't really check out the box for neither one of those things because his last second shot making is not up to par, and his postseason, like he has a lot of games where like he's just
like, are we gonna say Nikola Jokic is more clutch than Robert Horry?
Yes.
Yes.
Bro, what are you
What are you talking about?
You guys are ridiculous. You guys honestly don't know what clutch means, bro. Oh my god.
Hold on, legend.
What playoff run just pushed this man all time great? That's crazy.
It's not one though. All time all time
bro. Hold on. Like this is what I'm saying. Yes, you don't think Robert Horry is one of the clutch playoff players?
MacDef,
hold on, time out. Hold on. Where do you guys rank Robert Horry as a clutch playoff player?
I don't rank that motherfucker.
Damn.
Wait, Magna, do you think he's like a top 10 or 15 clutch performer?
Bro, he's not ranked.
No, wait, Magna, do you think he's
okay. No. Listen. Tell me 10 all time. Tell me 10 players that are more clutch than Robert Horry.
No way, man.
Name them.
No, come
on. In the playoffs?
Man.
They can't.
Kobe, LeBron, MJ, Bird, Reggie Miller, Damian Lillard, Steph Curry.
In the playoffs?
Yes.
Dirk.
No.
Oh my God.
You can't put Dame up there with one shot he made in the playoffs.
I think Dirk is also.
You can't put Dame up there.
All right, bro. I'm done. No, Dirk is not there. No,
Dirk is there.
No,
you can't put Dame up there.
The fact that you don't think you can put Dirk
Dame is up
insane.
there.
What? He only made one shot.
Up there, but not Dirk.
You can't put Dame up there.
Why would Dirk?
You can't put Dame up there.
He's not more clutch than Robert Horry. Stop.
Dame only made one shot in the clutch.
Dame made three or four shots like that.
Where?
He's got some. He sent niggas home. What are you talking about?
That's only one shot, bro.
And he sent OKC home, but that people forget that was a 50
one shot.
Hey, I found a list. I found a list that ranks the most clutch players. I'm gonna pull it up. I want to see if y'all agree with each of these names.
Dev, you don't think Dirk is clutch?
Bro, he's
no.
wild.
I think Dirk is clutch, but he's had more. He's had far more.
Hold on, Mike. Let's go by name. Let's go name by name. Is he more clutch than Jordan?
No.
Is he more clutch than Jerry West?
Oh, come on.
Hell no.
He's more clutch than Jerry. Oh my God.
His name is Mr. Clutch.
What are y'all talking about?
Okay, hold on.
Keep going. I didn't hold on. First of all, I didn't say anything.
Is he more clutch than LeBron?
No.
Okay. Is he more clutch? Is he more clutch than Magic?
No.
Is he more clutch than Tim Duncan?
Yes. Yes.
I'm taking Robert Horry.
You taking Robert Horry over who?
Tim Duncan.
He said Magic. Oh my God.
Tim Duncan.
I'm taking. I'm taking Robert Horry. When Kareem was 39,
hold on. You gotta explain it. You don't gotta explain
go
it.
ahead.
Hold on, Mike, because I gotta start putting the disclaimer up when people talk.
Keep going.
Y'all statements are not affiliated. All right, hold on.
Yes.
Keep going.
Okay, hold on. We got Tim Duncan.
My clutch. I'm talking about last 2 minutes.
Tim
You
Duncan.
taking a shot.
Tim Duncan.
Yes.
Is he more clutch than Kareem?
No.
No.
Is he more clutch than Hakeem Olajuwon?
Yes.
No. No.
Man, I can't believe I don't even like Hakeem Olajuwon, and I wouldn't even do that, man. That's wild.
I can't get behind these shenanigans, man.
Dirk, you take him over Dirk?
Yes.
Oh my God.
No.
That's insane. Dirk is like literally one of the greatest clutch performers of all time.
That's what I'm saying. You guys are putting performances.
Okay, Kevin Durant.
I'm simply yes. You guys are yes, he's better. He's more clutch than Kevin Durant. Yes.
Oh my God, you must be smoking some K2.
Bro, I'm not
That's
saying who's a
something.
better performer. We're saying who is more clutch.
Kobe. What about
And-
Kobe?
Yes.
What about Kobe?
No.
Wait, but why though? If he's more accurate on game-winning shots than these players, why wouldn't he be?
Kobe's in the last 2 minutes he's hit more clutch shots than Robert Horry in the playoffs. Yes, he has.
Well, I'm pretty sure
He
a lot
ended
of these,
Phoenix.
I'm pretty sure a lot of these players have as well.
Yeah, all of these guys have made more clutch buckets than Robert Horry.
Yeah, they probably all made more clutch buckets than Robert Horry. Yeah, they probably have all.
I'm not taking again,
Dirk without a doubt has made more clutch buckets
than Robert Horry.
He
Without
failed. This is what we're saying. When we talk about clutchness, you can take.
Keep going, Lamont.
You going?
All right, hold on. Okay, we got All right, we got Larry Bird.
No.
I don't even know his numbers. Okay, whatever.
Kawhi Leonard.
No.
Yes.
He's not more. Oh, bro,
Mac,
he's not, bro.
Yes.
He's not more. Bro, y'all are wild, man.
You
All right,
want Kawhi Leonard taking the shot or Robert Horry taking the shot?
Kawhi Leonard with the ball at the end of the game over Robert Horry
No.
any day of the week.
Oh my God, bro.
All right, Walt
Go ahead.
Frazier. Walt Frazier.
Oh, come on, man.
I don't even know. I don't know enough about Ross Frazier. I know
Okay,
he's a
hold
great
on.
point guard. I got him top 10, but I don't
Reggie
know
Miller.
about-
Reggie Miller.
No.
Okay, thank God. Jesus Christ.
Jesus.
No.
Yeah, y'all make.
So did Clay then. Clay?
Hold on. We got James Worthy.
Yes.
Yeah.
You don't even know. You just
Thank
say
you.
these things.
Yes. James Worthy ain't no. Come on, bro. That man had one great game.
Shaquille O'Neal. Shaquille O'Neal.
Hell yeah.
You must. Steph Curry.
Shaquille O'Neal wouldn't have no championships without Robert Horry.
No.
Steph Curry.
What are we talking about?
Same tier.
Ah,
I'm gonna take Curry. I'm gonna take Curry, but that's hard.
Yeah,
I'm gonna take Curry, but that's hard. I think they same tier.
Ray Allen.
No.
Ooh.
What are you thinking about?
What are you talking? Oh, okay. So hold on. So you take away first of all with Ray Allen. Take away the Miami
Oh
Heat.
my God.
No. Take. Stop. Don't think about the Miami Heat. Name me what Ray Allen has done.
Bro,
That's cool.
he's
You're right. So say Robert Horry then.
Okay,
Say
thank you.
Say
So
Robert
I'm
Horry.
still I'm putting them, and I'm still putting them same tier because I know what Ray Allen.
No.
Pick
Milwaukee.
Pick one.
Just take one.
Oh, that because Ray Allen's a great shooter, bro. Fuck.
What does that mean?
He's done, but Robert Horry's done more. I'm taking Robert Horry. He's done more. He did more.
Of course. He did more.
All right,
We're talking about playoffs, right?
Low, I
Why you think he got
apologize.
more, though?
I apologize for the quality of basketball talk today, man.
This is crazy.
God
man.
damn,
I ain't
I
never
apologize.
heard
Mac Def being Mac Def again. That's crazy.
Man, that's crazy right there, boy. I ain't never, ever.
Well, Robert Horry should send you his next pension check from the NBA.
As far as clutchness, are we like Robert Horry's one of the most clutch playoff players all time? What are y'all talking about? What is he?
You're absolutely right.
What he has done is ridiculous. Like, what are y'all looking at?
His shots were more impactful than most.
Yeah,
No, it's just he's hit those game winners. He just has those game winners in those moments more than a lot of players. But the fact that he's done it for 3 different teams, championships on the line, like, come on, bro. He's one of the biggest shot makers in playoff history. Like, those are just facts.
Bro,
So,
how do
yeah,
you send the bitch for most of the NBA finals come in and make one shot and then get labeled as one of the most clutch players of all the time?
when you do it about 8-9 times.
He ain't done it no. He hasn't done it 8-9 times.
When you do it about 8-9 times, you know what I'm saying? Consistently.
I want to be clear. In the fourth quarter, because I had to look this up. In the fourth quarter, and overtime. I'm sorry. In the fourth quarter overtime, throughout Robert Horry's playoff career, last 2 minutes of the game, when the scoring margin is 1 possession, so basically 3 points one way or the other, like no more than 3 points one way or another, and also to take the tie or take the lead, Robert Horry is 7 for 15. So not only that he missed more than he's made, unlike what you said, it's literally only 7 shots. It's 7 shots. It's 7.
Low. I'm thinking of Robert Horry right now. Clutch. First.
It's 7.
Hold on. One in San Antonio. I can think of more than that. One versus San Antonio in '95.
His shots are more impactful.
One versus Orlando in the finals, Game 3, '95. In LA versus Portland, Game 3 for the sweep. Versus Sacramento, we all know that shot.
I'm not denying these shots, but I'm saying you're probably going to
counting more. I'm counting what I'm saying. Yes, what I'm counting is more than what I'm saying. He's got more than that. I don't know what stat. Let's say that stat is real. 7 for 15. So he has made 7 of those clutch. Thank you. So when I say it's
just 7 of them though.
I'm taking Robert Horry over a lot of y'all all-time great players when it comes to clutch shots. Yes.
You said Robert Horry versus
the funny thing is with Robert Horry, you only win in a game if an assignment is blown and he's left wide the hell open. That's it.
Wait, you said Robert Horry game 7? I mean against Orlando?
No, I said game 3 versus Orlando.
Hey, is he more clutch than T-Mac?
Oh man, T-Mac is. Hold on. First of all,
let me hold my tongue. I'll hold my tongue.
First of all, T-Mac does not have no clutchness around him. That's not even a debate.
You must be crazy.
He's not even in this conversation.
But T-Mac has had some moments.
Man, T-Mac ain't clutch. Stop it. T-Mac ain't nowhere in this conversation.
Oh,
you guys are just naming players' number 1 options. When we talk about game-winning shots, this man just said he hit 7 in the fourth quarter of playoffs.
Is more clutch than Paul Pierce? What about Paul Pierce?
Lot.
What about Paul Pierce?
I would take Paul Pierce.
Yeah, I take Paul Pierce.
Well, I was about to say if you said something. What about Chauncey Billups?
Ooh, I would take Robert Horry.
Still taking Horry.
You taking Horry over another guy that's known for big shots?
Over big shot.
Yeah, big shot, whatever they call him. Yeah, I'm taking Robert Horry.
He's still big shot Bob too.
Oh wow, man.
Yeah, I'll take Big Shot Bob over Mr. Big Shot. Yeah, I'm taking Robert Horry. Okay, thank you, because y'all said Dirk and I was at 7 and I said no. So to me, I'm not. There's not 10 players. There's not 10, 15 guys. Better than Robert Horry.
Hey, let me let Avion jump in here. Avion just hopped in, man. Salute, man. I appreciate you pulling up, man. And we got Herman here. Herman been quiet for whatever
what's
reason.
up, Lamont? Hey, man, what y'all talking about? I jumped in late. Fill me in.
7 championships.
Well, we're trying to figure out how Robert Horry is more clutch than Kevin Durant, Steph Curry, and Dirk Nowitzki.
Whoa. What do you say?
Tell me, Kevin. How is Kevin Durant more clutch than Robert Horry? Tell me. Kevin Durant.
No, Mac, hold on. I'm just telling them what we're talking about.
No, you twisted it.
Oh, man, that's
you twisted it.
Also, Mac Dev, you realize that shot that he made against Orlando, that wasn't a game winner. They were already winning the game.
I didn't say it was a game winner.
Okay, so I want to clarify.
I said clutch shots.
So clutch shots. So they could already be winning. Okay, cool. So let me take off the whole
the 7 game winning shots. Oh, that's great. But what I'm saying is it's not just game winners. It's clutch shots. So you can be up by 1 and Robert Horry can hit a 3. To me, to put the game out.
I just want to, because I was trying to make sure which goal. Okay.
Yeah, so that 7 out of 15 is right. That's game winning shots. 7 game winning shots in the playoffs.
Yeah, but now I'm going to take off the whole shot to tie or shot to take the lead. I'm going to take that off because that would allow us to get to these other games. Okay. It opens it up to 11 to 22.
Like I said, when you hit about 8 or 9 of them, yes.
11 out of 22 is actually very impressive. That's 50%. That's 50% on like very important shots throughout his career, and he's winning an abundance of these shots, abundance of these games.
I only remember him missing 1. That's what I'm saying. And this is what I'm saying. I'm doing this with no stats. I'm watching.
But you only remember Robert Horry missing 1 because nobody cares about a Robert Horry made or missed shot. That's another reason. Cool. That's what like that's so cool. guys. So this is what I think too. I can't put you in a clutch conversation if you get no criticism if you miss the shot.
Because the expectations.
Yeah, that's
in
true.
the
Oh,
same
wow.
shit. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because Robert Horry can miss it. Like if Robert Horry misses that 3 against Sacramento, the blame for that loss is going to go to Kobe and Shaq.
So okay, okay. I don't agree. I don't agree, but I'll give you an example.
It's similar to how Danny Green missed a wide open 3, but they still blame LeBron.
Yep, that's a fact.
If you take a shot and you get no blame for missing or making it, you can't get the clutch with it too.
You can't get the clutch with it.
Did he have a game? Did he have a clutch mate shot in between the years of 2003, 4, and 5?
In 2005, yes, with the Spurs in the finals.
Okay, up until that point, do you remember? Because I'm looking at it. Yeah, he did. Up until that.
Yeah,
point,
because in 03, he missed the game winning shot versus. That's the one that's the only one I remember. He missed that game winner versus the Spurs in 03, game 5. 04, I don't know. 04, I don't know. And then game 5 versus the Pistons in the finals in 05, he hit clutch shot after clutch shot.
And again, these are the last 2 minutes. He missed a clutch shot in overtime with the Lakers in 2003 against Minnesota. The one against San Antonio, like you just acknowledged. He missed another one in San Antonio in the fourth quarter, last 2 minutes. In the game before that, he missed. And now he's with the Spurs in 2004. He missed a late game shot, and with less than 2 minutes left to go in the game, he missed one while he's playing with San Antonio with the Lakers. Then in San Antonio in 2005. He missed another one against Seattle as well. A lot of these games they end up losing on top of that as well. So to say, I'm not expecting you to remember.
So the game is won or lost on Robert Horry's shot. So he's been asked to win or lose. And he's 50%.
Bro, you cannot give him the clutch with it if he don't get the criticism that comes along with not being.
So my example. Go ahead.
What's your example? Yeah.
My example is that is we can go across all sports.
This is why Steve Kerr's not called clutch. This is why John Paxson's not called clutch. None of these guys
because they've hit it one. They've done it. When I said Robert Horry, I said he's done it 8 or 9 times.
Steve Kerr's made multiple clutch buckets in his career, a whole bunch in his career.
So again,
won't mean nothing.
How many shots did he take?
If he missed, we will blame Jordan. I get it.
What I'm saying is, why are you trying to give Robert Horry all of the prestige that comes along with being clutch? If you're not willing them, nobody's gonna sit around and sit there and slander Robert Horry.
Correct.
On the team with Shaq and Kobe, if he misses a game-winning 3 at the end of the buzzer, they're gonna be like, Kobe, why you pass the ball? Or, Shaq, how you didn't make the layup?
Same with Iguodala. That whole Iguodala Curry thing. Wait, do you think Iguodala is more? I'm afraid to even ask this question.
No.
I was afraid to ask it for a second. I was afraid to ask it.
No. Yeah, he's not that crazy.
This is
Let me look up Andre Iguodala. Why not? Let me look up Andre Iguodala.
Go ahead. To answer Lamont's question. In any sport, it doesn't matter if you get criticized or not. We look at the moment. We look at the moments and say, are you clutch? And Robert Horry, time and time again, with the stats to prove it, that low has been clutch. That's why he gets the clutch label. Not because he did it 1 or 2 times. Nigga did it 8 or 9 times.
Yeah, look. You're right.
He did it 7 times.
He gets
Iguodala's also 50% on the same situation that Robert Horry is.
He's
Andre. I'm taking Robert Horry over.
No. But who is Iguodala clutch to you?
To me, no.
What?
I'm not no Max. I'm not no Max. I'm not Max saying I take Andre
Iguodala.
Iguodala. No.
That you're using for Robert Horry.
No. I'm not taking him over Robert Horry.
I'm not saying over Robert Horry. I'm saying is he clutch?
Is Andre Iguodala clutch? I'm gonna be honest. I don't even remember game winning shots that Andre Iguodala.
He told you the numbers though.
What you don't?
And again, I don't remember Andre Iguodala hit the game winning shot even with those numbers. I
Toronto.
Yeah, I do remember that game too. Okay.
Do you remember the shot that he hit in Cleveland in 2018?
No.
He hit a shot in 2018. The score was tied, I believe, 100 apiece. He knocks down a shot, and now they're up 103.
What game is that?
I gotta go look at it. He also did it in Houston as well.
I don't remember 2018. I'm gonna be honest. I don't remember 2018.
He did it. He did it 1, 2. I know you're saying this is not. Even remove
That's what I'm saying. I don't remember.
Even remove the Warriors. 1, 2, 3. We did it 4 times in Philly. This is before Curry and Kate. This is way before then. He did it 4 times in Philly, bro. So this is.
I wouldn't even.
Yeah, you probably wouldn't. Obviously, you probably wouldn't remember. But like, he's winning these games. He won 3 out of these 4 games.
And I think that's the point. I wouldn't.
Are these regular season games?
No, these are playoffs.
No, he's talking about playoffs. That's what I'm saying. I don't remember. I don't remember. I don't even look.
No,
I don't remember.
On,
and I've watched these games. When you said Toronto, I could be like, oh yeah, I do remember Toronto. But the 2018 finals, no, I don't remember that. Because game 1 was close. LeBron went off for 51. Game 2, they blew him out. Game 3, Kevin Durant hits the shot.
I'm gonna go back to that game. Oh wait, he did it. He did it twice in Game 4 against Boston in 2012. He did it twice. He had 2 clutch shots. Come on, man.
Hey.
By your criteria, he would have.
I don't. MacDef.
I don't have. Hold on. I don't have a criteria.
MacDef, we gotta end it now, man. We gotta end this now, MacDef, man.
No, Andre Iguodala is not clutch to me.
I can't let MacDef carry on with this, man. This is Robert Horry. This is some crazy work right here, man.
No, you can end it all you want.
No, a legend. I got one question though. I wanted to ask you a question before we get up out of here. How do you get your plaque?
Oh yeah, well, congratulations on 100K. That is why I originally came in here.
Oh yeah, appreciate it. Yeah, we talked about you early in the stream, man. We gave you a shout out there, man.
Yeah, congratulations to what you're building and stuff like that over here. How you get it? When did you hit 100K?
Just this morning. I know it's gonna be a while.
Shit! Congrats, man.
Congrats.
Damn, bro. You congratulate this man. Y'all been here longer than I have.
No, Avion just pulled up.
Yeah. No, I didn't even know you hit 100K.
Yep. This morning, man. I woke up. I was hoping it would happen like Sunday morning or something. I just be waking up. This is the second time I missed the threshold. I missed the 50K, and then I missed 100K, man. I timed it wrong, man.
What's the next
how
step
you
for
get
you?
it? Eventually, what's going to happen is they're going to pop up on your dashboard. There's going to be like a notification on the top of your dashboard, and it's going to say, redeem your 100K plaque code here, and you're going to click the link, and they're going to give you a code. That's going to what you call it. But yeah,
cool. Yeah, I knew it'd be so. I know in the YouTube studio it'll pop up somewhere in there, man, where I could do all that stuff. So
yeah, give it like a day or 2, maybe 3, but
yeah, I'll be watching for it.
Put that in your background on your streams now too when you get it.
Yeah.
Oh no! I'm definitely gonna put it up, man. I'm definitely gonna put it up.
You better not take that
now
picture.
That's clutch. Now that's what I call clutching.
Or them 2 greatest players back there.
You mean one of the greatest players of all time?
No, them 2, because they've always been there. Them 2 goats.
Them is definitely 1 and 2, but yeah.
Salute to One Cool Pete, man. Sticking around through the stream, man. With the donation challenge, man. Appreciate you.
Why y'all hate LeBron, bro? What's going on?
Who said you hate LeBron?
No, I said why do they hate LeBron?
I don't know, bro. They just be like it's like people sit down in their free time and think of reasons to just discredit everything he does, man. It's just I never thought I would see the day where people would sit around and say, "Oh, breaking the all-time scoring record, it ain't that. It's just longevity." I'm like, what the hell? That was like one of the greatest accomplishments.
See, a fanboy went right back to it.
I didn't say that.
Fanboy went right back.
That's horrible. The only thing that
I guess it's only great when Kareem and Jordan do it. When LeBron does it, it's just like Oscar Robinson's triple-double record.
Absolutely.
It's only great when Oscar does it. Not great when Russ does it.
Straight up fanboy.
Absolutely not. He moved up on my all-time list when he did that.
No, you know what people have done? I've watched people move Oscar down just because Russ broke the record.
Really?
That doesn't make any sense.
That's horrible.
I watched because once Russ did it, instead of just giving Russ praise and moving him up, they'll be like, "Oh, it must have not been that hard to do in the first place. So let's just move Oscar down."
That's horrible.
No. But yeah, what LeBron did is very impressive. One of the most impressive feats in all of sports, man. Definitely, without a doubt. that's kind of hard to deny. You know, if you deny it,
So, Legend, what you got going on, man? It seems like you got a lot of stuff going on. I see you on the playback app, man. You cooking up over there.
I'm trying to catch up. So today I didn't really stream. Came and swung in here. I'm about to bounce myself. I'm really just trying to catch up, upload more on both your channels and stuff like that. That's
you doing any new channels anytime soon? Or you gonna sticking it out with?
Absolutely not. Jesus Christ, no.
Is it a headache?
It's too much. It's too much, man. It's just too much, man.
I'm surprised you didn't pop up in jail.
Oh yeah, I wasn't gonna go all the way out there, man. That was in LA.
Did they ask you?
Yeah. They asked damn near everybody because he's just trying to get as much content for 7 days. But
oh man, that was wild. That'd have been wild if I'd have saw you out there.
Damn, bro, you ain't go? Oh man, this shit was wild. I watched the whole 7 days too.
I'm not going out to LA to go to jail. That's crazy. I'm not hopping on a plane to go to jail.
That sounds stupid.
Yeah, that's not. I'm not.
So hold on, are they really treating them like they in jail or?
Not. You don't get treated like you're in jail. Well, I mean, everything outside of just like being harassed by the officers, but like they were literally in a facility that was like a jail. They were literally in jumpsuits. They literally slept in the beds and stuff like that. Like no, they were literally, when they went to sleep, they closed the cell doors and locked them in there. They ate.
Damn.
In jail. No, they everything like
What type of goofy shit is that?
I know, bro. Hey, I'm gonna tell you right now though. That
What's going on?
Kai be ahead of the game with some of his ideas. I ain't gonna lie. That man, he be ahead.
He tore the whole city up in New York, man. Y'all seen that?
Yeah.
Nah, I don't think that was planned, but I think that happened on some.
Oh yeah, no, that wasn't planned. No, it wasn't planned to be that bad. No, that was pretty crazy.
Yeah, that just kind of got out of control on him. It happens sometimes, but I'm Dan Legend, man. Appreciate you pulling up. I ain't gonna hold you up too much longer, man.
No, for sure, man. I can't remember something else that y'all was talking about. I can't remember what it was.
We talked about a couple of different things today.
Michael Jordan's the most clutch player of all time, man.
Nah,
I'm not mad at that. I'm not mad at that.
I mean,
John Stockton is a top 5 point guard.
No, please stop.
No, I'm just fucking with you.
Okay. I was gonna say, please.
Hold on, but that's what we got. We're gonna have to come back and revisit that because
there's no.
I think you completely underestimate the level of basicness to his game. You take the basicness of his game as not being that good.
Did you just call Michael Jordan basic?
No, I'm talking about John Stockton.
Oh,
90s era is the best.
And Jordan was basic. He was very good.
I don't think 90s was the best era. I don't think that's the best era.
And then what else? What else I got?
Yeah, that is what y'all said. Y'all said that this era is somebody said this year was the weakest era. That's
it
what it was.
I don't think this is the weakest era.
This is not the weakest era.
They got the most talent in this era. It's just not physical. George doesn't make it weak though. He mean weak as like physicality. He ain't talking about talent.
Oh, like physically weak, like how strong players are.
How the fouls is, how the game's being called compared to the 80s and 90s and 2000s.
Which one is better?
The physicality is soft. That's
I get that. Okay, so is this the worst era?
Refs allowing you to get hacked is not physicality. That's just an ugly game.
Hand checking, elbowing, bumping people on layups.
Not basketball. If you want to play football,
it wasn't just hacking, bro.
Where did you learn to play basketball at, Lamont?
They wasn't just hacking.
Where did you learn?
I want to know what playground you went to where you could.
I'm asking you.
Not get slapped or punched in the mouth.
Where did you learn how to play basketball at, Lamont?
That's how it was in the 90s.
Where did you learn?
Man up.
In Indiana.
Lamont, where did you learn how to play basketball at?
Right at Washington Park and Brookside Park.
And where's that at?
In Indianapolis.
In Indianapolis. So you telling me you didn't play that style of basketball?
No, what happened was
man.
if you get to hacking,
it's not hacking.
And fouling people,
Stop it, Lamont. Stop it, Lamont.
We definitely making fun of you if you start hacking because that means
if you play basketball in Naptown, you almost played Chicago style basketball or whatever.
And hold on, in Chicago, they even more sensitive to hacks and fouls.
Stop, Lamont. Stop it with the cap.
My buddy, we was playing at a park in where was we at? Harvey. I don't even know why I was in Harvey. I shouldn't even have been out there. I was in Harvard. You know what I'm talking about. If you know that area, I'm not supposed to be in Harvard. You know that, George. That's why he laughing. And I'm out there, me and my buddy. That man went to hack one of them young dudes. After the game, the young dude just disappeared. We get to play in the next game. Boy, old boy came back the next game and just out of the blue just smacked my buddy with a baseball bat. And he smacked him with the baseball bat. They all looked at me like, you came with this nigga. You about to do something, or you go pick him up and get up out of here? I said, I don't want no problems, man. Let me get him up out of here.
Lamont, come on, Lamont. Come on, Lamont.
I'm not about to fight 19 little young dudes over a hack. No.
Lamont, I had to ask you about no true life story out there in Harvey. I didn't ask you about that.
Yeah, but you know Harvey, and you know
the style of basketball.
You know them young dudes out there about. So that hacking, nah, they don't play that hacking.
You know the style of basketball I'm talking about.
I think the 70s is the worst era of basketball.
I do too.
I think the 70s was bad. Yeah.
I think the
70s is by far.
I think it's by far the worst. Actually, I think it's terrible.
It's by far the worst. The talent pool and all that.
Yeah. Y'all didn't like Iceman?
I mean, I'm not saying they weren't any good players, but when half of the talent is literally split in two different leagues, like you can't argue. Like I mean, like that is objectively speaking just a bad era of basketball when some of the more talented players in another league.
I want to talk about my next stream. I'm probably gonna talk about this tomorrow. The NBA getting investigated for trying to sabotage the Big Three.
Oh, that's a good one.
I saw a little bit of that.
That's weak. Yeah, that's weak. Ice Cube gonna win this.
Also, the 2000s is the best era too.
Low. Hey, what's going on about low?
The nine.
Low.
What up, Lee?
What's going on about low? How dare you? John Stockton's a top 3-point guard.
Okay.
Of all time.
Oh wow.
Just a troll, man. Y'all trolling.
Now, legend. I will debate
y'all watch him play and y'all think that.
I would debate you on that, Lo. I would debate you.
There's no way y'all watch him play and y'all think he's okay.
Lo, seriously. I just have one question to ask you. Obviously, I respect you in Chilltown. I have not listened to Player's Choice since somebody said Jason Kidd was the equivalent of the Black Ricky Rubio.
Yeah, that was.
Yes, I can't remember. Somebody said that. I haven't watched it since. But all seriousness, Lo, I'm just curious. Why do you think John Stockton is overrated? I'm not saying you're right. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just curious.
Because there's no premise of him. There's no way you can argue anything outside of just, I guess, longevity for him to be a top 3-5 or whatever point guard. Like there just
what's wrong with that?
If you want to argue longevity, that's fine. But then if I ask
Mark Jackson has longevity, but he's nowhere near. Nowhere near. There's a lot of point guards that got longevity that's nowhere.
Wait a minute. So you're gonna take away his longevity, but you won't take away LeBron's?
No, so that's what I was gonna say. If you want to argue longevity, that's fine. But then if I ask you who's the GOAT, you better say LeBron.
My God!
Oh shit!
The problem though is that like a lot of people who speak highly of John Stockton are the same people who will probably speak highly of Jordan because they're trying to preserve 90s basketball.
No, you see how he did that?
Okay. If you're going down that lane, I get what you're going with it.
No, listen.
That is totally disrespectful.
And if your argument for Jordan has to do with a bunch of winning and dominating, and you're definitely not all about numbers, because if you were, you would probably be leaning more LeBron again. If it's about a bunch of winning and dominating, John Stockton does not fulfill that at all. The way that y'all talk about all these other players at every other position, it comes down to how much you won, how dominant you were, it's all that. But when it comes to John Stockton, all of a sudden it's just exclusively about stats. But then when we talk about LeBron and it's about stats, y'all don't care about winning.
Okay. So where do you have John? So where do you have John Stockton?
He's a loser.
Where do you have John Stockton? Do you have him in your top 10?
No. Why is he a top 10 point guard?
Okay. So with that being said, name me Hold on. Okay, great.
Yeah, the stats
Name
come
me
back and
10
bite you.
because I think it's more than I think because championships is number one on my list. So I agree with you.
Yeah, I
But
guess
name
he's definitely not up there. If that's
exactly. But there's not 10 point guards that got those credentials that are better than John Stockton. So who's number 8, 9, and 10 on your list? I don't need the whole top 10. Who's 8, 9, and 10?
I'd like to hear your entire list.
Do you have Russell Westbrook ahead of John Stockton, sir?
I think I do, but I think like GP and Walt Frazier like get completely lost in these conversations.
Wait,
Like I think both.
Come
I
on,
think both of them get lost.
Russell Westbrook is ahead of John Stockton.
I think
No, he is not.
Yes, he is, man.
Hey,
Oh
low. Can we hear your 10 point guards? It doesn't have to be in order.
Magic, Curry. I consider Jerry West a point guard. Chris Paul, Zeke, Nash, Kidd, GP, Walt, Russ.
That's not
You
bad.
got Steve Nash. Oh,
Why would I not?
Russell Westbrook.
Why would I
If
not?
he considers the 2000 the best era, and you're talking about Nash, a two-time MVP in that era.
Correct.
Wait, Lo, did you say 9 or 10? I'm sorry.
I said 10.
Okay.
I'll say it again.
Okay.
Magic, Curry, Zeke, Jerry West, Oscar. I didn't say Oscar. I might have said 9 because I didn't.
Yeah.
say Oscar
You didn't say Oscar.
So Oscar be the 10, and then Nash, Kidd, GP, Waltz, and Russell Westbrook. I didn't see. You're right.
But legend, 9. In the same context that you say Stockton is a bit overrated, this is tough. I kind of feel Magic is slightly overrated by the same degree.
I thought you were about to say the other point guard.
Nash is not in my team.
Damn, Magic, but not Nash. Oh my God.
No, Magic.
Not Nash.
The only thing that stops Magic like this is
the worst defensive point guard is still.
You know what helps Magic? Magic's highlights. When you watch his highlights, some of his passes is so nasty. It's like, damn. What am I saying? But like when you watch the game, like if you watch a full Lakers game from the 80s, it's just like,
oh no, Lamar, I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm not listening. You alone.
Hey, tomorrow when I play a game, I'm gonna play a full Lakers game from the 80s. And we're gonna watch Magic and break him down. Watch, I'm gonna show you.
And you're gonna pick the right game.
Which Magic? Because if you the late 80s, early 90s Magic,
I'm gonna go. I can pull a game from any one of his MVP years, so people don't say.
Okay, all right, fine. Yeah, those are way better Magic games.
So I can pull up a game from his MVP year. We're gonna watch. Man, it's looked like Magic would struggle against a D1 basketball team.
I don't know. That is especially as he starts to get like a post up game and stuff like that. Like I don't know about that, but. Again, I want to be clear. We're talking about Stockton, second option.
Hey,
we're talking about Stockton while playing with one of the best power forwards of all time by y'all standard.
Yeah,
still has a losing record in the playoffs. How that is even possible?
He has a competition. He has a losing record in the playoffs.
With him and Karl Malone together, have a losing record in the playoffs.
Correct. Damn.
They have more first round exits than conference finals appearances.
Oh shit! Yeah. Damn, I ain't know that.
Facts.
These are and again, if you want to sit here and tell me about winning champion, they ain't got no championships. By the time they did make it to the finals, especially in '98, John Stockton and the things that he was doing to contribute to that team was nowhere near close to being justified as like a top tier player. The years in which he was producing at a high level.
In his league. Yeah, 14, 15.
And that's fine, but he should have made it in his 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th year. He should have made it one of them years, but he didn't.
Okay.
When
he should have.
Yes, he should have.
He said he crazy. You got
the Utah was never. Go ahead.
Never what? Utah was never what?
Utah was never Utah in the 90s, not until the late 90s. They were never looked as the best team in the Western Conference. Never.
They would at least be viewed as one of the best.
But they were never like favorites to do. So when you say should have, we're looking at like other players that should have won championships but didn't. Like when No,
Hey,
they were
look,
never the
hold on.
No, I said get to the finals.
Look, y'all, hold on, y'all. I don't want to cut y'all off, but I gotta shut this one down, man.
Don't shut it down.
In 1995, when they won 60 games, they can't get to the finals.
But that was the knock on Stockton. Stockton wouldn't shoot.
Okay, who did they lose to?
Stockton was Ben Simmons.
Rockets.
They lost to the Houston Rockets. Who the best player on the court is Akeem. They got the best team. Like, stop. No, Akeem eliminated them.
I don't want to say the Rockets were the best Western Conference team in the 90s, though.
Not in 95.
Oh, okay. Name me a better Western. Oh, name me a better Western Conference.
Spurs were pretty consistently good.
They weren't better. They weren't better than. They weren't better than.
Like you would
when
have
Akeem got a squad behind him. Nope, there was no better
Akeem
Western
didn't
Conference
win until
team.
Jordan retired, man, bro. Stop
That's
it.
what I'm saying. Like,
I'm not saying who won. We're talking about strictly the Western Conference.
for sure. But
Akeem has his share of first round losses too.
Lamont, please don't go there. Lamont,
I
please
know
don't.
Lamont might go crazy, but Hakeem had a squad behind him. What, after 95, and maybe 96? Because in 94 he didn't have a squad behind him.
I would say Akeem Olajuwon's, but besides the Ralph Sampson year, Akeem Olajuwon's best teams was from 93 to about 90. I would still say 99, even though Pippen was there and old and all that other
there's
stuff.
no way we talking about old ass Pippen.
I don't. First, this is what I'm saying. So when Kareem could win when he's 40 years old, Tim Duncan can win when he's 36, 37. All these other players can win. All-time great players can win when they're old. But all of a sudden, when you got 3 Hall of Famers on the same team and they're playing and they're still top 3 in the West,
Magic Johnson in his prime. What are you talking about? Why is that even?
But they still won when Kareem. But they still won when Kareem was 38.
Because Magic Johnson was in his prime.
Hold on, Mac Def. I'm gonna let you go, Mac Def. I gotta end this.
Magic Johnson was in his prime.
Mac Def gonna keep
I'm
this
still. Akeem Olajuwon had it.
All right, Mac Def ain't gonna stop.
We can end it.
Salute.
Jesus Christ.
Salute, y'all. Avion Plumber, man. Appreciate you for pulling up.
Yes, sir.
Again. I'll be seeing you over there cooking on in the chat on Players Choice, man. So I appreciate you coming over here to support us.
I'll be back. I'll be back.
Sir.
Bro.
Yes, sir, man.
Man,
We got Herm.
Expose Stockton, man, please.
You said who?
Expose Stockton. I'm getting tired of it, man.
But you know, I've been trying. Like, if you go back to the origination of this channel, my first couple of videos was exposing 90s point guards, shooting guards, small forwards, and centers, man. Each of them are like an hour long, just really breaking it down, man. The quality is probably not up there because of some of my first content.
That's why I rock with Lamont, man. He tells the truth, man. That era of basketball is trash, man.
That's the one thing that I said right out the gate with this channel. I probably changed a few talking points, but that's one I'm not backing down off of. The 90s is completely overrated, man.
Overrated. Let me not say trash. I know people gonna get.
I don't want to say trash either. Like I said, because some of the reasons why they were trash, the players couldn't control. But
overrated, yes, it's
overrated for sure.
Basketball, man.
All right, Legend, appreciate you pulling up today, man.
For sure, man. I'll catch y'all later, man. Congratulations, man, on 100K.
Yeah, so on your playback live, do you be pulling people up on your stream?
Yeah. I mean, like all the time. I'm very rarely up there by myself, to be honest.
Okay, yeah. Because I didn't know if you did, but I'll be seeing a notification pop up when you go live. But I'll come over there. I'll pull up and show you some love next time I see you pop up, man.
For sure. Thanks, brother. Thank you.
All right, Legend, man. I'll catch you on the next one. All right, y'all. This Legend winning Miss FYF Sports, man. 100K subscribers. We here. Salute to everybody that stuck around for all 7 hours. I see you in the chat, Sammy. One cool P. Bees pulled up, man. Salute to Bees, man, for pulling up, man. Appreciate you. Appreciate everybody that came through and also supported today, man. You know, let me give everybody one more quick shout out before we get out of here. We got Hitman X. We got Sea Dog coming through heavy in the cash app. We have One Cool P, man. Started the day off with one of the biggest donations of the day. So salute to One Cool P. Salute to Max in the chat as well. I see you, Max. I see you guys dead. I see you, man. Salute, man. Keep it 100. Always in there. You always been a long time supporter. Tackable Pond been here since day one, man. So again, appreciate you guys for sticking around. We got Tiffany Ned came through in the cash app to support. John Madden, Double Lee, Jason Carter, Tracy Steele, man. Man, definitely appreciate you guys, man, showing love. Like I said, because YouTube definitely don't show no love on the monetization side. So you know, it's always beautiful when I see you guys come through and support, man, and help me put more money back into the channel here on FYF Sports. But again, been another great podcast episode. We're going to be back live tomorrow. Probably not going to be a 7-hour live, but we definitely going to be back live tomorrow to do our fantasy show. Normally we do our fantasy shows on Saturday. We're going to be doing our fantasy show tomorrow since we hit 100K subscribers today. So hopefully you guys pull up tomorrow morning for that show as well. If you're into fantasy, Prize Picks, FanDuel, if you're just here for the NBA talk, make sure you pull up, man. It's gonna be another good show coming tomorrow. But look, you guys, it's FYF Sports, man. Another great podcast episode, man. We're gonna be back with more sports and news. Until then, it's FYF Sports, and we out.
Yeah, we done came from the bottom, mad that we up, but I don't hear him talking. Started with knowledge inside of my noggin. We took a dream and then we started blogging. Put my city on the map. Yeah, we done came from the bottom, mad that we up, but I don't hear him talking. Started with knowledge inside of my noggin. We took a dream and then we started blogging. Put my city on the map now. I'ma say how it is and I don't back down. On the road to 100K, we finna act out. We gon' show them that we not just in the background. We the main event, we the main show. We the one that people always gonna pay for. FYF, we the best, no debate though. Number one sports channel, every angle. I'ma show them all how we ride. Best sports talk show, we not like them guys. We playing it safe while they feather the lines. We pushing the narrative all the time. Like who to go in the game is not MJ. Kobe Bryant top 10, not what we say. I keep my life, you want is very overrated. Keep it real, if it ain't fact, we don't say it. Now it's stable, we won't be ignored.
Missing the lake, I'm missing the draws again, a hell of pain. I got a lot to deal with and my mind is kinda slipping away. What's on the line? I made up my mind, some shit I'll just taste it great. Whatever it is, whatever it was, it's never gonna be the same. How do I explain what's been going on with me? You say that I changed, but you didn't know the old me. I think that I saved you, tell me who gon' save me. I'm way too fucked up in this club, I'm ashamed, baby. You say that I changed, but you ain't really know me. When I'm around my dogs, girl, they just can't control me. Tryna spend my time right, using every second of it. Tryna spend my time right, using every second of it. Before it's too late, girl, before it's too late. Can I speak my mind right, girl, before it's too late. I've been moving backwards, rolling up the backwards. Out of being dashed. Do you have my back, girl, before it's too late? Can I say my piece, girl? Girl, know what you mean to me. You just keep it real with me. I've been moving backwards, rolling up the backwards. Every time I'm backstab, missing the lake, I'm missing the draws again, a hell of pain. I got a lot to deal with and my mind is kinda slipping away. What's on the line? I made up my mind, some shit I'll just taste it great. Whatever it is, whatever it was, it's never gonna be the same. Floating again, I'm running the map. They say the best defense is just to attack. Hopping through too much, it's hard to attach. All this going on is being hard to relax. Gotta get up, gotta get it again. They ain't get the message, we spinning again. I feel my back, I'm just leaving it in. Get what they want, then they leaving again. I cannot act like this ain't nothing new. Been getting smarter with all I've been through. Nowadays, I'm more rewarding than truth. Tired of keeping energy just to lose. Let it all out when I step in the booth. We're dead for some months, now it's time to recruit. Read the investments, it's time to recoup. It's time to recoup, but how do I explain what's been going on with me? You say that I changed, but you didn't know the old me. I think that I saved you, tell me who gon' save me. I'm way too fucked up in this club, I'm ashamed, baby. You say that I changed, but you ain't really know me. When I'm around my dogs, girl, you just can't control me. Tryna spend my time right, using every second of it. Tryna spend my time right, using every second of it. Before it's too late, girl, before it's too late. Can I speak my mind right, girl, before it's too late? I've been moving backwards, rolling up the backwards. Every time I'm backstabbed,